I actually think it might agree, but it was not easy because I was having a fun time in college. Big Time 47 says Destiny is really good at regurgitating my economics 101 class. Very lame, arguing in bad faith, obviously on amphetamines or just unhinged. Kegs for Kavanaugh says, question Destiny. You say our dollars have to come back in the form of capital investment. So, Destiny, you can see that when we run trade deficits, foreigners will take those dollars and use them to buy up our real estate and corporations. How is that good?
Foreign investment is good. It causes other countries to have like a higher interest in what goes on in the United States, and that foreign investment doesn't always mean they get controlling shares of said companies as well. Just because money comes back in the form of foreign investment doesn't mean they're all of a sudden getting majority shares in every large company that they invest in. And it can also be used to buy goods and services as well.
Why should Americans control those? What kind of country is this that we sell our vital infrastructure to foreigners, even if it's just some shares?
Because by the virtue of comparative advantage, we get more goods and services by trading with other countries. Increase the liberalization. We're not talking about things that are just GDP. We're talking about being able to afford shit like food, or being able to afford a fucking car, or being able to afford a computer. Maybe these are things you've never worried about. We didn't have computers and shit before. We didn't have cell phones before. What do you mean?
How did a country that was always protectionist like the United States of America, where it was illegal, believe it or not, in the 19th century for foreigners to own shares in American companies, how did that country feed its population?
I don't care if you want to go back to the beginning of the 19th century, those stock buybacks that you hated so much, those weren't just legal. Those were literally required by the American computer. Maybe these are things you've never worried about. So the companies were just wondering. No, I know, but like if you want to go back to the 19th century and talk about econ policy, like America didn't always have things right. I mean, like you hate stock buybacks. That used to be fucking law. That was
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying it was right or wrong. I'm saying how did the country feed its population when foreigners, when the Chinese or whatever weren't shareholders in all these companies? How did they? Because you said, oh, these things they help you buy food and they help you get because of services. So what I would say is, how did it feed its people back then if foreigners were not allowed to buy shares in American companies?
Because the year, I did make the claim. The year is 2020, and our goal for success is not simply the current year. In the current year, can I answer the fucking question? Holy shit! I'm just gonna keep talking and hopefully he shuts the fuck up.
Yeah, so
our bar for success is not just feeding our fucking people. That's the dumbest fucking bar I can possibly think of.
You were the one that brought that up.
No, it's not just about feeding people. It's the idea that lower cost of goods, like for food, allows even poor people to buy things like cell phones or computers
or cars. Food is more expensive now than it was 30 years ago, bro.
Then how are we able to afford things? How are we able to afford things like cell phones and cars
now? Guys, cheap trinkets are cheaper, sure.
Cheap trinkets, like access to the internet. That's just a cheap trinket to you,
dude. The internet was. Let's go. Come on.
Okay, alright, Ted Wang says, Fed strikers here to make Nazis look stupid. King Porgy says, reminder that Destiny claimed that lobbyists don't affect policy. By the way, that was a point that I've seen repeated, so I want to give you a chance to address that.
Yeah, so when you actually look get into the research for like how much lobbying impacts policy, if you look at how much is at stake with the U.S. economy, this is a $20 trillion economy. The amount of money actually spent lobbying is like hilariously small. Like, I think in 2018, ExxonMobil posted profits in excess of like $40 billion. They spent like $10 million lobbying. This idea that lobbying is this highly profitable venture that a lot of these companies get involved in is just not borne out by any research.
I didn't say anything about ExxonMobil lobbying.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are they not owned by Jews? I'm sorry. I mean, we can compare the amount of money that Facebook is spending, and
I never said that the energy industry was owned by Jews. I never said that.
Okay. I mean, well, whatever company you're talking about is owned by Jews. The amount of money they spend on lobbying is hilariously small. Yeah. This idea that you get these massive returns on your money for lobbying is just not true. There have been a couple of like
Wall Street investment banks. Yeah, sure, bro. They don't fucking spend a shit ton of money on politics.
Wait, which Wall Street? Like, which ones are we talking about that we think spend all this money on lobbying? I don't care. We can look it up.
Yeah, go ahead, look it up. I'm not talking about lobbying. I'm talking about political donations. You're gonna sit here and say investment bankers don't donate to what politicians. Go look at fucking how much money Hillary Clinton got from Wall Street, bro. You fucking out of your mind?
And I just want to give you a chance to respond, Destiny, because I've seen this repeated, and it is, I mean, it's something that you said.
Wait, oh my God, can I just, real quick.
So, do lobbyists affect things, I guess, would be,
why do they do it if they don't?
I will say that,
that's just the thing.
Listen, wait.
They don't really do it.
Wait, I don't want to interpret. I'm just saying that that's a talking point that has come out from your last appearance on the show. That Destiny said lobbyists don't matter; they don't affect policy. I just want to give you a chance.
Yeah,
to
so
address
just
that.
so real quick, the net earnings of Goldman Sachs was $10.46 billion in 2018. They spent $3 million lobbying. Like, these companies don't spend all that much money. Like, yeah, the numbers sound big to us. Oh my God, millions of dollars. But when you talk about the overall size of the U.S. economy, $20 trillion in GDP, when you talk about the total revenues of these companies that are, in excess of hundreds of billions or tens of billions, they don't really spend that much money lobbying. I wonder why. Maybe it's because the returns on that lobbying aren't as super hyped up as a lot of people say that they are.
Now the alternate argument is it's really cheap to buy our politicians. I mean, that would be.
But if that was the case, then you would expect every new startup that pops up to just dump a ton of money into this like rent-seeking, like lobbying behavior. It just doesn't happen. Like for every one lobbyist that's working,
Wall Street gave Hillary Clinton, this is from CNBC, they gave her $27 million in 2016.
$27 million, and what are their total Wall Street profits are probably in the excess of what, like over 500 billion.
Well, it's like Ralph said. Hillary Clinton will sell her political pussy.
Don't put it on me. I'm being devil's advocate. I just want to put
No. Well, okay. Well, yeah. So what I'm saying is that Hillary Clinton will just sell out for $27 million. I mean, what's
Bernie Sanders himself raised like $20 million like in a single fucking month. Like, the idea that this is enough money to turn an election is just stupid. It just isn't borne out in any data. It doesn't make any sense.
So why do they do it? Why do they give them money then?
The reason why you give the money is because you're providing epistemic resources to your politicians in order to show them, like, hey, this is how, like, these types of impacts, or this is how this type of legislation should impact us, and these are the arguments that you should or shouldn't make to your constituents. The idea is that
you're effectively agreeing.
No. There's a huge difference between donating this. No, you pay them because you think that they'll probably already agree with your position, and you're just providing fact. So, for instance, let's say. This is
a terrible hill to die on.
For anybody, sure. So real quick, I won't give this argument. If anybody's interested, you should just go and Google, like, how much money do these companies make? How much is spent on lobbying? What's the size of the U.S. economy? The answers will shock you.
It's like, if you're paying, it's like saying I have $1 million, but it only costs $10,000 to do this. That means if to bribe a politician, say like I want to bribe someone, right? And I pay them $10,000 in a manila envelope. And then you say, but that bribe doesn't mean anything because you have $10 million. Like, the reasoning there is ridiculous. Like, why would they give Hillary Clinton? Why would anyone give Hillary Clinton $27 million?
Why wouldn't politicians
carry water for?
Why wouldn't politicians like fish for much higher bribes with so much at stake, with so much of the U.S. economy at stake? You think these people are going to settle for a couple $1 million? It doesn't make any sense.
I mean, how are prices set? I mean, this is what they charge. I mean, you ask. Why don't you ask Hillary Clinton about why she charges so cheap?
Well, it's probably not a matter of what they charge. It's probably just that's how much it costs to develop the relationships that you need with these Congress people to provide resources for them when they go to make their decisions.
Okay, so that's exactly what I'm saying. And so you're just admitting.
Okay, cool. And I'm saying that lobbies probably support politicians that are already mostly in line with their opinions anyway. They're just
and that's exactly what I'm saying.
Oh, cool. Okay. So they're not actually changing their opinions at all. They're just supporting people that are already. Okay, cool.
They're not changing.
I'm glad we agree. No, you just said we agree. I agree.
What they do is they find people that already agree with them and they give them a lot of money so they get elected. That's what they do. And that's exactly what a political donation is supposed to do. And the only difference between America and some third world hellhole where they give money under the table is that we actually make the bribes public. That's really the only distinction. Okay? Because if you were to give Hillary Clinton $27 million off the record in a third world country, you would call that a bribe, right? But if it's in America and it's on open secrets, then no, it's actually this actual long-winded explanation that generally goes around the block.
Yeah, so do you think all lobbying should be illegal?
I am.
Do you think all lobbying should be illegal?
I mean, it's just...
Go ahead, say that again.
No, I'm curious. Do you think that all lobbying should be illegal?
Yes.
So... let's say
all corporate and banking lobbying and Zionist lobbying. Now, I'm not saying that people, advocacy groups, organic advocacy, community-run advocacy. Actually, you know what? I think campaigns should just be publicly financed. Just like they do in other countries. Like, why is it in this country we don't have
publicly financed campaign has nothing to do with lobbying. Lobbying and campaign contributions are two entirely
I'm talking about
different
political
topics.
donation here. Why are you being
wait? You're conflating two totally lobbying and like campaign contributions are two totally different topics.
Lobbying and contributions are two different types.
So then,
wait.
So why are you complaining that I'm conflating them when you just conflated them?
They're two different types of things, but they're interconnected.
No.
Because
These are two.
if Wall Street gives you $27 million, and then the Wall Street think tank or the Wall Street lobby comes up and asks you for a favor, you're more willing to do that favor. So I mean, it's symbiotic. Okay, I don't know why you
because
choose
you
this
can
hill
have
to die on.
you
Because
can,
it's very stupid.
it's not about a hill to die on. I ask you saying we should publicly fund elections. That has nothing to do with lobbying. You can still have lobbying when elections are.
It doesn't have something to do with political donations. But
All right, let me read these, and we'll do another segment, and then I'll let you guys go if you want. I mean, we can say however long you want. All right, it's up to you. Cherry Phosphate says Ted Wang should debate Destiny. I mean, hey, I like entertainment, so I'm not against that.
Weinstein with him.
Harold Silvatici says, how did Ethan Ralph know it's repatriations concerning money and press? Well, actually, contrary to popular belief, I'm not an idiot. So, Subtle Energy over 9... Subtle Energy over 9,000 says 26% for, 27% against, 46% undecided. Hashtag media biased. Justin KG says 46% undecided, but both parties support Israel 100%. Arcade Outpost says there's not a lot most people wouldn't do for $27 million. Harold Silvatici says donations are to, quote, provide resources for them, question. Then he says, to Eric, how do you stop AstroTurf campaigns?
Yeah, well, that's a big problem in a plutocracy like America. You just can't. I mean, the one advantage that we've had in the 2016 election is that small donations blew up because of more campaigning done over the internet. Because you see, the Jewish-run media will block candidates they don't like. They'll attack them. They'll smear them, and so people used to be able to campaign directly, bring the message to the people on the internet. That's how Donald Trump was able to win by a narrow margin. But yeah, AstroTurf campaigns it's just how America works right now, and that's why we have such a crisis of democracy where we keep voting for things. We voted for Donald Trump, won the election to stop immigration, and it simply hasn't happened, and that is a problem. Okay, that's unresponsive government. Donald Trump wanted to confirm Chris Kobach or the other guy, Cuccinelli, and he couldn't confirm them because the Senate Republicans won't confirm them. The Senate Republicans won't confirm them because their donors don't want an immigration hardliner in the government. So this is a big problem. Okay.
All right, wait. I'm just curious. Why didn't the Jews support Bernie Sanders?
I mean, before I answer that, let me just say one thing, Destiny. The problem people like you have, the reason why you will always lose a debate with an anti-Semite, is because you don't accurately actually fight what we say. Like, it's not to say every single Jew all over the place is involved in conspiracy.
Only the ones selectively that fit your conspiracy the best. I know, bro.
No, it's just about people using money in a way that is a clear pattern. Okay, like if I see two billionaires that are the top donors to the Republicans and the Democrats who are Israel hawks, both of them are, and then I see the Republicans and the Democrats become Israel hawks, that's a pattern, right?
Isn't Bernie more open borders than Biden? Why wouldn't we throw a bunch of money at Bernie?
Well, that's true, but the problem is Biden is he has a pretty shitty immigration policy, actually. Like Bernie's is just insane, and actually probably helps.
So why don't they support Bernie if money is so easy? Like Biden's spending $15,000.
I'll tell you, it's actually quite interesting the relationship they have to Bernie. So the media doesn't hate Bernie personally. They don't like some of his policies, like Medicare for all. They don't like the Jews. I'm saying they don't like the wealth tax idea because, of course, if you tax Wall Street, how are all these Jewish donors going to be able to have the money to buy politicians? How are they going to be able to influence various things with their think tanks? How are they going to be able to use their money in various ways, which they do? So that's true about Bernie and immigration. But the thing is, if you look at Jewish statistics, Jewish voters, they didn't like Bernie because they don't like his supporters. They see Bernie as a destabilizing force because his supporters represented a form of white populism. Okay, at least in 2016. In 2020, he lost the election because he walked the white
Bernie literally led with support with Hispanics. What do you mean by this?
Sure, but that's because he raised a lot of money. He outspent every other candidate in Nevada, for example, in Spanish language ads. by a lot, actually. I think it was like $8 million.
Yeah, but other
or
places
something.
where he lost hard with Hispanics against Biden.
So,
I mean, like,
so you're saying that, okay, here's the thing. The point is, so which point are you making? Are you making that he won the Hispanic vote, or are you making the point that he didn't win the Hispanic? Which
I'm
point
saying that he
do
had
you want me to
before
argue?
all of the elections started to roll around, he had massive support among Hispanics. But you're telling me that he was
Right.
unpopular with Jews because he was like had white populism. Or whatever. It didn't seem like his populism was very racialized. Or where did that idea come from?
Well, that's not what the Jews in 2016 thought. That's where the term Bernie Bro, if you look at the origins of the term Bernie Bro, it was created by a Jew named Robinson Meyer in 2015, where he saw all these kind of like very, very white audiences coming out for Bernie's kind of socialist, revolutionary, anti-establishment message. Now, if you pay attention on how the media covers Bernie Sanders, you'll see that they don't usually attack him personally like they do with Trump. What they do instead is they attack his followers. Remember, the big controversy before Bernie was beaten in the primary was, look at the toxic Bernie bros, or look at how these sexist, misogynistic, and even racist Bernie bros are operating and talking about people. And Bernie actually came out and he condemned his own supporters. So, you know,
I thought the term Bernie Bro was inspired by the term Obama boys. That didn't just originate with Bernie Bro. I thought that was a Hillary campaign thing.
No, it was invented by a guy named Robinson Meyer in a 2015 article in the Atlantic, where he specifically describes Bernie Bro as white and male in a negative way. He personifies them as that.
Okay.
He says they're white men
this guy that's doing
who
it
have
as a Jew
bigger racism and all this kind of shit.
And this guy that's doing it as a Jew is like representing Jewish interests when he does it, right?
I'm saying the pattern. Okay, there's a pattern that Jewish people tend to dislike white people. Okay,
I'm curious. How do you reconcile the fact that like Jews have been out marrying more and more and more? If that's the case, if they don't like that, like Jewish women.
When they out marry, there's a difference. Let me explain that very carefully. So Jews have a hive. It's called Israel. Okay, the birth rate in Israel is the highest in the industrialized world. It's 3 with atheist couples, not secular atheist Jews, and like 6 or 7 with religious Jews. So they're pumping Jews. The Jewish population has actually grown significantly in the last 20 years. So the whole idea of out marriage, who are they out marrying? Jared Kushner out marrying the Trumps. Guess what? A Jew is going to take all of that Trump fortune one day. How about a Jew marrying into the Clintons?
Wait, so how many times can you marry out before you're not considered a Jew anymore? Like, let's say that like you're Jewish and then you marry, and then they have a kid, and then that person marries a non-Jew. Like, do you still consider that person a Jew?
They marry wealthy and elite Gentiles, and they use their power, fortune, and name to later for their own interests. Because a person who's half Jewish is more likely to be pro-Israel, to be anti-white, and to be a member of the Jewish community or loyal to the Jewish community than a person who's 0% Jewish. That's not even up for debate.
Well, yeah, I'm just curious if like the Jew gene, is that like dominant or recessive or how?
Well, the way they typically do it is they out-marry for 1 or 2 generations, and then they re-purify their blood. And there's no hard science on this.
Yeah, wait, I'm curious. What does that mean? Purify your blood? Like, do you genetically
they
modify your baby to only carry the Jewish genes, just like Solid Snake and Liquid Snake?
I'm admittedly, when it comes to like some of this stuff, I'm admittedly out of my depth, and so are you. What I'm saying though is that when Jews out-marry, they out-marry usually elite Gentiles. No, of course, it's not 100% of the time.
Do you think it's just more reasonable to say that like wealthy people rich people like capture the reputation of their Jewish blood?
When a member of the Hamas movement, like Jared Kushner, I don't know if you know the philosophy of they don't consider goyim. So if Jared Kushner, loyal member of the Hamas movement, will make an exception for Donald Trump's daughter and potentially inherit Donald Trump's billions, if he's a billionaire already, you can't possibly dismiss that, because usually when rich families marry one another, it's seen almost like a royal wedding, right?
Well, I'm just curious, is that like, what is this conversation like with your dad when he's like, I'm sorry, son, it's time to re-purify the Jewish bloodline, and you have to find a Jewish wife? And she can't be like.
I don't know the actual internal dynamics.
Like a
I'm just saying that the Jewish population in the world is growing. So,
it's grown from like I think from Israel. It's grown from like 5 million to like 8 million. But okay.
But it's still growing. So the out marriage thing is not an existential problem for them.
Okay. It seems weird for people that are like obsessed with the purity of their Jewish genes. Okay, I don't know. It's interesting here.
Jews are nuanced thinkers. Like they understand as a minority that they have to make some sacrifices and some exceptions in many cases. But if you or I, Destiny, try to go to a synagogue and say, I want to convert to Judaism, I want you to try that someday, Destiny, the rabbi will say no. But if a Trump says, I want to convert to Judaism and marry into Chabad Lubavitch, then suddenly the rabbi says yes. So you got to ask the local rabbi why that is necessary. Okay? That's not something I can answer. I don't know what the exact dynamics
I'm willing to bet there are probably a lot of...
It's in your interest to marry into, look at, for example, the Spanish royals. The Spanish royals actually intermarried, even though they discouraged Spaniards from marrying Indians, which is true, the caste system. They did. The royals actually have the same distant ancestry from the Aztec emperor. Okay, so this is kind of what elites do, and it's true that all elites do it to some extent. But with Jews, it's especially interesting because they still retain their ethnocentrism. The Trumps do not. That's the distinction. Jews retain.
Well, they retain it in like your weird definition of whatever the fuck repurifying your bloodline. I don't know how you possibly.
I don't know. Like I said, I'm not an expert in how Jews do this.
I mean, it sounds like of all the things you brought up, this is the thing you know the most about. So it's kind of surprising that you wouldn't know like how you go about repurifying the Jewish bloodline after like you've been marrying for longer and longer.
What they see it is how the way they would see it is that after several generations, they have minuscule amounts of Gentile blood. But the Chabad Lubavitch is a highly racialist organization. They do not consider Jews to be just a religion. They are highly racial, and they do not accept Gentiles as converts. Go call your local Chabad Lubavitch and say, I'm a boy, and I want to convert to your sect. They will tell you to fuck off.
All right. So let's do one more segment, even though that was basically the segment. Anyway, let me read these. One more topic. I'll let both you guys go. Let's see. John says, why does Stryker make stupid shit with smart shit? Static says it's only $27 million, bro. Studio ITN says, will we ever get another Destiny versus Medicare? I don't know. Tyrone88 says Jimmy Chang plans on streaming again. King Porchy says, what's an Obama boy? Excuse me, that's new to me. Herman Solatiti says Ethan Ralph is a serious political/economic analyst masquerading as a good old gamer boy. Prove me wrong. Arcade Outpost says 5 million to 8 million, you say? Ted Wang says neo-Nazis are drunken, low IQ nerds. Bring in Nick. Alright, now let's do the final segment. Whatever topic you guys want to do it on.
Let's finish this off with a topic I know Destiny's been doing a lot about. Someone actually sent me a clip, Destiny. You said you were talking about Richard Evans lying about Hitler and the Holocaust and Hitler and World War II and things like that. You're brushing up on that. I'm sure you're very studious.
Not very serious. I just learned like through that trial that there's no reason to ever talk about people that like. Try to lie about what's in the archives because people go to great lengths to misrepresent what exists there. That's a book that I recommend to everybody to read, by the way. It's called Lying About Hitler. It's by John Evans. He's the expert witness historian. He's the expert witness historian that was brought in to testify basically against David Irving or whatever about all of his misrepresentations and stuff related to Hitler.
So you read the book, yeah? Yeah. You read the book? There was a part in that book. Because, of course, David Irving, there's a lot to talk about David Irving, but I don't want to get too into it, but I will say this. Many historians, when that trial was happening, were saying that their work would not be able to survive that kind of scrutiny. Remember, they paid millions of dollars for top tier researchers to look through every single thing he's ever written and find little things like, oh, you didn't interpret this right. So the problem is, though, is that the judge in the David Irving case actually said that there are still significant questions about the Holocaust. And in retrospect, Richard Evans's book hasn't aged that well. So there's a part in Richard Evans's book where he declares that Majdanek is a homicide gas chamber. Remember, this camp, Majdanek, are you familiar with this? No.
So, I am familiar with the statements you've made thus far, though, and I know that both of them are false.
Majdanek was actually the first Holocaust concentration camp. What I mean by that is that it was the first one that the Soviets liberated. And they found a bunch of empty cans of Zyklon B and a bunch of showers and stuff. And they said, we believe that Jews were gassed here in mass. The numbers are actually quite astonishing. They said originally at Majdanek, 1.5 million people were gassed, killed by Nazi extermination chambers. So now, 2020, deficit. Do you think that the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum is a good source, like a source you can believe?
In regards to what?
In regards to Holocaust history.
Sure, probably reasonably so, yeah.
Yeah. They have declared, they have a little footnote on their page about the death camps, where they say that actually, not only did 1.5 million people not die there, or 1.3 million, I'm sorry. This is a number, by the way, invented by a Jew named Lucy Davidovitz, who took it from Soviet propaganda. But not only is this number bullshit, the real number is actually, according to the Majdanek Museum now, 17,000. But there were no homicidal gas chambers at Majdanek. So doesn't that kind of, let's say, beg the question as to whether, if for decades they held that Majdanek was an extermination camp, it was the first one the Soviets used for their propaganda. Doesn't that bring up questions about the other camps where there's no evidence of any killings or gas chambers?
I don't know the specific.
And it also.
Hold on. Let's chill. Hold on. Wait. Come on, you just got to do JQ shit for like 2 hours. So let's go through some of the things you said. So Richard Evans specifically addresses that quote that you used, where a lot of people said that researchers were afraid that their own research couldn't survive the scrutiny that Irving's research went under. Now, there are a lot of general historians that read some of the footnotes of the trial, that didn't follow the trial specifically, that made statements like that, but Evans very carefully dissects every single one of these statements and absolutely blows it the fuck out of the water. The problem wasn't that Irving accidentally mistranslated or accidentally misrepresented something once or twice. The problem was that he consistently overestimated in areas where it benefited Hitler and underestimated in areas where it benefited Hitler, and that was a pattern that went through constantly. There was an undercurrent of all of his work. He would consistently recognize documents like it's like TV-84 or whatever, that everybody knew was a fraud, that he even initially said was a fraud, and then 20 years later was still citing it as being true. He consistently mistranslated things that were favorable to Hitler. He consistently ignored some documents that were inconvenient. He overestimates things like the amount of people killed in the Dresden bombings to an atrocious manner, using very vague documents. And all of this stuff was a consistent pattern in his work that showed a clear.
I think it's interesting that.
Hold on, chill. I know it's interesting that he fucking married it, fucking has a daughter that's a Jew or some shit. I don't give a fuck, okay? But it is very clearly all laid out in all the court transcripts. Well, because you're interrupting me after you just talk some random conspiracy shit for 10 fucking minutes, or for 10 fucking minutes, okay? So he very consistently goes through and points out in all of the parts where Irving deliberately and with clear malice mistranslates passages to be favorable towards Hitler, or cites things from the archives that are very clearly not very reliable in order to try to make claims that nobody agrees with. So this idea that all research is just as easy to scrutinize as Irving's, Evans very clearly specifically denies it in a book and gives a compelling reason to believe so. The idea that the judge said that there are major issues that are unresolved with respect to the Holocaust, that is just not true. Now, if we want to say that there are things that historians can quibble about, not only are there things that they can quibble about, they do to this day. There are plenty of historians that do a lot of work in regards to debating about what goes on exactly related to the Holocaust. Those debates are not related over whether 6 million Jews were killed or 150,000 Jews were killed. no serious historian has ever made or defended any of those extreme claims made by revisionists that, one, don't engage with any of the current literature, and two, a lot of the time can't even fucking read German when they pretend that they go through the archives to cite things related to this stuff. All of this work in revisionist history relies on citing these documents that they hope people never check out. Half the time, these footnotes lead to nowhere, or they're just footnote citing like an entire fucking book or something, and then most of the time, the translations are either wrong or taken out of context. So no, the idea that the judge said that there were unresolved issues, that is a mischaracterization of what the judge said, which is why Irving lost that trial, and the idea that people's research would send back scrutiny, that's something that Evans himself specifically rejects as well, which is not true. Also, the idea that like 1.3 million Jews like may have died in some, I don't know specifically the death camp that you're talking about, but I know that people have constantly tried to attack the millions of Jews that were killed in these places, and it's just laughable. Like, we have records and archives of these people. These were not like fucking countries from like fucking 12,000 BC where we have no records of any of these people. The idea that like magically
there's
5
no
million
record of
people,
Hitler giving any orders for it. That's funny.
yeah, maybe not a written one, but the idea that all of this was happening under Hitler's nose, when Hitler himself specifically ordered, when Hitler himself specifically,
not one order.
when Hitler himself, because that was a very clear policy that they had to not give those specific orders, but commanders that met with Hitler.
Conspiracy theorist now? Who's a conspiracy theorist now?
Probably the guy that's not denying that a country that had a very racialized policy that literally invaded other countries like Austria-Hungary and literally told them to kill all of their fucking Jews. What, do you think that this was just happening and Hitler had no fucking idea? Like, how naive do you think he was? Like, all of these people that were close to Hitler, like, very clearly were relaying orders that they were given from him directly.
Yeah, there's no. You say, oh, we have all the documents, and there's not a single fucking document to say that Hitler gave any orders like that. Even though they have documents, the Nazi archives, if you're familiar with, are extremely meticulous. Germans are very meticulous.
Meticulous enough to also to not give a literal written order. It's just not true. Everything you're saying is just completely not true. By definition, Nazis did not give explicit commands saying murder the Jews.
Let me answer. I'm not someone who has been paid for a year millions of dollars to pour over Mr. Evans' book, Attacking David Irving.
Wait, do you think wait, are you...
Why don't you let me finish?
Wait, did you just claim that I'm being paid to go over Evans' book?
No, I'm not saying that. Shut up.
Wait, what was the implication there?
The implication is this. Let me finish. In his book, he says that hundreds of thousands of people were killed in homicidal gas chambers in a Polish concentration camp called Maidan. Now, the Yad Vashem, the U.S. Holocaust Museum, say that actually no one was killed with gas at Maidan. So if you want to talk about oversight, historical oversight, if you assert that all these people, unfathomable amounts of people were killed with poison gas in a camp, and then 20 years later people say, actually this never happened, and you're telling me that Richard Evans is like this fucking, absolute truth of history, you got to question that. That's the first thing. The second thing is that a lot of the David Irving being an unreliable historian only happened after he wrote his book, said that his publishing company, it was War, said, you got to tack something on about the Holocaust. David Irving said, well, I poured through the archives. David Irving speaks like 4 or 5 languages. And by the way, I understand he's claims to change his opinion here and there. That's beside the point. I'm talking about this specific instance. David Irving poured through the archives while writing the book and said, I found no archive proof that there was a plan for the systematic extermination of poison gas of 6 million Jews. There's no proof of that. There's no orders. I mean, if you were to put this up in a fair court, not no court, but a fair court, it would get thrown out. The lack of evidence. It's like accusing someone of murder.
You realize that he literally tried to sue for libel in the most favorable court he could. There's a reason why he waited for it to happen, for that book to be published in the UK.
Hold on, can I finish?
Sure, I get what you said so far is wrong.
Let's be fair to David Irving in his trial. David Irving represented himself. He didn't have the money to actually hire solicitors and people like that. Deborah Lipstadt got millions. I'm talking millions of dollars to hire the best lawyers, the best researchers in Britain.
Wait, whose fault is
The
that?
reason that okay,
Wait, no. Whose fault is that? No. Who is responsible for this trial?
I understand. I'm not saying he's not, but what I'm saying is the point of the trial wasn't even to win the libel lawsuit. The point of the trial was to put the Holocaust on trial. Because remember, the only thing the judge, I believe his name is Judge Gray, the only thing he found was that the thing they definitively proved in the eyes of the judge was that David Irving did have some prejudice against Jews. That's what they claimed. They definitively proved, and they did attack. But the problem is,
wait a second. I'm just in terms of what you said. So the point of this trial was to put the Holocaust on trial. Whose point was that?
Yes, that was David Irving. He used the libel because you can't start a lawsuit against someone to fight the Holocaust.
Yeah, but why would he cry? Why would you use the excuse? Why would you use the excuse that he couldn't afford a lawyer when he's the one that brought the suit?
I'm not saying it's an excuse. I'm saying that if you have millions of dollars to hire the best legal team in the country, and someone is defending themselves in court, who's going to win that trial?
He wasn't defending. He wasn't defending himself.
No. You can be the most innocent man in the world, and if you're in a court and you don't have a lawyer, you're fucked.
It's so crazy how many people just miss this. And it's funny. The reason why you don't understand this is because he got crushed so hard. He was the plaintiff in that case. He wasn't the defendant. So you can't say, well, they had so much money for lawyers. He's the one that brought the suit. Like,
do you know why? Do you understand why?
Yeah, because he thought he could win because he thought the UK courts would be more favorable to him than America. Yeah, exactly. That's the stated reason. Yes, it is.
Hold on. The reason he did it, let me explain this very carefully. The reason he did it was because Deborah Lipstadt was publishing books calling him an anti-Semite and a Holocaust denier.
Wrong. She had that as a passage of a book that sold less than like 10,000 copies.
I understand, and
Irving has a huge
history. Can I
finish? You're just making shit up. No, I can't let you because this is what you guys do. You're trying to present Irving in such a pathetic light. It's such bullshit.
I don't care. I don't have a good or bad opinion about Irving personally. He's not my best buddy or anything. I'm just telling you what happened. Let me just finish, and then you can say. The point of the case. Again, you're making this about David Irving. I want to talk about the actual facts of the Holocaust. I don't care about David Irving or who he married or who he has kids with. That's for fucking women, okay? You can fucking debate that with other women. What I'm saying is that the point of the lawsuit was Deborah Lipstadt was calling him names and was saying that he's a liar and that he's a liar motivated by anti-Semitism. But he would refuse to have a discussion with me where he would put his facts against hers. She had a specific no-platform policy for Holocaust revision. Which you can agree or disagree with. So he saw it as clever, probably a bad idea in retrospect, I agree with you. He thought it would be clever to say, I'm going to force Deborah Lipstadt to debate me. And she can bring all of her holo-hoaxers to the fucking court, and I will destroy their points, which he actually did. There's a very famous quote that came out of that. No holes, no Holocaust. When he questioned the mechanism, questioned the top Holocaust historian on the mechanism, how according to the blueprints that he found, the original blueprints of Auschwitz gas chambers, how it was possible for them to feed the gas pellets and how they were able to do this when the blueprints did not support the assertion of Holocaust affirmers, of Holocaust conspiracy theorists. How did this work? There's engineering involved in that is physically impossible, which is why today, increasingly, you could say revisionists don't matter, but the only reason they gave up on Macdonic is because revisionists kept pushing it.
Okay, so real quick, because you made like 20 claims. I can't just let you rant. I can't let you just like rant past a whole bunch of bullshit.
That the Holocaust gas chamber that they show you at Auschwitz I the only reason they admitted that it's a phony for tourists is because Robert Farrison exposed this in L'Express in the 1970s. Okay, so you can dismiss Holocaust. Sure, they're personally attacked. Holocaust revisionists, when they were in their heyday in the 1970s and 80s, were beaten. Their offices were firebombed. There was assassination attempts. The Mossad put a car bomb outside of someone's house. Clearly, there was something they didn't want people to hear.
Gotcha.
And
So every single time in this trial, when Irving was forced to defend some contention that he made in his book, he had to walk back from it every single time. When he brought up the idea that nobody was actually driven out in a van and gassed, when Evans pushed him on it, every single time he was pushed on one of these issues, he had to walk back from it and concede that he was absolutely full of shit. When you try to bring up these little weird facts about the blueprints not fitting, about the idea that the holes couldn't actually fit enough people in it, all of this was bullshit napkin math that not only had Evans done, he walked back from when he was pushed consistently. And in terms of what the judge found, the judge literally said that Irving had his own ideological reasons for persistently and deliberately misrepresenting and manipulating historical evidence related to Hitler. You just talked for 20 minutes. Calm down, buddy. The judge also said that he found that Irving was an active Holocaust denier, that he was anti-Semitic and racist, and that he associated with right-wing extremists. This was doled out over hundreds and hundreds of hours of in-court testimony. All of it is available. You can read the book. You can go over the testimony. Irving fucking embarrassed himself.
Irving's decision where he said there are serious questions about the Holocaust that remain open.
Sure, that's fine. No, but this is the thing that you Holocaust revisionists do. Just because there are serious questions where things are open doesn't mean that they're willing to say, oh yeah, maybe only 150,000 Jews died, not 6 million. Of course there are serious questions. Not only are there serious questions still open, actual historians, real historians, not hacks like Irving, actually have active debates about this all the time.
Why was David Irving a highly respected historian before he wrote?
He wasn't. He was only a highly respected historian by people that did a general overview of his work and never actually followed the footnotes. It's one of the things that Evans did that he got so much praise for in the trial.
No one even knew Trenton happened
when you actually follow the footnotes and you actually look at where his sources read to, what you find out is that Evans is a massive fucking fraud. So if you look, and it's funny because at the end of the book, all of these historians that you'll be so excited to cite actually do come out and say, like, well, Evans does good work. You know, the military history or whatever of Germany, he did good work here. But when you actually find people that specialize in that area, people that actually speak German and visited the archives in Moscow, in Washington, in Paris, in Berlin, and actually did the research, will all come out and unanimously say Irving is a fucking hack, and none of the work that he did holds up to any type of critical analysis whatsoever. You can always find generalists that will praise the work of other generalists. How many generalists have come out in favor of, say, guns, germs, and steel? But when you look at people that actually have like specific education in an area, come out and are critical of it. Like the fact that you would even pretend that you could spin any part of Irving's history and work or any part of that trial in a favorable light shows that you were either completely unwilling to engage with what actually happened or you're being intentionally dishonest about it. Irving had to retreat from every single major claim that he made in that book.
You probably watched the movie. I don't think he actually... Let me just say this, okay?
I'm sorry, hold on, wait, did you actually read the book?
Yes, I did. I've read the book twice, actually.
So tell me which parts you feel like I'm misrepresenting. It's interesting.
I already told you. I told you that... No, I didn't say that you're misrepresenting. I'm saying that there are gaping problems with Evans's assertions in that book.
What kind of gaping problems?
I explained this already.
No. Tell me what kind of gaping problems Irving had. What do you think are his problems?
Irving or Evans?
Irving.
I even think. I mean, Irving. I'm not going to talk about him personally, but I'm saying that what the Judge Blake found in the Irving trial was that David Irving was not liable. It's not that the Holocaust, like the whole idea, like this wasn't in the trial, but the whole idea that David Irving has personal political motives, and he may, but somehow Deborah Lipstadt, who is a hardline Zionist, very active in the Jewish community, has connections with all the big Jews in Hollywood, like Steven Spielberg, who helped finance her lawsuit. Somehow Deborah Lipstadt, the Holocaust affirmer, has no personal political motive, that people that write things affirming lies about the Holocaust.
This had nothing to do. No. You can't pivot to try to cry about Jewishness here. You always try to appeal to Jews and special interests. This was a court case that a judge evaluated that Irving himself brought suit to. You don't get to run and hide and cry about the conspiracy theories because you don't like how fucking destroyed he got in court, dude. Whatever her associations were are not relevant to the court case. Full stop. End of discussion. You can't bring up her associations to try to save Irving's disastrous fucking history in writing or his disastrous fucking case in court.
What I'm saying is that David Irving is a highly, highly, highly respected historian. No matter what your opinions are, or what the merits
That's
of his
just
work
not true. And this is why I know you didn't read the book, because Evans
Millions-
literally goes through at the
and
end.
sold millions of copies of his books.
Oh,
on
so are you
Rommel,
saying Sam Harris is a
on-
highly respected fucking philosopher now because he sold
Okay,
millions of
dude,
copies on the
I mean,
moral landscape?
all right.
Like, what do you mean, dude? Come on, you're gonna tell me that selling lots of
I'm
copies
getting
of a book makes you a respected historian?
I would just say, people look up Robert Farrison if you're listening. Look up the very first.
Sure, and I would
Holocaust
say,
deniers.
go ahead and read the book Lying About Hitler. You can see how these guys literally
Yeah.
mistranslate
All right,
German
look up-
documents, how they literally
look up
lie about what the
how
words say,
Holocaust
how they
historians
literally
today-
try to weasel out of
historians
how the
today-
fact that this guy's trying to say the judge didn't give like an actual fucking opinion on this, when the judge literally said, and I quote, "It is my conclusion that no objective, fair-minded historian would have serious cause to doubt that there were gas chambers at Auschwitz and that they were operated on a substantial scale to kill hundreds of thousands of Jews." Like, the idea that you're going to sit here and pretend
Last thing before I go. Okay. Last thing. Just really.
No, wait, we're gonna do final statements, but yeah, go ahead.
Last thing about this topic.
Okay.
If you want to see a liar, look up Deborah Lipstadt. Go on her website. After Holocaust revisionists exposed that the gas chamber they show to tourists at Auschwitz is a fake. After this was exposed, and they admitted to it many, many years, in the 80s they admitted that it was fake. Deborah Lipstadt said, "It's not fake, it's symbolic." So the point is that this was constructed after the war. So the point I'm making here, just to end it, is that the Holocaust affirmers, the Holocaust conspiracy theorists, they support putting so-called Holocaust deniers in prison. They support ruining their lives. They support physical violence against them in many cases. They support all of this, but it doesn't stop them from constantly giving ground. At this point, there's increasing pressure to start letting go of the idea of gas chambers in general in mainstream history. The numbers of 6 million are being reduced by mainstream Jewish historians as we speak. There's a book in 2016 that did this by a Jewish historian. In fact, now they're quickly and rapidly, and David Irving actually is doing this too, by the way, which is kind of shady. They're retrenching, they're pulling back the front line. Now the main claim they're making is that people were gassed in vans in the so-called Reinhardt camps. This is like basically their last bastion of Holocaust stuff. This is happening while we debate this. They're losing ground like crazy. People aren't believing it anymore, and this is why they have to give ground. I mean, they were holding that people were being turned into lampshades and soap until the Yad Vashem very recently admitted they weren't. So, this is the point. And the people that exposed that first, by the way, those were revisionists that exposed that it was fake. So, I'm sorry, Justin. Anyway.
Let me read these.
Do I get to do my closing statement? Oh, I have to just real
Well,
quick.
I didn't know that was the.
Oh, shit. Well, I just have to respond real quick because this is everything you
Okay.
said is just
All
not true. The idea that
Go
there
ahead.
are serious debates in academic communities with like dramatically revising down the number of Jews from gas chambers, it's just not true. Like, can you find a pop history book every now and then, like written by a guy that has zero engagement with any of the actual historical literature, or a guy that has no idea how to actually engage with history? Yeah, I'm sure we can find pop books written about fucking literally anything, about history, about wars, about philosophy. Like tons of people do this all the time. In the actual academic communities where these debates happen, yeah, people quibble over what are the exact numbers of people killed in certain areas, how were these orders issued, how were they carried out, but there are no mainstream contentions about the idea that 6 million Jews were killed, or that hundreds of thousands of people were killed across different death camps in different types of gas chambers. And even this very specific idea that you bring up about people being gassed in vans, that was something that Irving had originally written about that he completely and totally retreated from in the trial. And the text of him actually doing that is included in the final chapter of the book, where he's being questioned about it and eventually concedes entirely to that point, and then concedes that he lied about it and continued to lie about it in his book, past the point of knowing that it wasn't true. So pretty much every single thing you just said about how there are widespread historian consensus saying that, like, oh, well, they're actually dramatically revising the numbers and gas chambers, it's all complete bullshit. There are a couple of pop history books written by people that aren't taken seriously in historical communities, that have no formal historical training, and that don't engage critically with any historians whatsoever.
Man recently in 2016 revised the number down from 6 million to 3 to 4 million. Which is still a big number. I'm not saying, but I'm just saying that this is a slow process. That's how history against time, against the grain works. I'm actually trained. I'm actually a relatively trained historian.
What does that mean?
I went to school for it. So
like what, you're like an undergrad in history, or what?
Yeah, I'm not saying I'm a historian per se, but I did briefly work in the industry and so on. But the point
doing
is,
what?
I'm not going to say too much about
You're
it.
lying, 100%. But go ahead.
So anyway, David Cesarini David Cesarini, who's a British historian who specializes in Jewish history, especially the Holocaust. That's in his biography. That is the man who, in 2016, released the book revising the numbers down, significantly, because going down from 6 million to 3 or 4 million is significant. He doesn't say the number, but that's what he adds it up to. So this man, and by the way, he passed away, but you can look him up, David Cesarini. This is his magazine. He's won National Jewish Book Awards for history. So if you're not going to take this man's word for it, no one's word is good enough for you, yes. So anyway, let's
all right, let me read these. Who started off? Does anybody remember? Because I don't. Who had the first opening statement? I don't know. Just let me read these, and then we'll get the next person the finale. By the way, thank you guys for staying so long. Camper, and by the way, I completely, usually it's a trademark for me to be mostly hands off, but I just almost completely went hands off for this and just let you guys go at it. I think it was pretty good, actually. Camper 1260 says, bring on Ted Wang. I don't actually see Wang. We're not going to get to any callers, to be quite real with you guys. Scrublord Man says, why is Rich Evans writing about the Holocaust? Camper 1260 says, Wang. Then he says, this is now a Wang stream. Ted Wang himself says, talk about Rich Evans' view on Star Trek Picard. Camper 1260 says, Ted Wang is winning this debate. Eddie Rob 12 says, David Cole Steins' research refutes Holocaust numbers. Arcade Outpost says, there are names of supposed killed that were alive. Harold Silvatici says, a certain chemical compound is a fumigant never put through pipes. Ted Wang says, why Rich Evans doesn't like Picard is exciting. Then Ted Wang says, David Irving's view on Star Trek Picard, please. Harold Silvatici says, certain chambers would use CO2 much more efficient. Ted Wang says, which is better, the Holocaust or Star Trek Picard? Camper 1260 says, we want to hear what Ted Wang has to say. Let's see, Camper 1260 then says, where's Wang? Camper 1260 says, where's Jim Object? Herbert Silvatici says, World War II historians rely on Irving's archivism. Arcade Outpost says, curator of Auschwitz claims recreations on camera. Camper 1260 says, historian equals sped. 80 user says, imagine losing to a beta cuck. West the Great says, they need to mass produce masks and sanitizer. Let me look through here on the stream elements. Let's see.
Real quick, what was this book by Cesarini where he massively revised down the numbers? I can't find anything.
It's called Final Solution: The Fate of the Jews, 1933 to 1949.
Twig says that in this book, he says that far fewer than 6 million Jews were killed.
Yeah. Yes.
I literally can't find that anywhere. But sorry, go ahead.
Twig says, ask Destiny about his penchant for, I don't know, incest, basically, whatever it is you want to ask about. That's up to you. We've talked about incest.
I don't want to know about your personal life. I don't want to.
It's more of a philosophical discussion, quote unquote. We had this in, what was it, December, maybe January?
I'm sorry, real quick before you do more. So I'm looking at stuff. This guy never said that. You just completely fabricated that. David Cesarini never downgraded how many Jews were killed. Like, there's nothing on the internet about this at all.
Let's buy the book.
I'm not gonna buy a whole book and fucking read it right now for you. Like, if he was dramatically downgrading
an asshole.
If he would dramatically downgraded that number, I should be able to find this instant.
Why are you telling me a book I read isn't true?
Because it doesn't exist on the internet. This number doesn't exist. You're lying. You're just lying. Like you have about almost every single source you've brought up this debate. Like I see multiple people reviewing the book that mention the 6 million number. None of them seem to bring up that apparently he's got this dramatic revision downwards. This is like, I wish that I knew every fact you were bringing. Okay, which page do I need to look at? Which page?
I actually have notes on this if you'd like to see it.
Sure, yeah. Which page? Yeah, tell me.
1.5 million Jews were shot on the Eastern Front, according to Cesarini. About 900 to 960,000 were killed at Auschwitz. Presumably, implies it's gas chambers. 1.7 were killed in the Action Reinhardt camps, and then another about 100,000 in Helmno.
Okay.
This is significantly less than
So you went through the book and you did your own napkin math to figure out what you think he would say was the total number of Jews killed.
All right.
That's okay. Just making sure. That's what you did. Okay, so he didn't actually dramatically revise anything. You're doing Nazi napkin math. Gotcha. Okay.
Pirate the book.
I'm not going to read a whole fucking book to deal with some dumbass assertion that's very clearly not true because nobody anywhere is fucking talking about it.
Well, even if I convince you fully, Destiny, that what I'm saying is true, you're still not going to admit it because you're a fucking coward and you make a living from lying to people about neoliberalism and all this crap. Because that's why Jews let you do your thing, man.
Yeah, that's why the Jews let me do. Why Bezos himself is giving me a pat on the back for all my hard work. I think the funny thing is that like if anybody is the coward, it's actually you. Like you're too scared to take a hard look in the mirror to figure out what we need to do to fix society, and instead it's easier to just blame the Jewish fucking boogeyman, dude. Every one of you conspiracy theorists is the same way. You're too lazy to do any of the actual hard work into figuring out how can we make a better society, how can I improve my life. Instead, you just want to find one fucking boogeyman and blame everything on because you're too much of a fucking coward. Look in the mirror and figure out what you can do to fix yourself. Like exactly, like it's 100% what it is. Like this idea that a bunch of fucking white people will get together and make everything better is like so laughably fucking naive, dude.
Asking how the Nazis killed 6 million Jews in a systematic fashion and not a single actual written order exists to do this in a fucking very well.
And the idea, and listen to you. You're telling me that this conspiracy theory exists where Jews around the world have all come together to control corporate media, control shadow banking, and all of this, but you think it's unfathomable that Hitler might have had like a personal decree not to literally write on a piece of paper, I want to kill all the Jews?
Show me an autopsy of a gas Jew. Show me, is there any autopsies proving that? Show me how the math works with the crematorium. We're seeing.
I recommend you the Lying About Hitler book, and then there are a million other resources that you can read about gas chambers. Like it's all out there. Like they've even tried. Remember, I don't know how to pronounce this. The Luchter report that they tried to make the one they tried to make in the '60s, saying that Jews weren't actually gassed, but then when they went back and revisited it, it turns out that all of that was actually even stronger evidence that those gas chambers existed. All of this is like well researched.
Conspiracy too, right? He was part of the Nazi conspiracy.
No, he wasn't. He was just an uninformed businessman that made some like bad conclusions.
No, he was actually the number one gas chamber specialist in North America. For your information.
He wasn't a gas chamber specialist. He was a specialist in using chemicals to delouse fucking material, and he was under the false system. He was under. So the reason why that report was debunked. So yeah, we can talk about the reason why this report was debunked. His problem was that he assumed that the amount of this chemical that you need to kill humans is the same amount that you need to kill lice. That's just not true. So when they were taking apart parts of the wall and they were doing the measurements on these walls, and they were like, oh wow, look, there's far too few chemical residue on here to actually kill Jews. None of them could have been killed in here. It turns out later that when they revisited that analysis, they were like, oh well, actually, wait, the amount of chemical that you needed to kill people was actually far less. Like
Zyklon B was used in the 1920s to delouse Mexicans to form the U.S. border when they came to work on farms.
Okay, and bleach is used to
and
bleach is used to clean floors. You don't think you can commit suicide with bleach? What a stupid fucking point.
That's not the same thing at all. Because
no, you're right. It's not the same thing. Just because I can use certain chemicals to do a certain purpose doesn't. I'm sure you're fucking tired. This is taking 120% of that fucking brain of yours to make up this crazy fucking bullshit. Holy fuck! You know what? I will concede one point to you. Okay. All of you fucking white nationalists always say some shit about how, like, even if white people don't have a higher IQ than Asians, we have a higher creative IQ. And after listening to the crazy fucking tales and lies that you've spun in this debate, I'm starting to fucking believe it. Because holy shit, you are making up some crazy fucking stories, my dude.
Dude, being a jerk about it doesn't change the fact that you're fucking losing. Like, I mean, this is the facts, okay? So you can just keep saying that stuff all you want, but the problem is that if you understand that you have to say these things, if not, like, you're gonna suffer the same thing political distance in this country suffers.
Say whatever the fuck I want to say. Look, United States.
No, I can't.
I've been saying a lot of different things over the past 10 years. It's pretty obvious you have no idea who the fuck I am.
If what I was saying was so stupid, why can't I use YouTube? Why can't I use Twitch? Why can't I use PayPal? Why can't people that have my opinions sell books on Amazon?
Because we live in a capitalist society. First of all, you probably could self-publish on Amazon. Literally anybody fucking does it. But it's because we live in a capitalist society. It's literally we live in a and yet here you are on fucking DLive. Here you are.
They don't want people reading them. If they were as stupid as you think, they would let people read them and let them discredit themselves.
Here you are talking to fucking over 10,000 people. Managed to find
on DLive.
Congratulations, you've done it. It's still a place for you. But yeah, I mean, if customers don't want a particular thing, it's not really that surprising that they would try that.
Well, actually, they banned Mein Kampf when it was becoming a bestseller. That's the weird part, isn't it? They banned it and then they re-released it, but only the AGL version, not the broken translation. This is on Amazon.com. You can look this up. It's not a conspiracy theory. So I'm banned. You're not. If you have all the system's opinions, you just push them in the direction. You talk about incest. Shit like that, you're just pushing the direction that the system wants us to go in.
You think incest is a popular topic that everybody wants to talk about? That's like one of my more popular.
No, it's not. It's not. But it is something that the elites, all this sexual liberal liberation, liberal maximalism. That is an elite opinion, just like trannies and homosexuality and all that stuff. 30 referendums shot down gay marriage doesn't mean we don't have to live with it. We absolutely do. So here's the thing, man. You have the elite opinions. You don't have the popular opinions. The reason why they don't want people to be able to hear or read or see what I'm saying is because they know I'm right, and if people were to see it, I would change their minds, and we would actually do some change in this country that we desperately need. So that's why you don't get censored, and I do. You get pats on the back from the system.
Definitely. Yeah, I've never been banned by Twitch before or had anything like that, any sponsors threat or anything like that. You're very, very, very familiar with my history.
I don't remember who started. If one of you guys do remember, if not, I'll just let Stryker get the first final word, even though that was basically the final word, but whatever.
Yeah, but the final word is this, okay? You know, if you're a political dissident in this country, you have to suffer quite a bit, okay? There's a lot of personal cost, perhaps even you have to deal with. The main premise I would have about why we need to do this is what we should do is basically just start by expanding the 1964 Civil Rights Act and protecting white people with it, because today white people are stateless people. They don't have the same rights as other groups do. In fact, that's almost by design. And then when you go to conservatives, their response is to try and take everyone's rights. The answer is to give whites rights, to protect free speech in this country, protect free debate. And we simply don't have that. So, you know, I think this is something that needs to change, and I hope people will keep fighting, even if it's demoralizing or whatever in the short term. Because in the end, we will win. We also shamelessly plug national-justice.com and TRF. So, that's my say.
There you go. Destiny, go ahead, sir.
I have a lot of people trying to find the passage in this book. I just want to read a bit from this book that he just cited, saying that 6 million number didn't exist in here or whatever. From this book, the Nazis, for historical reasons, developed an ideology that led them in 1941 to decide on the annihilation of every Jew, man, woman, or child they could lay their hands on. The only significance in that is that it is what they wanted, and had they been more successful, I would not be here to talk about it. In these thoughts, I may be influenced, I readily admit, by a revulsion from the very idea that the mass murder of nearly 6 million Jews should have any significance at all in and by itself. But of course, there is the very valid emotional objection to this, namely that it means the death of all these people, to me, my fellow Jews, with whom most Jews feel an emotional identification, just as I do, was in itself meaningless. In other words, their suffering and death had no meaning in itself. I think it's funny that in this very book,
quickly.
Wait, hold on, no, this is my closing shit. No, this is my closing shit. You're full of shit.
I'm not letting him get the last
every fucking source that you've brought up has been a fucking lie. You went through the book. It's funny because actually, it's actually funny because you did the exact same thing that Irving himself was accused of doing. You leave a broad footnote to an entire fucking book, and you hope that nobody actually goes and investigates the source to find out you're fucking full of shit. It's the same thing that every single one of you revisionists do. 100%.
Go to the court.
My final word. So my final word is that
Gentlemen, wait.
This is my closing statement. Why is he?
I know. Yes, I agree. I agree.
When he's done with
just let him speak, Stryker. Let him speak.
So I mean, I think it's funny that in almost every single topic this guy's brought up, where he sees these grand conspiracies, he doesn't even know the fundamentals of how the system works. He doesn't know how art or culture works, which is surprising and funny. He doesn't know basic finance. He doesn't know basic economics. He doesn't know how campaign finance works. He's literally illiterate in almost all of these areas. Yet is so fucking smart that he can point out these grand conspiracies that exist in all of these different places. I submit to you that there are a lot of problems that exist in America today, but these problems can be fixed largely within the system. That we can do things like more tax redistribution, that we can have programs like Medicare for All, that we can look at things like the negative impact of technology in our lives without feeling like we have to kick out all the fucking brown people or black people, or like we have to blame the fucking Jews on some weird grand conspiracies that people have claimed for fucking millennia have existed that never pan out to seemingly actually exist. Like, this idea that all of us should band together as white people when we don't even identify that way, which in and of itself is laughable, because we don't. And if you go to fucking Europe, that you fetishize so much, you find that people there don't do it as well. You've got Swedes, you've got fucking Germans, you've got British people. They don't all see themselves as some collective white people. That's a uniquely American concept, which, if anything, demonstrates the idea that whiteness or any of these racial groups are as fluid as you fucking want them to be. If we all became a white people today, then tomorrow we become blue-eyed and brown-eyed people. We killed all the brown-eyed people. The next day we become blondes and fucking brunettes. I think we should focus on the real problems that exist in America today, the alienation we have from our work, the alienation that's caused by technology, and the alienation that might be caused by our horrible fucking economic policies, and focus on that rather than spreading all these baseless bullshit conspiracy theories that have zero fucking foundation in reality because we're too scared to take a look at the actual problems that impact us.
Okay, one last thing, because he pulled me out and he says it's a seemingly good.
Very quickly, because technically
Very
now I
quickly,
have to let him
very
respond as well. You realize that, right? But yeah, okay.
The point of the Cesarini book was not that he doesn't, at the beginning, yes, he does say 6 million. The point is to look at the specific instances where he tracks it. The number doesn't add up, it added up to 4.2 million. Okay, that's the point. Where did the other ones go? It's just like saying, oh yeah, the Auschwitz Museum says 6 million Jews died, but then they keep changing the plaque and reducing the number of people that died there. Okay, so yes, they're going to stick to the 6 million number. I'm just saying, the point I was making is that revisionists are having an impact, and they're incrementally giving ground. That's the point I'm making. I'm not saying that this book says that it still affirms 6 million, but the math. Go look at the estimates of all the killings of Jews in the book. Okay, 1.5 million on the Eastern Front, 960,000 at Auschwitz, 1.7 million in the action Reinhard camps, and 97,000 at Elmenau. So, again, look it up, do the math yourself. Yes, somehow 4.2 million adds up to 6 million in his mind, but that's how it works.
All right, Destiny, really quickly, I have to give you a chance if you want to say something. Quick rebuttal.
I mean, it's Nazi napkin math. Like, the guy in the book says 6 million. Like, if he wants to go through and selectively edit out, like, the things that he wants, like, Irving himself literally did this, so it's no surprise that he would defend Irving and then, like, engage in the same ahistorical practices that he does, despite claiming that he has some mysterious history training.
There we go. Destiny, Eric Stryker, thank both of you gentlemen for joining me here on the Kill Stream. I hope you guys have a good weekend and stay safe out there with the corona bullshit going around. All right, fair enough.
Alrighty, good stuff.
So not like Apex or I think in the other Call of Duty where people are like murdering you from the fucking like from the gas like 10 minutes out.
Only a coward from the knee up. Only a coward from the knee up. Goliath bird eater. Mm-hmm.
deadly virus, costing lives and jobs. Amy McGrath uses this crisis. McGrath fuels fear with lies even liberal newspapers call false. But while Amy McGrath lies, Mitch McConnell leads.
New National Harris poll, March 17th and 18th. Trump's approval rating. This is how it's going for him handling coronavirus. You ready for this? Trump's approval rating overall, he has a 53% approval rating. Democrats are so inept. So inept. So instead of hammering Trump, they could have been hammering at Trump for the last couple of years on, hey, Trump's getting rid of our pandemic team at the CDC. Trump is defunding this and they're firing people. And now when there's a pandemic, they could have been screaming this at a press conference for a year, and then this happened, Trump's numbers would go down. But what would they do? They were screaming McCarthyism. They screamed McCarthyism for 3 years instead of screaming about what Trump was actually doing. His handling of the COVID, 56% approval for Trump. Stimulating jobs, 60% approval. The economy, 60% approval. Fighting terrorism, 58% approval. Immigration, 53% approval. New National Harris poll, March 17th and 18th. Trump's approval rating. This is how it's going for him handling coronavirus. You ready for this? Trump's approval rating overall, he has a 53% approval. Democrats are so inept. So inept. So instead of hammering Trump, they could have been hammering at Trump for the last couple of years on, hey, Trump's getting rid of our pandemic team at the CDC. Trump is defunding this and they're firing people. And now when there's a pandemic, they could have been screaming this at a press conference for a year, and then this happened, Trump's numbers would go down. But what would they do? They were screaming McCarthyism. They screamed McCarthyism instead of screaming about what Trump was actually doing. His handling of the COVID, 56% approval for Trump. Stimulating jobs, 60% approval. The economy, 60% approval. Fighting terrorism, 58% approval. Immigration, 53% approval. Foreign affairs, 52% approval. Administrating the government, 51% approval. After 3 years of Democrats' pretend opposition. And now do you know why that it doesn't matter if you vote blue? It doesn't matter. This is stupid. The Democratic Party is enabling Donald Trump, and they're going to pass every one of his legislation like they just did. They gave him money for his border wall. They helped him deregulate Wall Street again. They fast-tracked his judges. Somehow that's my fault. Don't forget, I'm responsible for the Supreme Court. Don't forget that. Not the Democrats will actually vote for them. And they gave him money for his border wall even. They gave him everything. They gave him extra $131 billion to bomb people. They're expanding his spying powers. I like what Fernando A. Fernandez Feliciano says. That's FFII 2020. This election is over. I'm not generally a Trump fan, but that's just the fact of the matter. Trump has outplayed the Democrats from the left, and it will cost them severely. This election is on track to be... They gave him money for his border wall. They helped him deregulate Wall Street again. They fast-tracked his judges. Somehow that's my fault. Don't forget, I'm responsible for the Supreme Court. Don't forget that. Not the Democrats will actually vote for them. And they gave him money for his border wall even. They gave him everything. They gave him extra $131 billion to bomb people. They're expanding his spying powers. I like what Fernando A. Fernandez Feliciano says. That's FFII 2020. This election is over. I'm not generally a Trump fan, but that's just the fact of the matter. Trump has outflanked the Democrats from the left, and it will cost them severely. This election is on track to be even more of a blowout than 2016. Yes, it is. I don't know if you see these numbers, but it is. And that's a dead party. So it doesn't matter what Bernie does or what plank of the fucking stupid platform bullshit. What a waste of time. Democratic platform. President Trump may see a rise in approval during this crisis. It's FFII 2020. This election is over. I'm not generally a Trump. Not the Democrats will actually vote for them. And they gave him money for his border wall. Even they gave him everything. They gave him extra $131 billion to bomb people. They just did. They gave him money for his border wall. They helped him deregulate Wall Street. 1% approval. After 3 years of Democrats' pretend opposition. And now do you know why that doesn't matter if you vote blue? It doesn't matter. This is stupid. The Democratic Party is enabling Donald Trump, and they're going to pass every one of his legislation like they just did. They gave him money for his border wall. They helped him deregulate Wall Street again. They fast-tracked his judges. Somehow that's my fault. Don't forget, I'm responsible for the Supreme Court. One of his legislation like they just did. They gave him money for his border wall. They helped him deregulate Wall Street again. They fast-tracked his judges. The Democratic Party is enabling Donald Trump, and they're going to pass every one of his legislation like they just did. They gave him money for his border wall. They helped him deregulate Wall Street again. They fast-tracked his judges. Somehow that's my fault. Don't forget, I'm responsible for the Supreme Court. Don't forget that. Not the Democrats will actually vote for them. And they gave him money for his border wall even. They gave him everything. They gave him extra $131 billion to bomb people. They're expanding his spying powers. I like what Fernando A. Fernandez Feliciano says. That's FFII 2020. This election is over. I'm not generally a Trump fan, but that's just the fact of the matter. Trump has outflanked the Democrats from the left, and it will cost them severely. This election is on track to be even more of a blowout in 2016. Yes, it is. I don't know if you see these numbers, but it is. And that's a dead party. So it doesn't matter what Bernie does or what plank of the fucking stupid platform bullshit. What a waste of time. Democratic platform. President Trump may see a rise in approval during this crisis. So in the green is his approval before, and in the orange is his approval wave 2. So all his numbers are up in wave 2. All his numbers: foreign affairs, administrative, COVID, immigration, fighting terrorism, the economy, billion jobs, and overall approval. They give Trump every one of those is over 50% approval. Every one. Some of them are at 60%. That's after 3 years of Democrats' opposition. So was I wrong that they shouldn't oppose him on Russiagate, or they should oppose him on actual stuff? Was I wrong about that? Was I wrong when I told my friends at their lefty news outlets that when you talk about Trump's tweets for 59 minutes out of your hour fucking news broadcast, you're hurting the progressive cause? If that's the kind of news show you want to do, where all you do is fucking you do your 10 minutes of hate about Trump, but it's an hour of hate every fucking day, that you're hurting the progressive movement, and and you're doing McCarthyism, you morons. That's what you're doing, even though you're not calling it that. You're McCarthyists. There's a political switch happening. Trump's out-lefting the Democrats. The Democrats turn into a bunch of corporatist McCarthyites. And they're still doing news shows being McCarthyism. Being McCarthyites. What's the right term for McCarthyites? McCarthyists. That's it. Still doing it. Great resistance over there. Great resistance, Democrats. Great resistance, vote blue no matter who people. This is great resistance. Trump's got over 60% approval on the economy. Trump's got over 60% approval on stimulating jobs, and overall, he's 53% approved. Do you think it's going to go down when they see him stand next to a demented death rattle who voted for the Iraq War? Democrats are conspiring. Democrats are conspiring to end anything progressive. And it's just a mistake for Bernie to run in this party. It's a mistake for Tulsi to run in this party. It's a mistake. And yeah, the Justice Democrats have gotten some great victories. It's and I'm not here to tell them not to do that. I'm here to say that we need a solution that is as big as our problem, and to incrementally try to take over the Democratic Party at this time when climate change is it's just not enough. So, and it's been clear. It's just it's amazing. It's amazing to see 9/10 of the left come around to my point of view. I'm fucking done with Joe Biden. With the Democratic Party, I'm not doing that.
Hey, America, I've got something to say. The census counts us all, and an accurate count helps inform where billions go every year. Don't miss your chance to be counted. Shape your future. Start here at 2020census.gov.
On top of Senator Paul, now 4 senators are in isolation, and the rules say that in order to vote, they have to be there. Romney, Senator Lee, Senator Gardner, and Senator Rick Scott. Also, 2 of them were in contact with
Rick is coming out.
With the critical stimulus package vote expected.
Romney's in isolation?
Yes.
Yeah.
Gee, that's too bad.
Is that sarcasm there?
Sir? No whatsoever.
Do you think
All right, so Jimmy Dore has exited the building, and I think that a lot of you probably have seen his video talking about that. And he used to host Progressive, this show, along with the Jimmy Dore show. And so, first thing I'd like to say is, I love Jimmy Dore, and I always have, and I hope that I always will. And so it's certainly not anything personal at all. And we had wonderful, wonderful moments on air with Jimmy throughout a great number of years here at the Young Turks. I don't know if it's number 1 or top 3 or top. I haven't done the calculation. We'll do it when when I retire 20 years or days from now. But certainly the Michigan primary in 2016 was one of the top moments in Young Turks history. And so when Bernie Sanders was supposed to lose by 18 points, me, Jimmy, John Iroll are covering that primary, and he just would not go down. And we had the greatest time. And we talked of whispering of a dream that he could win. And then people thought we had it wrong, but hold the phone. Because Bernie Sanders might yet be president. And so, but not only cover the primaries together, not only doing this show, just in every thing that we did. Jimmy is wildly entertaining. And so the other day I was watching MSNBC, which is a sentence I don't often speak. And it's because I was on vacation and I was sick and I had nothing to do. And my wife turned it on. And I saw a lot of not only why Jimmy Dore and so many other progressives get so upset at cable news. And I do too, but I basically watch the clips that we show you guys that appeared online, etc., right? And what our producers find.
Yes. More or less. Sure. Do you want me to come upstairs? It's gross in here. I haven't cleaned since Dieter left. It's really gross in here. I don't want to be in this space with you. Uh-huh.
What I wanted to tell you about was my friend Kanal posted this thing. He would just come to the door and so basically, oh, have you called Dale back by the way? Or texted him?
Since when?
Since you texted, since you first texted him.
Of course. That was a while ago.
Okay, because I don't know if you had set anything up, but basically he's not allowed to have visitors because he's considered medically fragile. But I thought maybe we could have a friend of mine.
What do you mean he's not allowed to have visitors?
Well, that's what his care manager said. Now he's not allowed to have visitors.
Since when?
Since social distancing. But I mean, that's gonna pass.
That's not a logical reason.
Well, actually, in the state of Ohio, you can do community care.
I'm not talking about that. I'm saying, okay, if it's because he's old, that's one thing. But you said it was because he's mentally fragile.
Medically.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
And also, this order came out in Ohio. Where people are supposed to stay home and only have contact with the community. Did you know that? It's not even like that.
I mean,
Have you been watching that on the news?
I've been doing my absolute best not to bore myself with coronavirus news.
Well, the thing about it is that now they're even locking down cities. Like tomorrow, no one will be able to go in to certain cities around here. All essential businesses are non-essential businesses are already shut down, but you literally won't be able to go in. Like this is, I have a friend in Oxford. He said anyone who wants to get in has to pay tonight. Because tomorrow night won't let anybody else in the city.
What do you mean Oxford?
Oxford, remember where we used to go to each meeting? So, you know, things are gonna get real different real quick.
That's fine.
And so like nobody's supposed to just go out and socialize again. Like we're all supposed to stay.
Oh, I guess I'll cancel my rave that was scheduled for tomorrow night then.
Well, I'm just saying it was at the point yesterday where it was like
my idea of socializing is talking to people half a world away on a stream online.
Well, I mean, just in terms of if it seems weird to go visit one person in from the visitor's perspective, but separately from that, he's medically fragile, so he's not supposed to have people coming in that house and have essential personnel. So that's why. But I told Dale that I would ask you if you could hook him up before you do my date.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, that'd be great. So here's what I wanted to tell you. The Chinese have figured out that well, there's this one characteristic in the coronavirus, which is that.
Can you hold on 1 second while I get myself water?
They figured out that the coronavirus is characterized by mucus. A lot of mucus in the lungs. And so what they have to do in order to develop medicine, that they have to do in order to get the medicine to be taken in, they have to clear the mucus first. And they found that hot liquids do that the best. So I just want to communicate this to you for what you can do to defend yourself. They said drink a lot of tea and soups, hot liquids, but always just keep drinking a sip of water all the time. Because it'll wash any particles of virus that breathe into your mouth. It'll wash them down into your stomach, and the stomach acid will kill them. So I like to see that you're already drinking your water. But then the other thing that they said was that the virus attaches to hair and clothes if you're out in the house. And it's in the air all the time. And so when you come into the house, they said, don't sit down, go right to the bathroom and take a shower. And then throw your clothes in the washer. Or like in the back, in the laundry bag. So I'm going to start trying to do that because all of us basically, if you decide to capitalize on the fact that the only food you can get from restaurants is by delivery, to go out and like,
That's not accurate. Drive-thrus are open.
Okay, but I mean,
and carry-out is also available.
Okay, but food delivery is big right now, and you know the area, and that's what you do. So I mean, I'm sure you've had the thought that you could go out and just be working all day and all night if you wanted to.
Nope. Did you forget that I'm illegal to drive and that I don't have any other job than the one that's not currently employing me?
Oh, okay. That's right. Did you call and find out?
No, I didn't.
All right. Well, can you do that tomorrow?
Yeah.
Anyway, so I just wanted to communicate those things to you. Shower when you get the house, because it's very.
I basically already don't leave the house.
Yeah. If you do, or if you have contact with anyone, can you do that?
Yes.
Okay, great. Because I do work with these people who are very susceptible, and so I need everyone in the house to start being very careful. Okay.
I'm not opposed to fighting the pandemic. I'm just really fucking bored of listening to people talk about it.
Yeah, well, I get it. But like in Claremont County, which is where one of my houses is, up in Anderson, 2 people in Claremont County are already sick. And each person roughly could infect like 10 people. Like for each one person.
No, the R0. There was there was fear that the R0 would be as high as 2.8, but the R0 in America is holding steady at between 1.1 and 1.3.
What does that mean?
It's the R0 is it's the value of increase. It's the value of the rate of increase of transmission.
Well,
we're already defeating it, is my point.
So it was higher before?
No, it's just not going to the dangerous levels that it was projected to go to so far.
Well, but we're still getting more cases, so
we are already being hit. No, except Democrats that don't want people to get paid money.
Well, as soon as all their friends and family are on lockdown, I'm sure they'll be like, oh yeah, we're not getting the
I'm not talking about the voters, I'm talking about the politicians.
I know.
No, they don't give a fuck.
No, but I mean, they're going to see, and the constituents are going to start swapping, because I have a job that's protected because I work in human services.
They would rather lose.
Pepe's job is protected because he works in a doctor that produces food products. Your job that will get you back up and running is protected because it deals with food. But like, a lot of people aren't going to have paycheck increases.
Protected from what?
From being closed and shut down, and you don't have cash. All non-essential businesses have been closed in the whole country.
Never.
Or strongly recommended. Like, you can't force people to close, but
yeah, plain is free.
yeah, but I mean, people are, because nobody wants to do it. So dealing with the public if you don't have to is just like, nobody wants to do it. Who wants to die because you wanted to like make an extra week for your pet? Nobody.
Lethality is 0.6%. Average age of death is 80.
Yeah, so it's really good for everyone.
The average age of death from this virus is 80. Average.
Well, I'm 50.
Uh-huh.
So.
It wouldn't be pleasant, that's for sure.
Well,
you could get lung damage and your heart and brain damage if it affected you badly. But there are plenty of people that have tested positive that are asymptomatic.
Well, if the average is 80, then I fall outside that because that's going to be like, say,
No. At worst, you would need a ventilator.
Well, no, I'm just saying I'm not even in that average.
Right, which is why I'm saying, in your case, at worst, you would need a ventilator. No, until you recover.
Well, I've been having some trouble breathing tonight, and I don't know if that's because it's rainy and, I notoriously have trouble breathing when it's really bad in here. Plus I smoke, a smoker, plus all that, so, I'm not smoking. And
how old are you again? 50 what?
30.
Yeah, well, so you are a high risk demographic because you have chronic asthma and you're a heavy smoker, and you have been for a while now.
Well, I don't have chronic asthma. I have what's called stress-induced asthma, and it's not emotional stress; it's stressors in the air. So, like, I can run and.
Well, stress-induced asthma, okay, that's still a high risk demographic for coronavirus.
Yeah, it is because if my lungs would fill that.
That's obviously a high risk situation. I mean, high stress situation.
But I'm actually doing a lot better, health-wise, like mentally, because I've started taking medicine. So I've been taking more healing.
Oh, but it wasn't psychological. Were you just saying that it was physical high stress?
Yeah, but I mean, emotional stress really affects your immune system.
Sure. Well, emotions are physical too, I suppose.
Yeah, cortisol in the brain.
Well, there's no way to have anything exist without it being physical.
Yeah. Anywho, I just wanted to tell you that little thing. Obviously, the Chinese with like 5,000 years of knowledge. I mean, Chinese doctors can diagnose someone by taking their pulse. I mean, they have old knowledge. And I really like that they were talking about because, things like that. So, what I did was I made some golden seeds. And you're welcome to bring some plus it is an antibiotic.
Okay.
And I ordered today. I ordered some golden seeds. So that'll be fun. I used to get very bad bronchitis, laryngitis that would go down into my lungs and become just the worst bronchitis ever. And that is bacterial, but the 1 year that this nurse told me about golden seal, because I told her I don't take antibiotics, I bought the root and the leaf and the twig. I grated it up into a tea, and I used the 1 ounce of plant fiber with 4 cups of water and boil it down to 2 cups. And boil it because it's aerated. And then I drank about a half cup, like about 3-4 times a day. So 2 cups is not enough for a dinner. So I bought enough 1 ounce root for 1 person to have for like 4 days. So if any one of us gets sick, well, I actually bought enough for 2 people. But if any of us get sick and have that, I think we should all just at least just do it for the meeting. I brewed up a pot of regular tea and I cut it up in half and used it.
Your opinion on golden seal is mysterious to me.
Well, oh, I was going to say, when I took it, brewed the tea, I was literally completely well in 2 days, 48 hours, from the worst bronchitis I've ever had. And you know what else? I used to get it every year in November. I never got it again.
I don't put no stock in that, but it's also highly anecdotal.
But it was highly unlikely that I would recover when I was that sick in 2 days.
That's true, but you're still only dealing with one data point.
Yeah. Well, but, you know, I mean, you can read online that it's the strong antiviral and why, and it has berberine in it, and da-da-da-da.
I mean, if it, the fundamental basis of my question would be, obviously, what are the active components of it, and you know, what has it been demonstrated?
It's called berberine. It's manufactured on antibiotics. And it basically makes anything that's passed. And the thing is, you can tell it's a natural antibiotic because it's that dark yellow color. Like, do you remember I don't know.
So it's basically poison. What you're saying is, I mean, the structure of what you're saying is it's a natural poison, and we use it in the same way that cancer patients use chemotherapy.
Well, it's not as strong as chemo drugs, but it's like, do you remember? I don't
But
know.
it is a poison.
Have
It
you
just
ever
happens
seen
to.
tetracycline? It probably went out of use before your time.
I've heard of tetracycline.
It used to stain things yellow. That's why they stopped using it. And then we have different antibiotics now. But it was dark yellow. And when you look at this stuff, it's the same stuff. It's dark yellow. It tastes like death. It tastes like death.
I remember.
Yeah. Oh, did I ever make you drink it?
You don't remember?
No.
Wow.
Did you get really sick one time or something?
It just boggles my mind that you don't remember any of the conversations that you've had in my life about this.
Well.
Or like any of the many times that you made it for me. Nothing.
Do you remember it working? Like getting well?
Yeah, which is why I wasn't dismissive of it. Wholeheartedly dismissive of it. What I remember is you singing its praise, both being dismissive of it, and me being
in the middle,
agnostic and curious.
I'm a kid.
So. Uh-huh.
You know, like you remember how long I needed to. When you're a kid, time is different.
Well, it's really not that. It's just causality is not. I never thought that was simple. So, and whether or not I felt that it made a difference wouldn't necessarily be conclusive to me.
Yeah. Well, okay, I think I have some.
Okay, well, thanks for trying. You caught me at my most irate phase of the day, but
when you have to go let those people flagellate you?
Nope.
Why are you irate?
Now I'm irate because you just said what you just said.
But it totally happens. It's like you're fine, and then you just like have to go play with the bullies, you know? and let them
You
bully
have no fucking idea what you're talking about.
Well, I see.
You have no fucking idea what you're talking about.
I do.
You have no fucking idea what you're
No,
talking
when
about.
I took the phone,
You have no fucking idea what you're talking
swear
about.
at me. It's not necessary.
Please don't be abusive to me.
I'm not.
By my definition, you are.
Well, when I took the phone back from you, Christopher, I saw.
One more word.
I saw the names.
One more word.
Hey, I'm not
No. I say what is and is not my enemy. Other people decide whether they will be in which category, but that's not up to me.
Well, people who hurt you are bullies.
I'm telling you, you are the one hurting me. Now.
That's not true.
You are wrong.
Are they helping you?
Yes.
They're not.
You're wrong.
It's like Stockholm.
You're wrong.
Christopher, when something upsets you so much that you're yelling.
They've never, in my life, they've never upset me as much as you have talking about them.
Why?
Never, ever.
Why?
Because it's fucking different.
Why?
Because you know better.
Than what?
Than them.
Christopher, they hurt you.
No, you do.
Well, if I do, it's unintentional.
I am bringing it to your attention.
Okay, but they're doing it on purpose.
But they aren't my family.
Yeah, so there's even more reason why you shouldn't be even dealing with them.
Nope.
There was this time when you were 3 and you went in.
You're still hurting me.
You went into.
You're still hurting me.
You were 3.
I was grateful to you until you fucking started talking about this fucking bullshit.
Christopher, do not yell at me. I'm not yelling at you.
You're hurting me and you refuse to acknowledge it. And the more you refuse, the worse it's going to get.
You don't have to be upset.
You don't have to hurt me. You don't have to do things to me that I say hurt me. Stop doing things that I say are hurting me. I can't calm down if you're hurting me.
But look how you are right now. You're on, like, total high alert. Stressfully high alert.
You are causing that.
Well, actually, Christopher, you never were this way ever until you hung out with
Stop
someone who abused
speaking
you.
to me!
All right.
You're too alien. You'll never understand me. Do not give me social advice. Ever.
Well, I went to an anti-bullying workshop.
Stop.
I know a bully.
Please stop. What matters the most is getting to know the bully that lives inside of you, and that goes for everyone.
Bullies' brains are different.
That's not logic. We're not going to discuss it.
But
That's not logic, and we're not going to discuss it.
It's a fact. Their brain.
It's not a fact.
It is a fact. They found that their brain.
It's not a fact based on a definition, therefore it is not truth.
It's based on scientific research.
It is not based on a definition.
It's based on.
It's based on a lack of a definition.
No, it's based on research.
Tell me the exact threshold. Tell me the scientific difference.
Okay.
Tell me the quantitative scientific difference between the brain of a bully and the brain of a normal, quote, person, and tell it to me, express it numerically.
Okay. When they see pictures.
I'm not hearing a number.
When they see pictures.
You're not telling me a number.
Of people being hurt.
Okay, we're done.
Their pleasure centers in their brain light up.
No, that's everyone.
No.
Yep.
No.
You didn't give me a number, so you failed.
Christopher, most people don't do that.
You aren't quantifying the threshold, so you're not saying anything.
Well, not every piece of research is about numbers.
I don't give a fuck!
Christopher, do not do that to me.
Please stop talking to me.
Look, I'm taking medicine to up my serotonin level, and you're driving me
Please stop harassing me.
I'm not harassing.
That's by my definition. I say what's harassment or not!
Christopher, the way you're talking to me is how they talk to you.
Get the fuck away from me.
And it's how Deidre, worked you.
It's also how you talk to people. But you don't like to acknowledge that, and I'm done speaking to you about it.
Well, if you don't like how other people do that,
not as much as I dislike how you do it.
Okay, fine. But here's the thing. I'm not saying I don't have an inner bully in me. Okay?
Yeah, you're just saying, even though I have it, I'm just better than everyone.
No, I'm saying it's kind of like how people can have narcissistic tendencies, but it doesn't mean they have a diagnosis as a narcissist.
But unless you quantify what the fuck you're saying, you're really not saying anything at all.
But some things are on a sliding scale. They're not quantifiable for every individual. They'll be a little different.
I'm not talking about perfectly quantifying. I am talking about quantifying, relatively.
Okay, can you not yell at me? Because
not if you speak to me after I say, please stop speaking to me.
Well, I stopped and then you started talking. So is this you get to talk and I don't?
I'm sorry that I made the mistake of feeling sorry for you and trying to engage after I asked you to stop speaking to me.
Well, I just want to say one thing and then I'll go away. Is that okay with you?
It would be okay with me for you to say unlimited things if you knew how to speak to me with respect, but since you don't have the same definition of that, that's a problem.
Well, I want to just remind you, when I went to the anti-bullying workshop, they said, fact, you don't give bullies fear, attention, or fame. You do not engage with bullies. If the only thing you can do is just walk away.
So,
because if you give them the chance to bully you, and give them attention, they'll come back and back and back. They want to see someone upset. They want to see.
No, I am superior to you, and whoever the fuck said that, and I'm not going to discuss it with you because it's so fucking stupid. That opinion is so fucking stupid that I'm going to be very angry when you don't understand my explanation of why it's wrong. And since I know that that's how it's going to end, we're not going to talk about it.
Tell me that. I will listen to you if you want to explain to me why you have a different. I mean, it's not my first-hand experience. But he was an expert who worked with bullies and victims for like 13 years. And he saw that you can't change a bully's brain.
So you took his word over your experience.
He's an expert. He saw you can't change a bully's brain, but you can change victim
But you,
behavior.
by your own admission, you have subjective experience that counters that narrative. Otherwise, you wouldn't have bothered saying what you just said.
I was counseling you to stay away from them, which is not giving them attention.
Yeah, no, you're just not comprehending the point I'm making in this one.
I just hate seeing how accepting it.
It's rational to avoid a bully when you believe that they're stronger.
See, to me, that doesn't make sense because it's walking away.
I don't fear someone. Therefore, why would I fear them? Why would I hide from them if I don't fear them?
Walking away isn't
Why
hiding.
would I run away from someone that I don't fear? Why would I avoid someone that I don't fear?
Because they're not worth your time.
Oh, that's the total bullshit part.
I mean,
that's the total fucking stupid bullshit part.
Christopher, I'm not putting you down. So I would ask you not to call me names. It's stupid. Don't put me down. I'm not doing that to you. And that's calling name.
No. I don't accept the premise that you're not doing that to me.
I did not call you any names.
I don't care.
Name calling is escalation.
I don't care how you think you meant what you said. I'm telling you how it makes me feel, and there are valid reasons for that.
I understand. I'm just asking you not to call me names or put me down.
That's a nonsensical request.
Have you been dropping acid?
LOL, I wish.
There's nothing nonsensical about saying, please don't put me down or call me names.
Except for the fact that it's totally actually nonsense.
Why? Why does not that make sense to you?
Disagreeing with someone is a put down, and calling someone their first name is calling them a name.
Well, name calling.
Telling someone they're wrong is a put down.
No.
To me it is.
Okay, I guess it could be depending on how.
So every time you say I'm wrong, you're putting me down. From my perspective.
Okay, I hear you.
Just like if I called you a fucking bitch.
Please. You know, what people do, what we allow people to do to us is our choice. And when people...
No, not really, it isn't.
It is.
No.
You can vote with your feet. You can just
No, that's only for the given value of however many feet there are to walk away to.
Well...
And I don't run. I conquer.
The thing is, like, this is your time. It's valuable. This is your...
You have no idea.
And it's also...
You have no idea.
Your sense of well-being.
You have no idea.
Like, there was this one day where you were smiling, you were happy, you were doing...
You have no idea.
Yeah, I observed you.
No, but you have no idea. You observe, and still, you have no idea of what goes on inside me.
Okay, but I can tell when you're basically feeling...
And you still have no idea why.
Okay, Christopher, you know what? It's very serious what's going on, how you're letting people put you down, because what's happening is...
No.
You're now
far
thinking
more
it's
seriously.
Okay to do it to me, and
no.
it's not.
You are hallucinating.
You
are hallucinating that you aren't being cruel to me.
Christopher.
And when I defend myself, you then cry bully tactic that against me and put me down for that and say everything is my fault. I'm the evil one and you're scot-free.
Okay.
Fuck that shit!
I didn't say anything was your fault. I didn't say you were evil.
You're wrong. You are wrong.
No, I didn't.
You are wrong.
I did not
You are wrong.
No, I'm not. Because I know what's in my head, and you don't. The same.
You don't get to say what you said. You only get to say what you meant.
I didn't say the word evil, and I didn't say the things that you said I said. I didn't. And I didn't mean them.
You actually, unfortunately, don't really even get to say what you meant.
Yes, I
No, because you aren't fully aware of that, you see.
Well, you can't be more aware than I am.
Actually, I can.
No.
Yes, on a moment-to-moment basis,
No, you're not.
any given person can be more aware of what's going on in someone else's head than they are.
No,
Yes, that is a fact.
No, it isn't. It really isn't. You can't read another person's thoughts. I mean, you can pick things up from body language and
I
stuff.
didn't say perfectly. I said less imperfectly than you.
But you can't know more than me what I'm thinking.
You're making a nonsense. What you're saying is not logical.
Okay. Well, let's leave it there, because, we're not having any better minds.
Yeah, you're just trying to fucking treat me like shit. That's all that's going on right now.
I'm not.
Yeah, by saying that, you are.
Christopher, consider how you would feel. If a child you dearly love was being bullied by some people.
You're making me homicidally angry.
I'm asking you to put yourself in my position.
No. That's what's making me homicidally angry.
Because you don't want to.
Because I have so much better of a perspective on your position than you do. That's why it makes me homicidally angry.
Well, you have a perspective.
Yeah, it's
but
better.
That's yours.
It's a better perspective.
Well, I might not agree.
Well, of course you don't agree, because your perspective is inferior.
Well, you can't prove that.
Well, what would prove it? Oh, so it's impossible?
No, it can't be proven or disproven.
So it's impossible?
It's just two people's opinions.
Everything possible can be proven.
No.
Yes.
You think that was possible?
No. See?
Well, we don't know.
Yes, I do know.
Well, then you would be the only person on earth.
Oh, that's why I deserve to lead the world, you see?
You're exceptionally talented. But the things you're saying look like grandiose things.
Meaning, I'm being unrealistic? Is that what you're saying, Mother?
No, I'm saying grandiose thinking is it's psychotic disorder, and your father has it. But he was diagnosed with it.
You don't get to say that I have a psychotic disorder called grandiose thinking unless you're willing to say that I'm being unrealistic.
Well, I just don't know if I apply that word.
If you couldn't apply that word, it would be a bullshit diagnosis.
No, because it's not like either realistic or unrealistic. I just don't use that in a normal setting.
Unrealistic things lead to poor outcomes.
Realistic
things lead to efficacious outcomes,
like
which are by definition not something that needs to be involved in a diagnosis.
I'm just a little picky about my words. Like, I would say unreal.
Excuse me?
To me, unrealistic has just a slightly different shade. But
shade than what?
I just don't
think
of
unreal
synonymous with
unreal is a vastly huger insult
like, a
to me.
person can be unrealistic without being psychotic.
So what you're saying is I'm being psychotic.
Well, I don't know, but it just...
What are you saying I'm being?
I think you made some statements that reflect grandiose.
I don't know what the fuck that means.
I mean, I think we need to get you to it off.
No. That's not good enough.
And also,
That is not good enough. You are not telling me what I said that you disagreed with.
I mean, I stopped even disagreeing because the statements were like, I'm the only one in the world who can X, Y, or Z.
No. You said that.
No, you did.
No, you did.
No, you did.
You literally did, and I literally didn't.
Okay, what did I say?
I said, I know there's no such thing as God. It's not possible, and I know that. You said, you're the only one in the world, then, that knows that.
And what did you say?
And I said, that's why I deserve to lead the world. You see?
Okay.
That only nothing.
But
You said only, I didn't.
Okay. But when I said, well, then you're the only one in the world who knows that, I mean, that meant the opposite of that, obviously, because I don't think you're the only one in the world who knows that there's no God.
Right, what you actually,
I don't think
what
that's
you were
knowable.
trying to say. Right, that's what you were trying to say, but you didn't say that.
Well, I said it facetiously.
Which was rude.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Please don't be rude to me.
Alright. I'm sorry.
It matters.
Okay.
It matters a great deal to me. Okay. Whether you take my thoughts seriously or unseriously.
I do. And also, Christopher, I am very sensitive to the fact that some people are outliers, because I'm an outlier. And there are some things that I can do.
Could have fooled me.
There are some things that I can do, and it's been proven now through neuropsychological testing. I can do some things that no one else can do.
Yeah. You're sensitive to that. You're sensitive to that concept, but oftentimes in practice, you aren't sensitive to the fact of me being that thing.
I never been sensitive to the fact that you're special.
From your perspective, which is flawed.
Even so, I raised you. I know how special you are.
No, I promise you, you don't.
Okay, because I can't read your mind.
And you don't fucking know me like I know me.
Okay. But to say, I know there's no God.
And I can prove it.
Okay.
On paper.
Okay. Well, fine, because people like Thomas Aquinas proved there was a God on paper.
And he would submit to me and bow down and grovel and beg for forgiveness.
Okay, and I can see where you might have a logical proof that would be really convincing.
I can prove that there is a God. And I can prove that God is impossible by definition.
Okay, well that makes sense to me. If you can prove both ways, because logic can do that.
Yes.
Okay.
It's just that the God that exists is a God that's not possible to exist. So the real God that exists is the God that everyone imagines exists. It's their imagination itself that exists.
Yeah, I mean, a lot depends on what your definition of God is.
Definition of God is the word humans have created to describe what they imagine as themselves perfected.
Or it's just a daddy complex.
That's the same thing as what I said.
Okay. However, I actually believe in God. But my belief in God is so totally different from what most people.
You know what the word actually in that sentence derailed the flow of our back and forth, because I actually believe in God. I actually believe that God is an idea that is intrinsic within life forms, conscious life forms, and it's the idea of maximized potential. And
that's a nice way to put it.
It's the exact same way I just put it before, but with less words. And because it is the concept of maximized potential that defines God in reality, that also, by corollary, makes God impossible by definition in reality, in terms of existence, because maximum potential is by definition not achievable.
But you said concept of maximum potential. So it is achievable because it's a concept.
No, that's not how that works. That's a total. No, it's non-logic. No, it's non-logic. It does not follow. Therefore, it's not logic.
You're telling me why.
I'm telling you it doesn't follow.
Think about it.
No, I did think about it. Say it again.
You said God was a concept. And then you said
God is a construct.
Okay.
But
that's concept.
Yes.
Okay. You said, but it doesn't work because if God equals maximum potential for the achieving of maximum potential,
it does work. It's not possible.
And that's not possible by definition.
Yes.
Because our potential is unlimited in a sense, right?
Well, that's why it's not possible.
Right. But then I realized that actually there's a loophole. Because you said it was the concept of unlimited potential. Since there is no end to it, actually only lives in conception. So
no,
it's possible.
You're wrong.
It's possible.
No. What you just said doesn't follow from it. You just introduced a new idea that wasn't based on anything. It had no foundation.
Well, it didn't follow your chain.
No, but you aren't even saying what it followed from in your mind.
When you said God is a concept inside of achieving maximum potential, but that's not possible. It speaks to
the concept is still a real thing.
It's not.
Concepts are real.
But it's
they
not.
Physically
but it
exist.
doesn't have matter.
Yeah, no, it does. It physically exists.
You mean in between neurons? As like a little
the number one information exists.
Well, the number one
data
is not
data,
the same as
data exists.
But it's not the same as us perceiving it, which is our concept with. Like,
what?
Okay, so there's phenomena that just exists even if I'm not there. It falls in the forest.
No, there isn't a category of thing that doesn't exist. It wouldn't be a category of thing.
Well, it exists, but it does not have corporeal substance.
That's not a thing.
Okay, well, the idea of freedom exists, right? But it does not have corporeal.
What do you mean the idea of freedom exists?
We have
it doesn't exist independently of people thinking.
Right, but it doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
No. The reality of it exists without the idea of it existing.
It doesn't have corporeal matter.
No, it does have corporeal matter. There's a reality of it, and then there's the idea of it.
Freedom has corporeal matter. The concept freedom. A concept has corporeal matter? Because I don't think it does.
Concepts do have corporeal matter.
Okay, what does that look like under a microscope?
Well, we don't have powerful enough microscopes.
So are you talking about like an electrical impulse in the brain?
No.
As a thought?
No, I'm not. We do have microscopes for that.
Okay.
about data itself.
Well, data is like a measure of physical things, right? Things that we can actually see.
It's the frame. Data is the framework upon which reality is.
But data is experienceable.
Yeah.
Data is experienceable. Like we can use our senses and detect it, correct? I mean, we could use our senses and detect some real thing or thing that happens or reaction or whatever, and then we can quantify that, and that's the data. Well, the data is what happened between physical things, right? I mean, I think scientists are all about the physical. I mean, and there are scientists of the brain, but they're still trying to quantify physical things.
What are you trying to say?
I'm trying to say that concepts, other than just, if you're talking about the electricals itself, but concepts, we don't have corporeal matter. So when we try to measure concepts, it's subjective.
Conceive that concepts don't have corporeal matter.
But what does that look like? Oh, are you talking about like the Socratic idea? Okay, like similar to what Socrates said, where
I don't know what Socrates said.
He talked about the forms. Remember when we read that?
Please just argue originally.
Well, but I don't have an original thought that backs it up.
Oh well, I mean, I don't use other people's thoughts, but it's just distracting to me to hear that it's someone else's thought.
Okay. Do you mean like that there are these perfect sort of maybe archetypal forms that match up to the concepts that are on some other plane, and we just see variations of those forms?
No.
Like that a thought actually exists somewhere as a form?
That's totally unscientific.
I know, but I don't understand what you're saying when you say a thought has corporeal matter, because to me that's unscientific.
No, what's unscientific to me is saying anything ever doesn't have corporeal matter.
Well, anything, but a thought isn't a thing.
No, that's not correct. It's a noun, therefore it's a thing. Anything that exists is a thing.
Well,
it has to be true by indirect proof. Things cannot impact things without substance to them. Period.
Well, what about things that impact you emotionally or spiritually?
Those are all quantifiably physical things.
When you speak, okay, when you say words, okay, I mean, there's something coming out of your mouth which is like a sound wave, okay?
Yes.
And I suppose that could be measured in some way.
What do you mean you're supposed to measure sound waves all the time?
But I can't measure the content of the words you say. I can't really measure your thoughts.
What do you mean you can't measure them? Of course, you can't measure them. You can't. The only reason you can't measure them perfectly is because you don't have a perfect instrument.
I mean, I can try to measure them. That's what critics do and people like that. But that will be totally subjective. I don't consider that like data.
What? Measurements aren't data?
Measuring a thought?
Wait,
how do you measure a
thought? By quantifying it.
How do you quantify it?
By qualifying it.
Okay, well that's like saying levitating.
No, it's not. It's the logical progression of measuring. Anything you measure, you have to qualify it and then quantify it.
Okay. Okay, you have to know how to categorize it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, but see, qualitative, I guess that's different from qualified. Qualitative different from qualified. Because
no, it's explicitly different.
Yeah, okay. Because when in research we talk about quantitative versus qualitative, research.
Yes.
Qualitative is subjective. It's like, how did you feel about the picture you just saw? And then the person says, like, I felt happy.
That's one way to use the word qualitative.
Well, I mean, that's the standard way that what that means in the world of research. Qualitative is like
that's not as important as what it means in the world at large.
It's sort of like
no, that's only your field. That's only your field of research.
No, that's all research. Subjective response data is
called qualitative. So you know more about all research, huh?
Well, subjective response data is called qualitative, and then measuring actual physical reactions, physical stuff, is called quantitative.
That's because when you're doing a study, you need quantitative. That's why I always pester people to quantify things.
Yeah, and I do too. I'm big into quantitative.
Every time I want you to quantify something, you can't.
Well, but you were asking me to quantify something that's subjective. It's not quantifiable. Like,
excuse me? Oh, I did quantify that.
Okay, and so then Thomas Aquinas.
I qualified it, and then I quantified it.
And you know what? Plato did too, and when I read his proof of that, it sold me. And it was
sold
amazing.
You on what? It's not.
Like
it's totally
sense.
Irrelevant.
It was very
It's
logical.
Totally irrelevant whether you're proving that God does or does not exist. What matters is what the definitions are.
Well, you know what's interesting about Plato is that he elucidates his definition through his Socratic method. So as he's building his logical argument, he's saying, okay, would you agree that blah, blah, blah? And then the other person says yes. And then he says, okay, well then would you agree that blah, like...
That's just leading the witness. When you get to a certain level of philosophical analysis of the world,
I haven't finished this.
Yeah, I'm pointing out the problem in Socrates.
But can I finish my sentence?
Sure.
Okay. So when he says to the person, do you agree with X? And then they agree with X. Okay? Now that that's established, it's like a geometry proof. You can go step by step and say, okay, well, if we can both agree that this angle is 90 degrees, and then we both agree to that. Okay, can we both agree that this angle is 45 degrees? And if we both agree to that. And so, step by step by step, what he's trying to do is come to truth that is like the top of a tower that's built on solid, that all the floors underneath of it are solid, and we agree to them, so that our end conclusion then is something we agree to. You know?
I'm waiting for my turn.
But what that is, the process of, is defining, is agreeing on a definition. And you said that it was not making definitions, but actually...
Wait, what? Excuse me, what did I say?
I can't remember exactly how you said it.
I said it's totally irrelevant whether you're proving that God does or does not.
But definitions, yeah.
So that's the opposite of saying it's not definitions.
No, but the thought I just had, and I never had this thought before, was actually, when Plato built proofs, he did it by clarifying definition.
Obviously, that's the only way to build a proof ever.
Yeah, but you said I don't care about his proof because the only thing that matters is definition. I was just trying to say I think that he had him one in the sense.
I don't care that his proof sold you because I don't think that your conclusion was warranted. That was the point of what I said. Well, being sold on his argument isn't sufficient to conclude that other people's idea of God is...
No, it's not. It's not. It's only sufficient to conclude that my basic assumptions match.
You don't even know what your basic assumptions are.
Well, I do now because they match
I
his.
doubt it.
Well, I was raised in a Christian household and taught certain concepts that I accepted. And Plato had the same ones. So, but they weren't Christian, but, you know, just this belief in like a perfection that exists on a different plane. So then the, you know, you're probably more Aristotelian if you don't believe in that. Or maybe you do believe that. But you're right. You're right. Getting sold by his logical arguments doesn't mean a thing. It means something to me, but it doesn't mean a thing in general.
I was just trying to say that to me, it means that I feel bad that you were sold.
But you know what? You don't have to. You know why? Because
No,
people have different
but
orientations.
No, but I wouldn't feel bad about it if you were equally impressed by my proof that God does not exist.
Well,
But you're not.
But you have what I'm impressed by is that you have a proof for God existing and a proof for God not existing. Because
That's not good enough.
But Christopher, you never let me finish what you're saying. Because what I wanted to say is that you're from a younger generation. Okay? Your generation and humanity progresses through time. Humanity evolves. Okay? So even my generation, which is just a couple generations ago, really, was still lodged in kind of God's in his heaven, else right in the world. Like it's like there needed to be a solid matrix and structure that held everything together. And
that's not that's not different. It's not different than that will never stop.
But what I want to say is that, well, that's interesting you said that. But the fact that you can prove the matrix and prove not the matrix means that your thinking is moving away from the rigidity of starting from a basic stance, starting from a basic assumption. Like if you can entertain both assumptions.
That's one of the most insulting things you've ever said.
I'm in it as a compliment. Like if you can entertain both sides, yeah.
But when couldn't I?
I'm not saying you ever could. I'm saying
then what's the purpose of it?
As opposed to Plato or me.
Okay, I didn't understand the context in which you were speaking. You were comparing me to myself.
No. But what I'm saying is that then you don't have to say, well, I don't care, you this and you that, because humanity is evolving. So I'm a product of a certain time, you're a product of a certain time, but also you're a genetic development in the family line too. Like,
what are you trying to say?
I'm trying to say something about that you don't need to put me down or say, well, I don't care if you resonated with Plato's definition because, you know, it's only half the definition, or I can prove that and the opposite. Like you can respect.
Oh, I can respect you to the degree that, not even to the degree that, I can respect you in proportion to the degree that I feel respected by you.
Have you ever heard the saying, no offense taken, none given?
Have you ever heard whatever the opposite saying is to that?
feel like reactivity would be the opposite of that. Like anybody does anything to me, and I'm just gonna like get really mad.
Oh yeah, that's the new big. That's the great big boogeyman these days, huh? Reactionary.
Well, I wouldn't say it's the biggest boogeyman, but
Well, that certainly seems to be the code word for boogeyman on the left. That's popular these days.
oops, I stepped in that one. Well, I don't know. Reactive.
I happen to think reactionary is intrinsically logical.
Thing is, like things like okay in martial arts, if you just react.
Isaac Newton.
Thing is,
Isaac fucking Newton.
hey, let me finish my sentence. If you just react, things get very off balance.
No shit.
I mean, you gotta keep your wits about you.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh my god, you're so beautiful. I like just looking at your face.
Whatever.
I'm sorry.
Fun to talk to you for me when you're not being rude to me.
Alright.
Can't work on it unless you're open to hearing what I think is rude.
Okay, as long as it's. I mean, this to me feels like a huge gift and step up because I've been feeling like you consider it rude for me to even knock on your door and speak to you in person. And that was a little hard.
Why do you think I didn't want to live here? I mean, I consider it rude of me to need you, and I consider it rude, and I consider you a failure for me needing you.
Well, we should liberate ourselves from thinking, because I sometimes consider myself a failure for different things, and, relating to you, which is not that thing, but other things. And,
It's not like I don't consider everyone a failure, though.
well, but the thing is, you know what? I had this one great moment in my life, which was very liberating. I'm not perfect at it, but I had this flash of realizing we're all just travelers on the same bus. Like, I suddenly was like, because I had been kicked off of doing another team because I couldn't integrate, and suddenly I was like, it just those people aren't complete idiots just because they don't see what I see. You know, I mean, they don't see what I see, but that's who I've got, and I don't like you. So I want to work.
So feel free to fuck right off with anything you ever feel like saying to me about my online interactions, based on what you just said.
So that's it. But there's so many other
Nope.
people.
Okay.
Okay. I hear you.
Yep.
That's who you got with me. Right?
That's who refuses to leave me.
But the thing is, those people on my teams, they're not abusing. They
Nope.
just.
Nope.
They just.
You don't do definitions. So we can't. We're never gonna have fruitful discourse when you're using definitions that I think are stupid.
Okay, Christopher. I hear you. That makes sense to me.
Good.
But there's someone else who refuses to.
Why do you think I'm grateful? That's what I'm grateful for.
Well, I get something upstairs. But I want to talk to you
No
a lot
pressure.
more about some of these topics.
Yeah.
Especially, I want to hear more about.
Would you be willing to record our conversations?
Sure. Yeah. Oh, God, yes. This has been an amazing conversation.
Because we could be rich and famous from it if we just do it online.
Remember that book, The End of the Bible, Conversations Between Dr. David Bowman and Christian Ryan?
We really do have the greatest conversations. I mean, I'm really not exaggerating at all when I'm saying we would be rich and famous if we just had the conversations that we normally have had our whole life live on the internet.
Well, I wanted to do it with the whole family, and then we have a guest appearance by Faye on this
Oh,
topic that he's really good at, and then we have a guest appearance by
Of course.
Wiki Hero, and then we'd have and it would just be so incredible. And then we'd have a guest appearance by Eric,
Yeah.
and then we'd have a guest appearance by my dad. You
Dale
know?
Wolf has already appeared on the channel.
What was it about?
It wasn't about anything specific.
Okay. Well, I wanted to do topics. I thought it would be neat if we were like, okay, tonight the topic is.
Yeah. No, yeah. That's the current modus operandi for video advertising is to do it topically, because that's how people gravitate towards content.
And then after a while, when they get to know somebody, they're just going to tune in.
Yep.
But like, okay, so we were having this talk about Shakespeare and baking or something weird, you know, or Shakespeare and chemistry or something, or metaphysical, whatever.
Right.
And so we have our resident family Shakespeare expert, John Zamonski, on tonight. Right? Who spent his whole life like deepening his thoughts about Shakespeare.
Oh yeah, no.
Baking.
No, I would kill to have your father on.
The whole family. And then here's Elaine to talk about spoken Latin.
Yes.
You know?
Everyone in our family. Yes.
Well,
but the only problem is the degree to which they are skeptical of the process. You know what I mean?
You know what though? I mean, you've got a lot of people in the family of the younger mind mentality.
It's true. I could at least start with that.
Yeah. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Let's do it, and let's not just almost do it. Let's really do it.
You know what I decided once, that when I read a book, that I am going to not put myself as the author, I'm going to put Zamonski down in the workshop as the author. Because all the thoughts that I have and everything I am comes out of my parents, but also has been workshopped by everyone in the family. That's what made me who I am, and so then that benefit should also be shared.
You can list yourself as the editor or something.
Right. But then any money I get from that should be dispersed equally. Like, I really feel like the whole family creates these thoughts every time we sit and talk to each other.
Yeah. By the way, I'm going to be a trillionaire.
Okay. That's nice, Christopher. There's one trillionaire, or there's one person who's almost a trillionaire now, who's Jeff Bezos.
No, it's not even close.
He's the one that's close.
No, he's not close. He lost,
from coronavirus?
No, in divorce. Largest transfer of wealth in human history in a single transaction.
How does the wife need that much money? He doesn't even need that much money. I mean, don't you think some practicality should have come?
She needs that much money because anything she gets after him is a trade down financially.
I can't even. That's just ridiculous. That is ridiculous. Oh. You okay?
My legs are asleep.
Oh. How are you doing financially? Have you burned through your $40 yet?
I'm pretty broke. I don't know exactly how much I have left. Hold on one sec.
Do you have mats in your bathroom?
Say what?
Do you have mats like this in your bathroom? Like this right here? Because I believe these are the ones that are supposed to go in your bathroom, and they're really cool. And they, I'm gonna put them in the dryer now. But if you don't already have mats in your bathroom, you can have these.
Okay. It's good to know.
I have the big fluffy one that I use upstairs.
Just so you know, when we have our conversations on the record, the fact of them being recorded is going to make me infinitely more patient during the process. Because
you don't want to seem like an asshole.
No, it's because the thing that makes me, I mean, to some degree is that, but mostly, predominantly, is that the thing that really makes me angry about conversations meandering or taking too long, or someone else taking too long to say what they're trying to say, or anything like that. What makes me angry about that is the fact that things are getting lost into the ether.
Oh, wow. How cool. So then if we weren't losing them, you would relax.
You're inside my space.
I'm sorry. You know what? I'm not going to put these in the dryer because I think they'll mess up. So just lay them down and they'll dry.
Okay, thank you.
Love you.
Love you too.
Looking forward to our project, but I want to do something.
What?
I want to clear out the garage and set it up as like a YouTube room.
Yeah, totally.
With like a whiteboard and a green screen
and space heater,
lights and props. And then on the smart board, like if you're talking about Paris, you can go boom, and there's like Paris behind you. Wouldn't that be cool?
Well, yeah, yep.
Do people do that?
Yep, all sorts of people do that. It's a growing industry.
Well, and you know why I want to do it, right? You know my idea
I
about the
forget.
counseling room in the high school should be a YouTube room. Should be a room where kids go to make YouTube videos.
That's actually a really powerful therapeutic concept.
Yeah, it's narrative therapy.
Well,
it's theater.
Oh my God.
It's telling your story.
I don't even know what. I had never even heard the phrase narrative therapy before this moment in my life. But when I tell you that the first time I ever sat down on my YouTube channel that I owned and started creating content, that I instantly had an intuitive understanding that I was administering therapy to myself. I just didn't know they had a word for that.
It's actually a part of our therapy. Like, this is what I'm going to do for a living. I'm going to be licensed in it. Like, people will pay money to sit down and do narrative therapy, if that's the thing.
Yeah.
That's what Jay did with me. Because they went through all the art forms, and she said, "What do you want to do?"
Well, narrative.
How about writing? And that was a win.
I mean, technically, if you really think about it, every therapy is narrative therapy.
Yeah, true. Because you can tell a story with pictures, with a song. There's poetry therapy.
But any given thing you say technically adheres to the rubric of the story.
I believe that even in life there's a story.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it doesn't work in other ways.
No, and it's so awesome and cool that we're storytellers.
We are stories and tellers.
I mean, in our family.
Yeah.
And that's why TV rules the world and video and all this stuff. Because it's
That's also why in the olden days, storyteller was a revered profession. Or if there was no king in the village, if he was just the village's storyteller, he was the wise man.
Or the bard.
Some difference.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, more than one way to crack an egg. Talk to you later. Well, it's only one way to find out. don't. No, you just don't remember it. Yeah, you just don't remember it.
let's just stop for a moment and marinate on the fact that the two candidates that we have now in the race seem to be, in some respects, the least inclined to reform the court in any structural fashion. In fact, Biden's surrogate Chris Coons has said publicly, if we take back the Senate, meaning the Democrats, he wants to reinstitute the filibuster on judges for the Republicans. I mean, and Sanders seems to be, a little bit of an institutionalist in this respect. He hasn't come out with either a filibuster reform or a plan for the Supreme Court. Pete Buttigieg was the only one who seemed to have any type of a plan. He sort of abandoned it when he made his turn to the right. But let's talk about the Buttigieg plan because I think there was something similar. He adopted part of it from Matt Ford, I believe. I can't remember what he wrote, but I think we spoke to him about that about a year and a half ago.
Yeah, Buttigieg's plan was an interesting way of going about it. Basically, without getting too much into the legal weeds, he wanted to have five, avowed liberal justices, five avowed conservative justices, and five judges in the middle, moderates he called them, who would kind of work to balance the court. There are lots of constitutional questions that
because we're all locked in our homes. But honestly,
I wrote 5,000 words.
well,
There's
yes.
that.
I mean, let's just talk a little bit about how one would achieve that. And one of the problems, I mean, aside from all the complications in terms of the legal questions, and I think when we examine his plan, it'll bring up some other sort of obstacles to reform or issues in terms of reform. But just on like a from a non-structural standpoint, it's also sort of hard to assess, who's liberal, who's moderate, and who's conservative on some level, right? I mean,
It's absolutely, Sam, and it's one of the ways that I feel like the media has generally failed us when it comes to covering the Supreme Court. We think, people are told that there are moderate judges out there, judges who are not political, who stay above the politics of the day and just focus on the law. And that's just not true. That's just not how the law works. That's just not how judicial decision making works. You can find a judge who is moderate on some areas of the law who's actually an extremist on other areas of the law. And the example that I used in my article is the kind of key one, Anthony Kennedy, former Justice Anthony Kennedy, who was called a moderate because he occasionally broke from the Republican orthodoxy on issues of rights, especially gay rights. And so that made people think that Kennedy was some kind of moderate kind of standard bearer. In fact, while yes, he did believe in strong in a more equal version of civil rights, especially when it comes to the gay and lesbian community, he got there because he happens to be an extremist when it comes to the First Amendment. Kennedy was a First Amendment absolutist. Kennedy is the guy who wrote Citizens United, which is currently destroying our political culture, right? That's an example of Kennedy's extremism on one issue of the law that has sweeping effects on our entire system. That is not a moderate. His position in Citizens United was not a moderate opinion. Kennedy was no moderate when it came to the First Amendment. He was willing to go with. He was not an ideologue in the way that like Brett Kavanaugh or Sam Alito are, but he was no moderate, and that's part of that's part of the way that we need to reform our thinking about the Supreme Courts and what judges do in general. There is no moderation, really. There are people who believe certain things about the law, and there are people who are more kind of willing to push their agenda and their ideology into every case, and there are people who are more willing to kind of take things on a case-by-case basis and kind of adjudicate cases that way. That's really the distinction. It's a case-by-case versus ideologically driven understanding, less than a liberal conservative moderation point.
Right, and we should also say too that the one of the things that escapes this is just sort of like and I think this is the right seems to have been able to define those terms in terms of liberal, conservative, and moderate in the context of largely, it seems to me, the areas of like the culture war. Maybe in criminal justice as well, and civil rights and civil liberties. But there's a whole body of decisions that are made about corporations that get absolutely no scrutiny whatsoever. And I just remember back listening to Pam Carlin, I don't know, about 10 years ago speak, saying that we have not put there's been no justice who has been replaced by someone to the left of them in decades on a whole host of these issues.
There are two things at play, right? One is the general rightward lurching of the Supreme Court in our lifetimes. I'm 41 years old, and Pam Carlin is exactly right. There has not in my life has a justice been replaced by a more liberal version of themselves. I guess maybe that's not true. Maybe Souter was, replacing Sotomayor with Souter. That's probably a leftward tilt. But other than that, there really hasn't been,
right? And the reason for that is that the Republicans, and especially through their kind of judiciary enforcement club, the Federalist Society, have been so effective at winning the argument. Okay? The Federalist Society is basically a marketing strategy in search of a legal ideology, right? Their marketing strategy is what people have called originalism, some kind of belief that the Constitution should be interpreted whenever possible in the ways that the people who wrote the document would have understood the laws and the terms at the time, right? And that's why you have originalists like Neil Gorsuch, who is basically like, reading the Canterbury Tales every time he's trying to figure out what would the wife of Bath have done, is basically Neil Gorsuch's judicial philosophy, right? It works because first of all, it fits on a bumper sticker, right? It sounds reasonable, but what originalism really is, it's all about locking in the interpretation of the law back in a time before black people could vote, before women could vote, before gay people had rights at all. It's locking in a version of the law in a kind of old school white supremacist way, white patriarchy way, that most people have, most of the country are against. Like, if you actually poll people and you ask them, should we think of the law or the terms of the law in the way that we modernly understand these terms, or in the way that they understood them in the 18th century, most people will say, well, we should have a modern interpretation, but they've won the kind of marketing argument around originalism.
And I would argue too, just to add on that point, is that I'm not even convinced that it's really it's really more of like this guy's, and it's a guy, this guy's projection of what they thought, both, sort of like tainted by his own sense of white supremacy, frankly, white male supremacy, and projecting it onto them. Because
Yama. I purposely got only the chips and guac.
instances, that's not even the case either.
Society acts like it has like a Ouija board that it's able to use to contact James Madison every time they have a question. That's just not true. And just to emphasize the point of how I'm going to use a bad word, just how disingenuous the originalism argument is. The most famous originalism decision of our lifetime is Antonin Scalia's opinion in DC versus Heller. That's the big gun case that eviscerated kind of gun reform and gun control laws throughout the country. It is in that case that Mr. Originalism himself invented a new gun right. The right to hold a gun for personal self-protection was never said in the Constitution, was never said in the lead-up to the Constitution, was never said in any of the kind of there's no documentary evidence that that is what Jefferson and Madison and Hamilton were thinking about when they wrote the Second Amendment. Scalia invented that right in 2000, in the 2000s, saying, "Oh, well, if they were alive today, they would surely understand this as a right to own a gun for personal self-defense." So originalists will invent new rights when it suits them. They just have a nice marketing strategy around it. So the Federalist Society has, but again, the key issue here is that the Federalist Society has won this kind of marketing debate, and it's been able to get basically all of their Republican judges on the same line, on the same kind of groupthink party line decision, so that to advance in Republican jurisprudence, right, to get the job as the clerk for the high-ranking judge, to get the appointment to the district court, to the lower court, whatever, to get the invitation to speak in front of the people that will promote your career, you have to accept this doctrine. The liberals have no comparable doctrine. And quite frankly, as much as sometimes people say, like, oh, maybe we should, like, no, like, part of being a liberal is that we don't believe that there should be some one all-encompassing ideology or doctrine that can be shoehorned into every single case that we have.
I think it was Learned Hand, right, who said being liberal means you're not quite sure if you're right in the context of the Supreme Court. I believe it was. But I would also add that, to the extent that the left, as it were, has attempted to create its own organization, that would be the ACS, the American Constitution Society, and in many respects, because people on the left, i.e. Democrats, have not gotten with the program, that became, in some ways, almost a liability, because the right would target these people and knock them down when they came up for nomination, and there was not enough. There is also, putting aside the sort of the superior marketing, it seems to me that on the left, and I know, you're probably the last person maybe in the world I need to tell this to, but there is a severe lack of appreciation of the importance of, that's why you wrote the piece, that's why, but it's just a severe lack of appreciation on the left for the role of the court in our society, and all the courts, not just Supreme Court, but the DC Circuit Court.
There's an asymmetrical war the left fights on the courts, and the reason why is that the Republican, and this is going to be my second point here, so the Federalist Society has won the marketing argument, but the Republican politicians for a generation have done an excellent job of explaining to their voters why the Supreme Court is important. Okay? So it's not that some Republican voter in Iowa is any more legally, aware than a Democratic voter in Florida. That's not what it is. The difference is that the Republican candidate in Iowa tells his voters, hey, the reason why I can or cannot do this is because of judges, right? And it's raw and it's disgusting, but they do it all the time. You don't like them men kissing? Well, it's the Supreme Court's fault. You don't like that woman who seems to have control over her own body? That's the Supreme Court's fault. They tell their voters directly that the Supreme Court is why they can't have nice things. Liberals, on the other hand, especially our elected officials, do not tell our voters how important the Supreme Court is. So when bad things happen, and you brought this up, and it's so important, the John Roberts Court has been the most pro-business court in American history by far. And it was before he got a Republican majority. All right? The Roberts Court will go down in history as the most pro-business court ever in American history. And most Democrats do not know that, because most Democratic politicians have not told their voters why these things are happening. Right? So when we talk, and I'm not slamming Bernie here, but when we talk about millionaires and billionaires and all of the, we don't make that second level connection of the reason millionaires and billionaires have been able to dominate the system is because of the Supreme Court.
Yeah,
and we don't make that second level connection to our voters to get them motivated and kind of on the ground ready to vote for Democrats, not because they agree with policy X or policy Y, but because they know that the Democrats will nominate judges that are good.
I share your frustration. I feel like Sanders does not articulate this, I think, to a certain extent because of his, democratic socialism does not engage or does not engage with some of the sort of the structural, I think, realities of the American government. On the other hand, Joe Biden is not saying anything because, frankly, I think that he and his ilk appreciate not having to litigate these things publicly. They're happy where it lands. That seems to me to be the dilemma that we have, is that to the extent that there is a left in the Democratic Party that has a problem with these decisions, they do not focus on the structural issues that are there. And to the extent that we have another part of the Democratic Party, they are, they're like, well, the referee said we can't do it, so we can't do it. Or the referee made this call, and so, what can we do? And I'm not convinced that that's not convenient for them. Why else would Chris Coons get out there and say, we need to reinstitute the filibuster if the Republicans, if we take power. I mean, that's just absurd.
I think there are two issues in play that Biden is at the center of two failures in the Democratic Party on this issue. One is the long-standing reluctance of Democratic elected officials, male Democratic elected officials, to fight the abortion fight in the trenches, right? They are still of a time, people like Biden are still of a time where they thought the right answer was that abortion should be safe, legal, and rare. And when I say of a time, that's also what last nominee's vice presidential nominee Tim Kaine used to say. Safe, legal, and rare, right? They don't want to fight the abortion issue. The Supreme Court makes you fight the abortion issue, and so they're afraid of running on the Supreme Court because they're afraid of having the abortion issue front and center, and it's one of the reasons why we have lost the abortion issue, why we're on a 20-year losing streak on a women's right to choose. Women Democrats are willing to fight it. Cecile Richards will be the first woman to stand a post if it needs to be fought for, right? But male Democratic leaders are not willing to fight this issue in the way that it needs to be fought, and that devolves into a weakness when it comes to the Supreme Court. That's number one. Number two, people like Biden are desperate for a return to normal, a return to institutionalism, and that also means a return to a depoliticized Supreme Court. That is one of the problems that I have had in the past with the American Constitution Society, the ACS, the Federal Society, liberal version of it that you mentioned earlier. Now they have a new leader, Russ Feingold, former Senator Russ Feingold. He might change that organization quite a bit. But previously, the ACS has been an organization kind of committed to depoliticizing the courts. That's not what the FedSoc does. The FedSoc politicizes the hell out of it and wins, right? The Democrats have been unwilling to understand that the courts have been politicized, and so we need to fight for them with the political tools available to us, right? Biden doesn't want to do that. Quite frankly, and love the guy, have a picture of him on my wall, but Obama wasn't either. Obama was fundamentally a Supreme Court depoliticized institutionalist, and he approached his Supreme Court appointments in very much that way, the kind of reserved, slow. Look at the difference between Obama's speed of appointments versus Trump's, right? That's all Trump and McConnell want to do is appoint judges. Obama was considered, they vetted them very deeply, they made sure they were credentialed, and blah, 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 blah. But Trump is just like, hey, you Republican, come on down. You can be on a court. The Republicans have been willing to politicize the court. The Democrats have tried to depoliticize the courts. That is why the Democrats are losing the political battle for the courts.
There's a lot to talk about. One, we should say that Brian Fallon, a former Obama official, has set up basically an organization that is, developing the lists that, the equivalent lists.
Demand justice. I love those guys. I've been to a couple of talks with them. Fallon gets it. Having been through the Obama administration, having worked for Hillary Clinton on her campaign, Fallon gets how and why we've lost the courts. And I feel like his organization, Demand Justice, is a group that is trying to fight fire with fire. Now, they're not as well funded as the FedSoc. That's something else we haven't talked about. The FedSoc is well funded by the Koch brothers, by the Mercer families. You name me a rich Republican donor, and I will promise you that he has donated large sums of money to the Federalist Society. The Federalist Society is one of the best funded political action organizations in the country. Liberals have no kind of counterpart because our liberal billionaires, when they have their money, they run for president with it.
Well, and on top of that, I think, frankly, they're not too displeased with the way the court operates, right?
That's to your point about how a lot of these people, they're happy where it lands, right?
Exactly. Like Bloomberg can go out.
I'm talking about stopping the most pro-business court in American history. Why would you agree with me?
Right. Exactly. And
this Sunday, America's shutting down. Roughly 1 in 4 Americans are now being told, stay at home.
Tighten the valve. Tighten the valve more. If the number doesn't slow down, close the valve. We're closing the valve.
Schools, restaurants, businesses closing. Airports empty. Unemployment claims soaring. Congress working on a plan to send checks to millions of families. But how much and how soon?
We need help now. Now. Give us answers.
New cases and deaths spiking here at home.
This is one of the greatest emergencies our nation has faced in generations.
And around the world. Military vehicles needed to cart off the dead in Italy. Testing kits and medical protective gear still in short supply. Younger Americans being struck harder than expected. Many still ignoring social distancing pleas.
If I get corona, I get corona. At the end of the day, I'm not going to let it stop me from partying.
President Trump changing his tone. For 2 months,
We have it totally under control. We think we have it very well under control. It's something that we have tremendous control over.
but now,
If you're talking about the virus, it's not under control for any place in the world.
the U.S. facing an invisible enemy with no end in sight. My guests this morning, New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio, Governor Larry Hogan of Maryland, Senator Pat Toomey of Pennsylvania, and FEMA Administrator Peter Gaynor. Joining me for insight and analysis are NBC News White House correspondent Kristen Welker, former Homeland Security Secretary Jay Johnson, presidential historian Doris Kearns Goodwin, and David French, columnist for Time Magazine. Welcome to Sunday and a special edition of Meet the Press.
From NBC News in Washington, the longest-running show in television history, this is a special edition of Meet the Press with Chuck Todd.
Good Sunday morning. Unlike with some crises this country has faced, Pearl Harbor, the Kennedy assassination, 9/11, it's doubtful Americans are going to remember where they were when they first heard the news about the coronavirus. But this crisis has also done what those events could not do: empty the American landscape. New York State is essentially shutting down, and with it, the nation's largest city. The same is true in Illinois, and the unofficial capital of the Midwest, Chicago. And this is the scene at the iconic Santa Monica Pier outside of the nation's second largest city, Los Angeles. Other states are doing the same. Is it enough? Are Americans willing to endure a full national shutdown to stop the spread of the virus while we wait for much-needed coronavirus tests? While we wait for frontline medical workers to get the protective equipment they need to treat the population? While we wait for hospital beds and ventilators to become available to treat the infected? And while we wait to see if the federal government is up to this challenge? As of this morning, there have been more than 24,000 confirmed cases of COVID-19 in the United States, resulting in roughly 300 deaths. Last Sunday, only 60 had died. Here's the front page of yesterday's New York Post, capturing the mood of the country. We are facing a Category 5 storm. Question is, are we prepared to temporarily sacrifice enough of the freedoms we as Americans take for granted to knock this menace down to at least a Category 3?
This is the most drastic action we can take.
Governors from New York to California, Connecticut, New Jersey, and Illinois.
Hey, what's up?
Hey man, how you doing?
Doing great. How are you doing?
I'm fucking exhausted, to be honest with you. Oh, can I swear on Twitch? Because we can't swear on YouTube anymore.
You can swear, just no racial slurs or any of that crazy brocialist stuff I know you guys are so fond of. But no, as long as you don't have any like.
Chuck, that's, by the way, if you branded my show somehow as using a bunch of racial
No,
slurs,
I'm just messing with you. Don't worry.
the most brilliant out of the gate move you could do.
I would never do that to you guys. Yeah, no, but as long as there's like no racial slurs or anything like that, like we're fine. I wouldn't expect you to, but
Well, I don't anticipate those. Are we live now?
Yeah, I'm live on my channel now.
Hi, everybody.
All right. So I'm a big fan of yours. We've almost talked in the past, but then I think we just kind of missed connecting in a while. I'm generally a pretty big fan of what goes on with your show, and everything you and Sam Cedar talk about. I think my favorite conversation I've heard of you is you on Sargon of Akkad, the regressive left. That conversation was a lot of fun. And yeah, so you're here today probably because a lot of mutuals are poking the fuck at you guys because a lot of people get mad at my Twitter stuff. And somehow we ended up on discussing the TPP. I imagine we'll broaden out to our general ideas about like neoliberalism or protectionist trade policy or something around those lines, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of that. I also just want to, I'm just curious. I mean, I'm assuming, do you have like familiarity with my work on both shows? So maybe TMDS might be a little bit more where there's like some sort of more clear divergences, possibly just in terms of topic selection.
I'm familiar with you because I get linked a bunch of stuff, but I mean, I'm sure you know it's impossible to listen to like to keep up with anybody.
Yeah, absolutely. That much time.
But like, I mean, my general idea of you is that you would be like a I think a democratic socialist at least, like somebody left leaning more than like a sock dem, and that all of your views kind of line up where I would expect to for that, like anti-imperialist, pro-worker, stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, you know, maybe if this is productive, maybe we'll have more conversations / debates or whatever. Because let me just say how I kind of perceive like why we're here too. And one is that my impression of you has definitely been positive, and we've had, and it's been funny because it's been mutuals who several months ago were like, oh yeah, like you guys are both great. You'll have some disagreements, but you guys should team up to destroy X, Y, or Z person. Yeah. And in the last couple of weeks, it's been like, nah, you gotta hold this guy in check or whatever. And I guess what I'm honestly trying to figure out is, so I feel like there's three things going on with what you're putting out. I'm trying to think of, because I just a value neutral way of saying it. So one is, I think that you are reacting to certain annoying social media habits that you might associate with a certain ideological tendency, right? And so for me, first of all, I think that is true of every single ideological tendency.
Oh yeah.
I think it's the problem of social media. It's a problem of kind of brand creation, and maybe we could have some ideas together, some strategies for generally making that whole environment better. But I'm just not terribly interested, in those kind of arguments. I guess partially because, to be honest, partially one is because one of the things I do, I don't really cover much stuff like that. But to some extent on TMBS, there is a little bit of hey guys, let's actually, let's be more strategic and more thoughtful about how we promote, the politics we want, essentially. Let's be a little bit more thoughtful about reaching a broader audience, right? So even like what you said before, pro-worker and anti-imperialist, 100%. And then there's there's a certain type of trivial discourse version of that, which I wouldn't want to be associated with. Just like I'm sure you wouldn't want to be associated with some totally brain dead, some economist said it, so it has to be true, or some type of IDW adjacent, just sort of a historical verdery. So I feel like but part of what I feel like is going on is that you're reacting to some things that can be frustrating, can even be misleading at times, but maybe you're falling into, and this is a danger that we all get into. I know, no doubt, I do this on Twitter, but someone like Nate Silver is doing that same thing for a different team, right? He's very shaky on his poll methodology right now. He's extremely ideologically motivated, and he's got an axe to grind against certain, one particular candidate. It happens to be Bernie Sanders. But I'll end in a second, but I just want to say as an example, I'm someone who said out of the gate, if you ask me ideologically and programmatically, what do I think of Joe Biden? I am, his absolute ideological opposite. But I also think that a lot of people are underestimating the resiliency of his appeal. So we shouldn't confuse objective and subjective is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I think I agree with that.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So, and then I think the next...
Before going through all three, just to respond really quickly.
Yeah, go.
So, definitely I react to positions that people take on social media. I think it's somewhat understandable considering that's kind of my life exists in this space. I do agree that you have to be careful that reacting to social media or reacting to toxic fan bases is one thing, but you can't let your reactions define your ideology. And that is, even though it doesn't come off that way sometimes, I'm very mindful of that. it's not like I'm sure you've heard the person like, I used to be in favor of Democrats or something, but then I heard this one guy was an SJW, and now I'm literally anti-immigration, anti-black. It was like, what? Yeah, I would never let I don't let people.
I felt some annoying person trying to cancel Dave Chappelle, and now I support kidnapping children.
Yeah, or letting them die at the border. Yeah. So I try not to define my personal beliefs. Like I'm pro universal health care. I'm pro immigration. I'm pro LGBT rights. So sometimes I think people get that impression of me that I'll get really annoyed with certain progressives on Twitter because those tend to be the loudest right now, especially the trap house flavor, like lefty kind of people. But it gets a little annoying when I react to people like this, and then I get the, oh, well, now you're a conservative, and it's like, I don't think that's how that works, but okay.
Well, I don't think, and I don't read you as a conservative, but as I say, I did mention Nate Silver because I do think you are potentially and I just want I have to just do the disclaimer that when you say Chapo, obviously, I'm friendly with some of the guys on the show. It's a very diverse fan base, and their content, which I don't keep up with all of it because we can't keep up with all content, so that's just the truth. But they're smart guys and everything else.
Yeah,
but it's
to be very clear, I'm only referring to the subreddit, not the actual, not the podcast. Okay. I'm sorry.
And I gotta be honest, there's gonna be some of these areas and this is one of the reasons I said kind of to avoid social media drama, because it's I don't know.
For sure.
I'm not on subreddits.
Yeah, I understand.
That's not what it's I mean, in fact, if one of the subliminal messages of my show in particular is let's translate this into real shit. I mean, that's one of the reasons I really do admire Bernie Sanders and the campaign so much, right? I think regardless of where you fall on the policy set, that is a serious presidential campaign of really committed people who have serious visions across the board. Right?
Yeah, kitchen table issues, right? Yeah.
Kitchen table, but also local, and even also on civil rights, right? But it's a policy set, and it's a serious effort. So the next two things that I think are okay, and then maybe and this could lead into trade, is one is are you saying at times well, actually, let me stick with the flowing out of this sort of reaction out of me. Are you saying when you appeal, when you tell people the such and such policy isn't as popular as you may think, as an example, are you suggesting that I guess this is where it gets really complicated. I just want to be clear with you, and I'm sorry that I'm fumbling here.
Yeah,
but are you saying that do you actually support? Let's just get to TPP. Do you support TPP as it is currently constituted and written, with no modifications, no changes, no understanding of the subtleties of the problems, which we can get into? Or are you saying, hey, people who are laymen should just outsource their opinions to so-called experts? So if certain economists say it's a good deal, we should do it. Or three, are you saying you guys don't understand how popular this is with the general public? Because those are three really different positions.
So sorry, sir, your table isn't quite ready.
It's fine, dude. Do you know how long it's going to be?
Just a quickie, Mr. Chance.
The Rapper. Mr. The Rapper.
Don, come out.
So I just want to be kind of clear generally what I'm sort of, where you're coming from.
Hold on, let me write this down so I'm not losing track of these. Okay, so just kind of disentangling a couple of these and then looking at somebody. So sometimes I talk about things where I say this policy isn't as popular as you may think, and people hear me say that and they might think oh, well, you hate universal health care or something. So something that I push back on a lot, and this is kind of a frustration that I had in 2016. My biggest frustration with the Bernie math or whatever, that type of thinking, wasn't that I hate Bernie and I hate Bernie bros and Hillary's the queen is going to take over. It was more just hey, I don't think we have a realistic assessment of where the electorate is right now, and man, it's going to be real shocking when our candidate gets steamrolled because nobody knows what's going on. And sometimes I see people get a little bit too lost in their own circle jerks where they say things oh, Medicare for all with all private insurance removed, that's 88% popular with the American people. And It's like, I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true at all. I think that removing private insurance where you're going to cover like vision and dental, you're going to get a lot of pushback on that, and that's something to consider. Not saying that I don't approve of that. Obviously, single payer or multi-payer would be infinitely better than what we have now, but I think it's good to be kind of aware of where the general opinions are for these types of issues. Second.
So do you think? So okay, so that's interesting, right? Because, and I don't want to retread ground you did with Mike yesterday.
Sure.
And it's honestly, I watched some of it, and I mean, Mike and I's read of the electorate based off of the empirical data and what I've been saying for years. Like, this is something you can definitely see any number of videos where, as an example, I'll say, okay, guys, like, there's sort of three facets of the electorate. And one is that so-called moderate voters are the absolute opposite of what your average pundit will call them on CNN, right? That's empirically true. So-called moderate voters, I'm sure, are probably somewhere to the right of you and me on so-called social issues. And they are very much in the ballpark on economic issues, whether we're talking about trade or wage increases. And then there's a middle circle in politics, which makes these debates really hard, but it's inescapable, which does have to do with, like, yes, how you ask a question in a poll does matter. If you poll people and you say, government is going to take care of it, your tax increases will be lower than your premiums, and every single thing is covered with no bullshit, and all of the most successful programs in the world do this, yes, it does have off-the-charts approval ratings. If you go to them and you say, it's going to take away your healthcare plan, and, you know, we don't know what replaces it next, yes, that's going to freak people out and change the results. So I feel like the debate, like, pointing out how a poll number is, how a poll question is phrased, is really only useful if you are either debunking a pure partisan talking point or you're trying to devise a campaign strategy. Like, I think for conversations like this, if you and I both generally agree that, like, say all things being equal, there's a consistent trend that shows most Democrats support single payer, there's a plurality of independents, and a surprising amount of Republicans. And the reason that you might want to not just have it be pure single payer has actually more to do with actual policy issues and the efficacy of the implementation, which I'm happy to get to some other time, but that's a different question than the polling.
Yeah, I agree.
So could we kind of get on the same page?
Yeah, I
on
definitely
that?
agree with that. I think it's good to have an understanding of where people are so that you don't get too lost. So like, for instance, because anytime I have a conversation on stream, if I say something that's wrong, I'm going to get 20 people emailing me like, why? And one of the impressions that I'd had, and just because I don't research every single point I'm talking about, sometimes I take things for granted. I've heard this a lot. I kind of assume, for instance, like, oh, a lot of Americans hate their healthcare. I mean, our healthcare outcomes are worse than other countries. I know that. We spend more on healthcare than any other country in the world. I know that. So it makes sense to me that Americans hate their healthcare. But then I get linked to a whole bunch of, like, KFF health polling and stuff, and it's like, oh, shit, 80% of Americans are happy with private insurance. I had no idea about any of this. And now it's like, oh, fuck, like, maybe I need to reconsider, like, how the average person views an issue, because it's part of my job as, like a public, speaker, is to understand how people engage with these issues, rather than just kind of preaching to an audience that already agrees with everything I say.
Yeah, and I think that that's a really good instinct. And I think in general, again, I think it's a part of the problem of the economy of social media is that reaction cycle. Now, the dialectic of it is, on the other hand, people put out a huge amount of lies and bullshit, and it's good to call them on it. So, but I guess generally so even like if you framed it, and I'm not telling you what to say, obviously, but I do think, honestly, like, if I'm understanding you correctly out of this conversation, this would get a radically different reaction from probably like 90% of the people you're dealing with, and then maybe the people that would still go at you are just like, whatever, fuck them, right?
Sure.
If you said, like, you know what, I think that, yes, if you poll this in any way fairly, Medicare for all is actually the most popular option that we have that is pollable. However, if you inject other variables into it, it could scare people, because as an example, and this is actually, to me, is another great reason for having Medicare for all, like, yes, Americans are fucking petrified about anything happening to their healthcare. I mean, that's one of the reasons that John Delaney really did disgust people so much, right, is because he was distorting the policy efficacy and really misleading people on the technocratic on the technical aspects of it. But he's cueing people's terror about their healthcare, which is totally justified. And I can tell you, as somebody who, like, I've had years without healthcare, I've seen people struggle with various forms of this and that. So if you said, like, this is the right policy, insofar as I could see, it does poll well, but let's also be really thoughtful on the horizon about how it's going to be propagandized and campaigned against, and not be complacent.
Yeah.
That's just an absolutely correct and true statement. And anybody that would object to that would be being ridiculous. I think the objection is when it's like, oh, now it's, you know what it is? It's almost, again, that's why I use the Nate Silver example. It's like, oh, wait a second, Destiny's a smart guy. Now he's carrying water for the opposite propaganda base. Because, you know, to be honest with you, it's not as prevalent, say, on social media, obviously. But there's a whole infrastructure of John Delaney's who are giving you the same hysterical half-truths, except they're, in fact, promoting a policy that is, on net, going to leave millions of people without help.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, man, how you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I'm fucking exhausted, to be honest with you. Oh, can I swear on Twitch? Because we can't swear on YouTube anymore.
You could swear, just no racial slurs or any of that crazy brocialist stuff I know you guys are so fond of. But, no, as long as you don't have any, like,
That's, by the way, if you branded my show somehow as using a bunch of racial
No,
slurs,
I'm just messing with you. Don't worry.
the most brilliant out-of-the-gate move you could do.
I would never do that to you guys. Yeah, no, but as long as there's, like, no racial slurs or anything like that, like, we're fine. I wouldn't expect you to, but, you know, that's generally fine.
I don't know. Are we live now?
Yeah, I'm live on my channel now.
Hi, everybody.
All right. So I'm a big fan of yours. We've almost talked in the past, but then I think we just kind of missed connecting in a while. I'm generally a pretty big fan of what goes on with your show, and everything you and Sam Cedar talk about. I think my favorite conversation I've heard of you is you on Sargon of Akkad, the regressive left. That conversation was a lot of fun. And yeah, so you're here today probably because a lot of mutuals are poking the fuck at you guys because a lot of people get mad at my Twitter stuff. And somehow we ended up on discussing the TPP, which I imagine will broaden out to our general ideas about, like, neoliberalism or protectionist trade policy or something around those lines, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of. I also just want to. I'm just curious. I mean, I'm assuming. Do you have, like, familiarity with my work on both shows? Maybe TMDS might be a little bit more where there's, like, some sort of more clear divergences, possibly just in terms of topic selection.
I'm familiar with you because I get linked a bunch of stuff, but I mean, I'm sure you know it's impossible to listen to, like, to keep up with anybody.
Yeah,
so much time. But, like, I mean, my general idea of you is that you would be like a democratic socialist at least, like somebody left leaning more than like a soc dem, and that all of your views kind of line up where I would expect to for that, like anti-imperialist, pro-worker, stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, you know, maybe you know, if this is productive, maybe we'll have more conversations / debates or whatever. Because let me just say how I kind of perceive, like, why we're here too. And one is that my impression of you has definitely been positive, and we've had, and it's been funny because it's been mutuals who several months ago were like, oh yeah, like, you guys are both great. You know, you'll have some disagreements, but you guys should team up to destroy X, Y, or Z person. Yeah. And in the last couple of weeks, it's been like, nah, you gotta, like, you know, hold this guy in check or whatever. And I guess what I'm honestly trying to figure out is, so I feel like there's three things going on with what you're putting out. I'm trying to think of, because I just a value neutral way of saying it. So, like, one is, I think that you are reacting to certain annoying social media habits that you might associate with a certain ideological tendency, right? And so for me, first of all, I think that is true of every single ideological tendency.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's the problem of social media. It's a problem of kind of brand creation. And maybe we could have some ideas together, some strategies for generally making that whole environment better. But I'm just not terribly interested, in those kind of arguments. I guess partially because, to be honest, partially one is because one of the things I do, and I don't really cover a bunch of stuff like that, but to some extent on TMBS, like, there is a little bit of like hey guys, let's actually, let's be more strategic and more thoughtful about how we promote, the politics we want, essentially. Let's be a little bit more thoughtful about reaching a broader audience, right? So even like what you said before, pro-worker and anti-imperialist, 100%. And then there's like, there's like a certain type of like trivial discourse version of that, which I wouldn't want to be associated with. Just like I'm sure you wouldn't want to be associated with like some totally brain dead, like, oh, like some economist said it, so it has to be true, or some type of like IDW, like adjacent, just sort of like ahistorical nerdery. So I feel like but part of what I feel like is going on is that you are maybe you're reacting to some things that can be frustrating, can even be misleading at times, but maybe you're falling into, and this is a danger that we all get into. I know, no doubt, I do this on Twitter, but like, someone like Nate Silver is doing that same thing for a different team, right? Like he's very shaky on his poll methodology right now. He's extremely ideologically motivated, and he's got an axe to grind against certain, one particular candidate. It happens to be Bernie Sanders. But I'll end in a second. I just want to say as an example, I'm someone who said out of the gate that ideologically, programmatically, what do I think of Joe Biden? I am, his absolute ideological opposite. But I also think that a lot of people are underestimating the resiliency of his appeal. So we shouldn't use objective and subjective. Yeah, I think I do. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So then I click the next. Before I go on, just to the top. Yeah, there you go. So yeah, definitely I react to positions on social media. I think that some of opposite of what your average pundit will call them on CNN. That's empirically true. So-called moderate voters, I'm sure, are probably somewhere to the right of you and me on so-called social issues, and they are very much in the ballpark on economic issues, whether we're talking about trade or wage increases. And then there's a middle circle in politics, which makes these debates really hard, but it's inescapable, which does have to do with, like, yes, how you ask a question in a poll does matter. If you poll people and you say, government is going to take care of it, your tax increases will be lower than your premiums, and every single thing is covered with no bullshit, and all of the most successful programs in the world do this, yes, it does have off the charts approval ratings. If you go to them and you say, it's going to take away your healthcare plan, and, we don't know what replaces it next, yes, that's going to freak people out and change the results. So I feel like the debate, like, pointing out how a poll number how a poll question is phrased is really only useful if you are either debunking a pure partisan talking point or you're trying to devise a campaign strategy. Like, I think for conversations like this, if you and I both generally agree that, like, say all things being equal, there's a consistent trend that shows most Democrats support single payer, there's a plurality of independents, and a surprising amount of Republicans. And the reason that you might want to not just have it be pure single payer has actually more to do with actual policy issues and the efficacy of the implementation, which I'm happy to get to some other time, but that's a different question than the polling.
Yeah, I agree.
So could we kind of get on the same page?
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I think it's good to have an understanding of where people are so that you don't get too lost. So, like, for instance, because anytime I have a conversation on Instagram, if I say something that's wrong, I'm going to get 20 people emailing me, like, why? And one of the impressions that I'd had, just because I don't research every single point I'm talking about, sometimes I take things for granted. I've heard this a lot. I kind of assume, for instance, like, oh, a lot of Americans hate their healthcare. I mean, our healthcare outcomes are worse than other countries. I know that. We spend more on healthcare than any other country in the world. I know that. So it makes sense to me that Americans hate their healthcare. But then I get linked to a whole bunch of, like, KFF health polling and stuff, and it's like, oh shit, 80% of Americans are happy with their private insurance. I had no idea about any of this, and now it's like, oh fuck, like maybe I need to reconsider, like, how the average person views an issue, because it's part of my job as like a public speaker, is to understand how people engage with these issues rather than just kind of preaching to an audience that already agrees with everything I say.
Yeah, and I think that that's a really good instinct, and I think in general, again, I think it's a part of the problem of the economy of social media is that reaction cycle. Now, the dialectic of it is, on the other hand, people put out a huge amount of lies and bullshit, and it's good to call them on it. So, But I guess generally what I'm so even like if you framed it, you know, and I'm not telling you what to say, obviously, but I do think honestly, like if I'm understanding you correctly out of this conversation, this would get a radically different reaction from probably like 90% of the people you're dealing with, and then maybe the people that would still go at you are just like, you know, whatever, fuck them, right?
Sure.
If you said like, you know what, I think that yes, if you poll this in any way fairly, Medicare for all is actually the most popular option that we have that is pollable. However, if you inject other variables into it, it could scare people because, as an example, and this is actually to me is another great reason for having Medicare for all. Like, yes, Americans are fucking petrified about anything happening to their healthcare. I mean, that's one of the reasons that John Delaney really did disgust people so much, right? Is because he was distorting the policy efficacy and really misleading people on the technocratic aspects, on the technical aspects of it. But he's cueing people's terror about their healthcare, which is totally justified. And I can tell you, as somebody who I've had years without healthcare, I've seen people struggle with various forms of this and that. So if you said this is the right policy, insofar as I could see, it does poll well. But let's also be really thoughtful on the horizon about how it's going to be propagandized and campaigned against, not be complacent.
Yeah.
That's just an absolutely correct and true statement. And anybody that would object to that would be being ridiculous. I think the objection is when it's like, oh, now it's, you know what it is? It's almost, again, that's why I use the Nate Silver example. It's like, oh, wait a second, Destiny's a smart guy. Now he's carrying water for the opposite propaganda base. Because, to be honest with you, it's not as prevalent, let's say, on social media, obviously. But there's a whole infrastructure of John Delaney's who are giving you the same hysterical half-truths, except they're, in fact, promoting a policy that is, on net, going to leave millions of people without healthcare or underinsured.
Sure. Yeah, I don't think I disagree with any of that.
Okay.
Do you want to jump in?
Yeah, so
to TPP? Yeah. You asked me a couple other questions.
I think this is actually, I mean, if you're cool with it, I think this is useful, and we can definitely, I've got till a little after 6, we'll get to TPP, but I think this might be, I think that this could, I mean, because honestly, I'm not, look, we can debate and argue, and it's fun, and it's great, and whatever, and I've seen you, there's been some stuff that, you've said about Ben Burgess I've disagreed with, there's been some tweets I don't like, whatever, but I don't, I'm not on fucking Israeli TV debating some, Trump troglodyte.
Sure.
I don't think it's, you know what I mean? It's
depending on who you're asking, but yeah, I understand.
I don't think so. So I think it's better to, clarify and make things more effective, and I think, on the healthcare one, that seems like maybe we moved the ball a little bit.
Yeah, what you just said is exactly the point that I've been echoing, that people like Delaney, regardless of whether you think the attacks are baseless or are fear-mongering, another fear-monger were death panels, and that was a huge complaint that was levied against the ACA, the Obamacare stuff. If you can't handle that in a primary, what are you going to do in the general? These are absolutely going to be...
no doubt about that, but I think the answer to that would be, though, is that is absolutely a lie.
Sure.
So when you go out and tweet about it and talk about it, you have to say, look, John Delaney is being fundamentally dishonest here, but don't be complacent, because these could be potent talking points. And by the way, this is my 50-50 split. This is where I am third way or whatever, because if you, I am totally Chapo subreddit when it comes to call John Delaney a liar and be really goddamn clear about that, because he is absolutely being fundamentally dishonest. I think, frankly, because, look, let's be honest, the guy's worth over $60 million because of his own money he's making in the insurance industry, right? That has to be something to consider. Now, conversely, if somebody just says, no, all Bernie has to say is just Medicare for all, and it's wonderful, then they're being idiots even in a Marxist sense, because we know that, cumulatively the industry might spend, literally hundreds of billions of dollars to do what John Delaney did through every method of communication possible.
Yeah, to reinforce the status quo. Yeah.
Yes. So I think what would be awesome, if that's your position, and you were playing that dual role of hey guys, let's get real here, and at the same time, of course, John Delaney's lying, and of course I'm going to debunk propaganda. I think that would be super awesome and effective. And if somebody complained to you about that, I would be the first to have your back. With regards to TPP, though, I just want to hybrid it with one other thing.
Sure.
You're not actually saying that, there's a small amount of things in the world, right? Like, I would say, if somebody's running a nuclear reactor or something, like, literally in the plant, although actually this is a bad example because I just watched Chernobyl. Sure. But, I'm not going to go, in the coach's box for, Venus Williams or Rafael Nadal and be like, I got this, right? Like, there are certain functions that are highly technically proficient. There's a very specific role that they play, and it almost is more like it isn't obviously, but it's closer to just like 2 + 2 = 4. When we're talking about policy and we're talking about something like trade, can we both agree that we can't make decisions like that about something as complicated and multifaceted as trade as just saying a certain school of economists say it's good, so it's good to go, right?
I don't know what you mean by that. So if when you say that, if you mean just polling a single institute or getting the opinion of a single economist, I would agree. But if you're taking that farther and you mean all of academia surrounding economy right now is capitalist propaganda, and we can't trust any of the empirical evidence.
That's I'm sorry to interrupt, but that's now we're getting back into the subreddit.
Yeah, sure. I'm sorry. I'm trying to be really charitable because I know that you're not like this, but this is some of the talking points I get from a lot of people. They're even medium-sized content creators. Will basically come out with all the literature is biased towards capitalism, so of course you think that this thing is good. And it's okay, well, I can't really have any conversation then because it's not like I'm doing my own original research or publishing my own papers on this stuff. I kind of have to rely on what's reported. But yeah, so I mean,
So there's actually. It's actually a really interesting two-step with that, with trade, right? Because it is actually true, and I think these arguments are very tricky because I can read I have we have that is pollable. However, if you inject other variables into it, it could scare people because, as an example, with regards to TPP, though, I just want to hybrid it with one other thing.
Sure.
You're not actually saying that, there's a small amount of things in the world, right? I would say, if somebody's running a nuclear reactor or something, literally in the plant, although actually this is a bad example because I just watched Chernobyl. Sure. But, I'm not going to go, in the coach's box for, Venus Williams or Rafael Nadal and be like, I got this, right? There are certain functions that are highly technically proficient. There's a very specific role that they play, and it almost is more it isn't obviously, but it's closer to just 2 + 2 = 4. When we're talking about policy and we're talking about something like trade, can we both agree that we can't make decisions like that about something as complicated and multifaceted as trade as just saying a certain school of economists say it's good, so it's good to go, right?
I don't know what you mean by that. So if when you say that, if you mean just polling a single institute or getting the opinion of a single economist, I would agree. But if you're taking that farther and you mean all of academia surrounding economy right now is capitalist propaganda, and we can't trust any of the empirical evidence.
That's. I'm sorry to interrupt, but that's now we're getting back into the subreddit.
Yeah, sure. I'm sorry. I'm trying to be really charitable because I know that you're not like this, but this is some of the talking points I get from a lot of people. They're even medium-sized content creators. Will basically come out with all the literature is biased towards capitalism, so of course you think that this thing is good. And it's okay, well, I can't really have any conversation then because it's not like I'm doing my own original research or publishing my own papers on this stuff. I kind of have to rely on what's reported. But yeah, so I mean,
So there's actually a really interesting two-step with that, with trade, right? Because it is actually true, And I think these arguments are very tricky because I can read, like, I have a friend and a guest who works at the Council on Foreign Relations, and he's totally brilliant. And I learn a ton from, right? And when people say, like, oh, like, you're fucking Marxist, but you have someone from the CFR on, you're a sellout. That's just, like, moronic and actually missing a lot of, like, valuable education about how institutions actually work. Now, at the same time, there is no question that if you are part of a certain, like, the foreign policy apparatus in DC, and this is not like conspiratorial, this is a combination of how people have been trained, what, you know, underlying assumptions there are not that many boundaries. Like, this is why, as an example, actually, the Koch brothers, ironically, are founding it, but there's a new multi-million-dollar think tank in DC specifically to house serious, credible scholars and policymakers, but who have, like, a serious non-interventionist lane, because that just literally was not promoted as the center of any think tank in DC for decades. And there's a variety of reasons for that, like post-Cold War politics, donors and funding is definitely part of it. So if you go to most economics and business departments, I think what people who maybe they're not always presenting it in the most sophisticated way, but what they're pointing to is, like, yes, Milton Friedman, like, we were just talking about this last night, like, yes, his chair was endowed and funded by, you know, small multinational corporations. This is a super imperfect analogy, but, like, I don't know. I have like a little over 2,500 patrons, right? There are somewhere almost all, I actually have a handful of conservatives, which is interesting, but most of them are progressive to socialist. If I came out and I started doing segments on, like, this is why we need to enforce the intellectual property provisions of the TPP, and, you know, actually Medicare is going to, you know, face a funding cliff in 20 years, they probably won't want to fund that. So there is actually an analogy that isn't really that conspiratorial or complicated, which is, like, academia and other institutions are funded by people who have self-interest and ideological viewpoints. Now, it doesn't mean that you can't produce research, but that and even really valuable research, but that research exists in a context, right? And I recognize, like, I've seen you debate and I've seen you get frustrated when it's all the context, man, starts to become like the move to evade everything, right? Like, I understand that frustration, but at the same time, we do, like, live in the actual world, and that's just, like, unavoidable. You know what I mean?
So, like, I 100%.
Of course, people's campaign donors. Of course, people's, you know, like, yes, that shapes policy and institutions. Has that affected modern economics? Yes. I mean, that's why the last thing I'll say. I mean, Alan Greenspan, when he was questioned after the financial collapse in 2008, he said, "Oh, there was a fundamental error in my worldview." Now, that's fascinating, right? Because that doesn't mean that every single paper he churned out was wrong, technically. It doesn't mean that he got a fraudulent degree from NYU. It means, in his own words, there was a core defect in my ideological viewpoint. So it makes, and when you combine that with the fact that, as an example of trade, there's tons of economists, including highly credentialed ones, who have opposition to these agreements. So we can't even, it's not even as easy as, say, like the climate science one, where you could say, like, look, 99.9% of these people do agree on something generally, right? It's definitely not that like that on most issues.
Yeah, so I have to agree with that everything sits within some greater cultural context, and to pretend that it doesn't, it gives you a horrendously naive analysis of the world. And to draw even more parallels, like, for instance, like, we had a much different understanding of crime back in the 90s, and that's where a lot of our tough on crime punishment bullshit kind of came from too. And it's not like everybody at that time was lying about crime or hated black people, just the understandings of it and the frames that we were looking through, like the broken window stuff, was just wrong. It just wasn't a good way to accurately assess the situation. Now, if I'm being told this by a particular person. So I've said this on stream before. There are very, very, very few people in media that I trust or care about their opinions for. You and Sam Cedar are two of them. I really like your guys' opinion. So when you tell me that, I can believe what you're saying there, because I'm trusting that you're not using that excuse to just hand wave all of the information that doesn't agree with you, because I think you'll probably take that into account anyway. I'm hoping that even if you say like, oh, you know, like there could be a certain bend ideologically in academic societies related to econ, but they still probably can give us something valuable. Like we can glean some information or some insight there. The problems I run into is that a lot of the arguments that you're making, and I know this doesn't necessarily apply to you, but a lot of people will use these in a conspiratorial manner, right? Like, oh, well, all of academia are capitalist hacks, and so you can't trust literally anything. NAFTA destroyed 90% of labor in the United States. Minimum wage, blah blah blah. Like, they'll jump off of that and make all these statements where I'm almost in this like conspiratorial world where I can't trust any source on anything because the claim of the other person is that everything is biased, and it's like, okay, like, I mean, I can acknowledge that there might be some bend towards a particular ideology, but that doesn't mean we can just throw everything out the window. We can't have a real conversation now. Now it just comes down to who has like the best YouTube voice or something in terms of convincing you whose point is correct.
Yeah, so that's it's fascinating to me because it's like, but that's another. Ironically, a lot of your concerns that you're raising, and I think some of them, by the way, are. I hope people on my side, and I hope they're not getting pissed at me, are watching this and actually seeing a lot of ways in which the discourse and the approach could be far more strategic and effective and welcoming. And I'm sorry, I do speak in those terms because I care about actually winning and acquiring influence.
Yeah, of course.
But, like, right. So like, I know that, so yes, like, but yeah, so like as an example, when we go to trade, and I just want to leave this in, not to like jack in the box or anything, just because I think it flows the conversation. TPP is not really primarily like a trade agreement, right? Like we actually already have a huge amount of trade with that part of the world. Even Paul Krugman, who wrote a column sort of like reluctantly opposing TPP, even though he was an ardent free trader, was basically like, look, one reason I don't really support this is we basically already have a lot of trade activity in these parts of the world. And actually, in fact, the main driver of this, and this is according to leaked documents, and again, I am citing Krugman pretty intentionally here. He's not my cup of tea, but I think, we're definitely not talking about a radical or an anti-capitalist source. So I'm trying to, play in a cite somebody who I think plays in a larger field here.
Sure.
And he was just like, look, if you read this is basically like the strong interest of Hollywood and pharmaceutical companies to get much more serious IP laws in emerging markets. Now, that maybe, again, if we wanted to be really broad and charitable in your terms, you could say like, okay, that might mean that if you're a video game maker or some type of content creator in the business.
According to Sheila, there's no limit to the number of videos she can post of her baby. According to the census, everyone counts on the 2020 census, even if you're only a few months old. Shape your future. Start here. Complete the census at 2020census.gov.
Pacific Northwest, who has a direct pipeline to Vietnam or Brunei, and you're going to lose far less money on bootlegs, the TPP might be a narrowly good deal for you. In the broader context, and the reason that, there was actually really serious warnings from nurses unions and, very mainstream institutions of international public health advocates were like, no, actually, in order to combat diseases, things like AIDS and malaria, but even to just like get accessible cancer medications to poorer people, those IP laws will be horrendous. And so, that's a value choice. Obviously, I choose global public health over IP laws, right? And that's like what we're debating. We're not debating like some platonic, like, Kenya has flowers, Ireland has potatoes. Should they go to each other on boats and trade them? Like, that's not really how it works,
I don't disagree with you. I think maybe the quibbling will get over into these finer points. For instance, when you talk about one common attack against the TPP is that it expands pharmaceuticals' abilities to patent drugs in regions of the world that are going to be threatened by not having access to this medication. But as far as I was aware, the legislation of the TPP that existed before it became basically abandoned was it aligned with the I think it's called the Doha Declaration that basically says that if you are part of a third world country and you need to make some generic form of a drug, you can't use the TPP to essentially get cock blocked out of having a patent prevent you from making drugs that would save lives. So it seems like a lot of these kind of fearish statements aren't necessarily placed the best way.
Well, that's the interesting thing because the Doha round, that was a major fight that was waged by countries like Brazil, because Brazil under Lula, who you probably know I'm a big fan of, actually did a major dent on AIDS, partially with generics.
Sure.
And that was a huge controversy. As an example, in the late 1990s, one of the reasons that the South African AIDS crisis exploded was that the Clinton administration put sanctions and threatened vicious economic policies on South Africa if they provided cheap generic alternatives. And the only reason that policy was flipped was that Al Gore was publicly humiliated constantly by AIDS activists while he was running for president. So the Doha round is a small incremental victory by those forces. And it covers an incredibly narrow set of drugs, including, with the exception of AIDS drugs, a lot of there's this whole other set of so-called tropical drugs where the problem is that there's no profit incentive to produce them. They aren't problems that affect developed countries, and the people that need them don't have money, so the pharmaceutical companies just don't do R&D and say, fuck it. So they were happy to concede, sure, there's a whole bunch of drugs we won't profit from that. Sure, you can do generics. We're not even in that business anyways. What the TPP does, and the reason they lobbied for it so aggressively, and the reason that people who had even fought for the small reform of Doha, that didn't really solve the problem.
Sure.
They snapped into gear because these things, again, from what was leaked, it is objectively not a transparent process until the very end. And I think you and I would be transparent, and all members of Congress would be transparent that none of us have read the whole agreement.
Sure,
Let's not bullshit. Right?
Although we can talk about that too. I'd put that in a note too. That the complaints about transparency, I think, are really misfounded as well. But
I want to finish the public health thing quickly. So actually, the IP laws that those companies were lobbying for would apply to a much broader set than the Doha, is the understanding, and that's why it was a problem. So no, Doha would not necessarily protect it at all.
Sure. So maybe the Doha declaration doesn't go far enough, but I don't think that having some of these potential problems is a reason to abandon the entire agreement. You mentioned earlier the transparency thing. I don't know if you want to jump into that.
Well, wait. I guess I'm here. I just want to stick on that a second.
Yeah, sure.
So Joe Biden, right? And I'll take him at face value. I don't normally do that. He said a couple of days ago that in his current iteration, and Hillary Clinton said this too, that as they revisited it, they realized that there was a variety of problems that needed to be significantly improved in it.
For sure.
So I guess abandon it is, I'm not, that's just a generic state. That doesn't mean anything. Abandon
sign it, right? It became defunct.
Well, yeah, we don't sign it because it can be renegotiated, because it can be rewritten to actually reflect how it was sold. And in fact, another thing too that's really important about these agreements, which you can weave if you want with transparency, I don't think, to be honest with you, that's not, you're not going to, that doesn't exercise me as much as it exercises other people, but we can get there in a minute. But another thing you'd have to do is, and again, is you'd also have to make the environmental and labor side agreements just as enforceable and sort of aggressively internationally organized as the ones that actually protect things like copyrights. So sure, let's rewrite the TPP and make it a higher standard trade deal. I actually don't think, I think even including many Marxists would absolutely not, if most of the global poverty that's been, alleviated in the last several decades. I mean, it's a lie that it's been trade and free markets gist. Okay. It's been, most of it is China, and China has a totally government-directed, highly intervened, highly, supports its own industries in ways that like smaller countries in WTO agreements are not allowed to do, and that is worth noting. But then also even like what the pink tide countries did in Brazil was take advantage of a commodity boom to, build incredible social safety nets that lifted 70 million people out of poverty. So sure, let's write a better TPP that, protects public health and makes it easier to trade video games or whatever. That's fine.
Sure, but like when you talk about like, so the TPP had a lot of these like labor and environmental provisions in it. When we leave those negotiations, you say we can renegotiate it, but all those countries have already signed on now that the United States has abandoned that agreement, and that we just aren't part of those negotiations anymore. So if those
are two different arguments. So I have a question for you though.
Yeah, sure.
All of the agreements from NAFTA to the Korea trade agreement, they have all had, and Democratic presidents have made a lot of noise about let's just say environmental side agreements, right? And we know about the investor dispute mechanism. Sometimes it goes the corporation's way. Mostly it does. Sometimes it doesn't. But we know that in these agreements, there actually is international adjudication for when a company says, I'm being treated unfairly. They can go to do a bureaucratic process, right? We agree with that, right?
Yeah, the ISDS.
Do you know how many environmental cases have been brought up underneath side agreements in any of these trade agreements in the last couple of decades?
What do you mean by side agreements? Like ISDS arbitrating?
Just the same way that TPP, it specifically has a side agreement inside the bill, but they used to be called side agreements, but it's functionally the same thing. It's the part that says, here are all these nice things we'll do to the environment. How many enforceable actions have been brought into any of these trade agreements that are the same as TPP, but they're written for, say, Korea or Central America or NAFTA? Actually, I don't think CAFTA didn't have a side one. I don't think CAFTA had a side one. I need to double check that. How many of them had environmental enforcement mechanisms that were brought to bear in those cases?
When you say an environmental enforcement mechanism, do you mean like a specific part of the agreement that says that like if you violate this?
So if in these agreements, and just as with some of the market stuff, countries violate these things all the time, or other countries think they're violating these things all the time. So, Canada goes to the United States, says, hey, there's a side environmental agreement in NAFTA. You just built, 20 new smokestack plants in Ohio. That's going to cause our kids, asthma through the weather patterns, whatever. I'm just talking. How many enforcement So just to be clear, we know that there's multiple enforcement mechanisms under Chapter 11 in NAFTA. Whereas an example, like there's a Canadian gasoline company that sues under the state of California under WTO rules for eliminating a gas additive. They won that one, by the way. So we know there's multiple examples like that where a corporation is able to say, you're violating a trade agreement. I want international enforcement under this global bureaucracy to protect my trade interests.
Wait, when you cite that particular case, are you saying that like that was like an example of like a corporation doing something that was like hurting the environment, or?
Well, it literally was. No. I'll slow down.
Sure.
What I'm saying is that in these agreements, there are clear mechanisms. If you and I are trading.
Sure. Well, I'm really curious about this example that you used over the Canadian gas additive.
No. I don't want to get sidetracked because this is a really important overarching point.
Sure.
This is fun. This is the disagreement about TPP. Period.
Okay.
Like this is what settles it one way or another, basically.
Okay.
If you and I have a disagreement, if we're trading back and forth, and I'll go.
All right, we've got a real animal lover here. Betting starts at $1 for a click. $1 do I hit?
We're really stereotypical here. Say I'm Hollywood, you're China, right? And then I say you are bootlegging Rush Hour 3, or you're stealing some patent. And I shouldn't even use. China basically has enough power to just say fuck you. Say you're Vietnam. I'm going to go to the WTO as paramount or whatever, and I'm going to say such and such an action is taking place. This interferes with my ability to do trade. It's a violation of the common framework on trade and tariffs going back to GATT. And the trade judges will more than likely not say, yes, you were correct, Vietnam, you need to stop that practice and go back to trade, right? And I'm not even saying in that example that that's wrong. That's just the way those agreements work. Okay. Now, what you've said before is that there are agreements in the TPP, just like in the Korea trade deal or NAFTA, that cover the environment, because we're focusing on the environment now, that have also international enforcement mechanisms. So what I'm saying is that there's multiple cases where country X says that country Y, always on behalf of the corporation, because that's who's involved in the trade, has said, you're violating a part of our agreement by doing X. We're going to go to the International Tribunal and get a ruling on it. That happens all the time. And under TPP, the power of that would actually be extended, which is another reason that people objected to it. Sure. What I'm saying is that if environmental conditions were as serious under these agreements, you would assume that there would also be hundreds of cases of country X is violating its environmental obligations, correct?
Maybe. I don't know if you would need to bring in the TPP to enforce that, though, because the local laws.
Why?
Well, I really want to respond to the earlier point that you brought up about that.
Well, why would you have the environmental agreement in the TPP then? So how is that a defense of the TPP?
So the environmental agreement, as part of the TPP, basically says that if a country changes its laws to do something that is beneficial to the environment, a foreign corporation can't sue that government and reclaim lost profits because they're doing something to clean their environment up. That's what those acts are for. That's what those provisions are for.
But it says there is a common no. This is really important.
I agree, but I really want to go back to your earlier example.
What?
I really want to go back to your early example because
no. We go back as soon as we get this because there's a really important answer and a really obvious one you're not giving me, which is that none. There has been zero environmental enforcement under any of these agreements, and I just want to be really clear.
Okay.
And I'm not saying you're doing this intentionally, obviously, but that is not what these agreements say.
I don't think the job of the TPP is to enforce that. Sorry, go ahead.
Then why do you cite those as defenses of the agreement then?
Because
then they're irrelevant.
No. So the TPP
they're not defense.
So I don't think the job of the TPP is to go in and enforce like an environmental standard in a country. More so, protect an environmental standard that a country has on the books and prevent foreign corporations from suing them for implementing new environmental standards.
Well, then you can also see that. Well, that's again. So if that's your thought of what the TPP is, you don't even agree with the TPP either. You should tear it up and get rid of the environmental and labor enforcement agreement.
So that might be
because you're not. So I just want to be really clear then.
I really want to go back to your early example. It's killing me, Michael.
But we're gonna gotta do this because this is the big story.
But you built this off of an example that perfectly illustrates my problem with this.
No, this is the agreement though. This is what people object to. So you don't even just to be really clear.
Yeah.
You actually you disagree from the right with Obama and Biden and Clinton that there should be enforceable agreements in these agreements.
Well, I mean, every agreement has to be enforceable to some extent. Otherwise, it's...
Well, on the environment and labor, you just said that wasn't the job of the TPP. So when these candidates come out and they say, and Obama said this multiple times, the TPP has the best environmental and labor standards that are enforceable, and they are not just pre-existing bills on the books, because if they were, then they couldn't go to Brunei and say you can't do child labor. Those are all new laws.
That's not an environmental standard. Those are labor standards. That's something separate, which is something...
There's no objections. There hasn't been enforcement. I was just using labor as an example.
Okay, sure.
Environment example. There hasn't been enforcement on labor either.
There hasn't been. But I mean, if we look at Vietnam pre and post TPP signing, you did see that Vietnam was moving in a certain direction where they were allowing trade unions to show up, where they were allowing more people to have some political freedom, where they were kind of scaling back some of the...
Well, the political liberalization of Vietnam goes back to the 1990s.
Sure, but they abandoned a lot of that when we pulled out of the TPP. When that pressure was gone, they immediately reversed on a lot of those decisions.
No, that's a really... I mean, so look, here's what I'll do.
Wait, okay.
That's a really... No, this is important. This is what happened. No, this is really crucial.
Okay.
So if you're right about Vietnam, and you could be right.
Okay.
All the more reason to back my position on TPP. Because if you actually have inside these agreements, if you wrote an agreement and renegotiated it, everybody could renegotiate it, and the reason, and believe me, none of the Asian underdeveloped trading partners are upset at a bill that would be better on generic drugs. Trust me. In fact, every single WTO round, you always see people from developing countries demanding greater negotiations, more reciprocity, and incidentally, on our end, less double standards, because we still have all sorts of sneaky tariffs and all sorts of double-edged shit. But if Vietnam was moving in incremental directions, which I could concede, although that process is decades long.
Sure.
It's not just because of TPP. Then that's great. Then what we need is an environmental environmental agreement on a TPP that has a equally enforceable statute for environmental and labor protections. And this is another reason why, and I'm a pure Sanders supporter, Elizabeth Warren's trade deal in some ways is quite smart, because what she says, and we have a framework which would be really easy to do this, which is that you incorporate the global bare minimum standards of the International Organization of Labor, which is already a global organization in Geneva that already sets standards, that works and understands these institutions but doesn't have the same power, and they can enforce alongside trade bureaucrats another set of conditions and standards, which is precisely what TPP is sold on. In fact, if TPP was what Obama said it was, we would all support it.
Okay, there's like 20 million things. So first of all, is it the IOL, is it the International Organization of Labor Standards or whatever? That provision.
International Organization of Labor.
Yeah.
So Elizabeth Warren says, let's make them set global labor standards as well.
That was in the TPP, though. That those requirements were there for you to be a trading partner in the TPP.
What I just explained to you, though. But not enforceable. That's what I just explained. That's the reason. See, if you don't have an enforcement mechanism, this is why, like, I think this is where things get really interesting, right?
Yeah.
If it's just theoretical, then it's just air. Like, sure, like, trade is good, trade is bad. In trade, you can make an argument, actually, accelerated trade is very bad for the climate. There's all sorts of arguments we can have, and they're interesting and ethereal.
Okay.
But I like to talk like in actual policy.
Sure.
So that agreement and all of these agreements, they have a provision for investors. If an investor says country X is violating my terms on foreign direct investment, and it is not just expropriation, there have been any number of cases brought on it. Sometimes they win, sometimes they lose, but I'm talking about the structure.
Okay.
There is a structure that values investors over worker and environmental concerns.
Wait, how?
That's the quality of those agreements.
Wait, how does the structure favor them?
No, because they're the only ones with internationally enforceable standards for their interests. I mean, that can't be complicated.
I don't understand what you mean, though. The ISDS panels have people chosen from both parties that can represent them. And also, what do you mean, no, they don't? Yes, they. Wait, hold on, wait. But I don't even agree. Firstly, I don't understand what you say when you say that only an investor. Wait, hold on. When you say that only in
what basis do you say sides?
Because that's.
Where do you get?
It's literally in the provisions of the TPP for how they nominate the panels of the.
You mean both countries?
No. For an investor and a country, both of them get to nominate people to panels.
Investor and country, nobody from environmental or labor.
Okay, but I don't understand. Right. Okay, I don't know when you say that these things favor.
I just want to be real clear. No. Slow down.
I have to go fast because I haven't said anything.
These are but these are the points.
No,
I don't know.
I disagree with so many things that I haven't got to address.
But there's nothing. I mean, I don't know what's your disagreement, but
let me tell you then. Wait, can I tell you one disagreement?
So but you got to stay inside the parameters of what is actually happening in reality.
Okay. So Fuck, there's like a million things. The most recent thing you said, that the TPP only favors like investors bringing suits to other countries or whatever. This is what I would expect to happen. Why would a country sue another country for something related to business going on in that country? That doesn't even make sense. Like, if I'm making a trade agreement, I want to protect any firm that originates in my country doing business in another country. I want to protect them from the other country enacting laws that make them non-competitive. That's part of the trade. But why would my country itself, why would the United States want to sue another member of the TPP? It doesn't make sense that you would have, like...
Wait a second. Why? Okay. So now, right. Why would they do that? So why would Congress deregulate derivatives? Why would the Trump administration relax laws on mining pollution? Why would they do that?
What is deregulating derivatives or things related to the EPA have to do with
just
trade agreements?
Follow the logic.
Okay.
Think it out.
I'm guessing that we probably deregulate them because there's... I mean, it depends on the provision. Trump will do EPA-related stuff because it plays well to his base, derivatives because we want...
No. Keep it simple. Why would the Republican Party, let's just be super generic.
Yep.
Why would they strip environmental standards on mining in West Virginia? Why would they do that?
Because they think it'll make the businesses more profitable?
Why? Okay, yes, and maybe because they also get donations and support from those businesses.
Probably, yeah,
why?
sure, yeah.
So why would the Democratic Party in this case, leaders in the Democratic and Republican parties, both of whom do in fact get quite a bit of money from pharmaceutical industry, go to bat for an agreement that would favor the pharmaceutical industry patents over global public health?
Because you generally would want to favor patents for your firms going to other countries to do trade agreements. Like, that's a totally fair point.
Sure, you can make that's a totally fair point. And other people would say that global public health and pandemics are far more important than that. That the trade agreements provide actually a very limited value. They only favor very small geographies and sectors relative to other ones. That's why there's not just partisan disagreements on these trade agreements. There's also geographic ones. So you could say all of that.
Okay.
And you could even be occasionally narrowly right. But what you could never not say, and this just reflects the disproportionate power, like, again, would you agree that pharmaceutical companies have more power in our society today, writ large, than labor unions, right? That's pretty obvious,
I would
right?
say it seems to me that all capital in Western society has more power than anything related to labor right now, of course.
Right. So they have the most power. They have the most influence to throw around. And I really hope you don't think this is conspiratorial. They can write and influence legislation and agreements to benefit them at the expense of other sectors, whether or not that is a domestic piece of legislation that deregulates or an international agreement that has unenforceable, toothless environmental and labor standards, which, granted, you said you don't even want to have those in there, but that's a very extreme position. That is not the Clinton, that's, just to be clear, that's not the Clinton, Obama, Biden position. So I'm defending their position, not what they say is their position.
When you say labor or environment...
If you don't have those, so then if you have an agreement that literally says, if you violate something that could pertain to my copyright, no moral claim, great, whatever, protect your copyright. There is an enforcement mechanism that has serious consequences for the other member country's economy, and that will be enforced. Whereas if somebody says, oh, you just violated an environmental condition, oh, well, you shouldn't do that. Oh, you're still doing child labor? You still don't allow independent trade unions? Well, shame on you. Those agreements structurally favor certain sets of the economy. And if the core argument does start to come down to whether you're a progressive or a centrist or whatever, the basic disagreement that people like me think, like, no, we need to much more radically rebalance the standards of society. You can't have a trade agreement that just favors the pharmaceutical industry. And in fact, yes, it's good for a handful of jurisdictions, mainly in like New Jersey and DC lobbying firms, that has no trickle down on most normal people. And I know you know that because I've seen you debate a bunch of right-wing idiots. You don't defend those kind of economic policies. So that, yes, you can have trade, but there also needs to be public health. There also needs to be labor. There also needs to be the environment. If we wrote TPP and trade agreements as that, we could all support it. But unfortunately, that's not what they are because of incumbent interests, just like with other legislation. And I want you to respond, but I have like 5 minutes, so we should do this again.
Okay.
In a minute.
The very first example that you gave is a great example of a lot of the problems that I have when people talk about the TPP or they talk about the disproportionate amount of power investors have when it comes to overriding these sort of environmental things. So the first thing that you referenced, I don't know if you made this up off your head or you were referencing the real case, was when Ethel Corp was a company that did gas delivery or whatever. They had I think they had gas stations or something in Canada, and Canada tried to make it illegal for them to use a certain fuel additive. And using ISDS, that firm brought a case against the Canadian government, and obviously the way that this was put out in the news was, look, there's a firm trying to bring a court case here. They're trying to destroy our environmental regulations. They're just doing horrible things to ruin the environment. This is a good example of corporation stress, but that wasn't at all what that case was. Canada only outlawed, the only party pushing to outlaw that specific additive was doing it because they were the only company that was using it. It was only to make that company non-competitive. That was the whole point of that law. The Canadian, the Canadian government itself, but the Canadian, to be clear, for me to be really clear, the Canadian government is
clear though. That's great, but that is irrelevant.
It's not, because the Canadian government itself, a year prior to that, had ruled that additive had no negative environmental impact.
And so even though that's your interpretation of that case, and that's fine, that's interesting, it doesn't hinge on the fundamental argument, the federal government still agreed to pay $130 million, settlement, right?
Which they should.
So they want. Okay.
Wait.
Great. So you support that. Again, there's no analog with labor or with the environment. In 2012, there was a U.S. pharmaceutical company, Eli Lilly. They launched a suit against the Canadian court. I'm quoting now, rejecting monopoly patent protections from 2 other drugs after finding insufficient evidence that they could deliver the promised results, right?
Wait, I'm sorry. Can you say this again?
There's multiple cases like this, is the point. But I'm not going to go into the rabbit hole of this.
I would. You say rabbit hole, but these are important, real life examples for how these.
Not because honestly, if your agreement held, and maybe again it's just a framework difference, but if you said, look, Michael, if you go back the last 20 years, there are multiple cases where under WTO rules, a labor union in New York went to the WTO and they said, there's a rule in this side agreement that bans a certain type of labor organizing. Or it went to Colombia. It says, we're doing a free trade agreement across the Americas, and Coca-Cola is actually subcontracting paramilitaries that kill labor organizers. This is a violation of every rule we have on the book. And there should be a civil or criminal penalty on Coca-Cola and a penalty for the U.S. as a foreign direct investor, whatever. And the WTO said, yep, that's our labor committee, and we agree with you, and that's enforceable. And then later in the day, they decided, that was actually just a sneaky move that was framed as an environmental move in order to just do a sort of blatant act of protectionism. Some of these cases you're wrong on. Some of these cases I'm right on. We have different interpretations. That's fine. But the broader argument about what this agreement is unavoidable. And that's the fundamental distinction. But I really do have to run. But we could do this again if you want.
Yeah, sure. I would love to go over some more specifics of this sometime. But thanks for the conversation.
Hey, man, it was my pleasure, for real.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I hope I know it went places. I hope we got some good stuff done, though.
Okay. I really appreciate it, man. Have a
All right. All right, take care, man. Bye-bye.
Bye. I've actually been up until 4 or 5 a.m. I've actually done so much reading on the TPP. I hate my life right now.
it's a very, I don't know what the broader context of this question is, so I won't make it, let's say.
You don't even know. Oh, come on! You couldn't even find the original interview, Mike.
He just came up for Pete. Wait. Robert De Niro just is a Pete Buttigieg supporter? Mike? De Niro is a Mayo Pete nerd? What? You know Mandy Moore is also a fucking Mayo Pete nerd.
Yeah, there's a bunch of... Damn, dude. These guys going after Pete. Can somebody help me with this one? I don't get it, dude. God, I feel like I have no respect for any of these people. I hate them all, dude. Can somebody please break this down for me?
The kids need to see evidence that education's going to work for them, right? So you see a lot of parts of
That's part of the motivation.
Yeah, because you're motivated because you believe that it.
He just came up for Pete. Wait. Robert De Niro just is a Pete Buttigieg supporter? Mike? De Niro is a Mayo Pete nerd? What? You know Mandy Moore is also a fucking Mayo Pete nerd.
Yeah, there's a bunch of... Damn, dude. These guys going after Pete. Can somebody help me with this one? I don't get it, dude. God, I feel like I have no respect for any of these people. I hate them all, dude. Can somebody please break this down for me?
The kids need to see evidence that education's going to work for them, right? So you see a lot of parts of
That's part of the motivation.
Yeah, because you're motivated because you believe that at the end of your educational process there's a reward, there's a stable life, there's a job, and there are a lot of kids, especially the lower income minority neighborhoods, who literally just haven't seen it work. There isn't somebody they know personally,
and I think that's
who testifies to the value of education. So yeah, you bet.
This seems totally standard to me. Like, having role models around you showing you that, like, the system can produce positive results is, like, pretty important. I don't think that's really controversial, right? Like, growing up in an area where you see people go to college, get a job, be successful, that's really important. We talk about representation across different fields all the fucking time. This guy is disgusting, folks. What? Nina Turner, what unfiltered? What is the problem? What am I missing? Is it just because is it my lib brain? I honestly wonder what people like Michael think. Well, the problem is that Pete's not Bernie Sanders, so... It's literally anybody that's not Bernie that starts to go in the polls. People just do these crazy attacks, dude. They think it means black people don't know that education is beneficial, but they don't get it. It's more about role models, just understanding what's well, but like in this case, it's somewhat true, right? That like if you don't have like I thought this is the whole point of affirmative action, isn't it? Like,
Damn, I'm back again.
Wrong.
if you grow up in a shitty area and the only people around you are like fucking drug dealers or some shit, and you don't know anybody that's like gone to school, been successful, you don't have that role model in your life, especially in a country whose criminal justice system incentivizes, like recidivization, like people going back to jail over and over again, like stuff like that keeps fathers away from their kids. Why not? Like, isn't this what we would expect? Like, this is literally like, I don't know. It's just like really basic. Michael says it's a bootstraps answer.
Let's do another very damning. Pete Buttigieg is like the Lib Dems of the United States. I've decided. I think we all agreed. Did everybody basically agree in Philip?
Pichu, listen, I've ran out of Stardew players, okay? How good are you at Stardew Valley? Because we've ran out of... They've all... we've ran out.
Sophia, that...
Pete's the worst.
Pete's the worst.
He's
Pete's
definitely worse than Biden.
Literally not a candidate up there I wouldn't vote for over Pete.
Pete's worse than Biden. Why? Because Pete's doing so well in Iowa? Is that why we're like so big on him now?
I couldn't think of because and this is serious because it's
New
not
place
just
Steve's Teddy Pepe.
one, as Crystal Ball pointed out, there's something just so devastatingly depressing about somebody so young repeating so much pablum and bullshit. But it's also that, look, if we take some horrifying, depressing scenario like Joe Biden, it is anything besides Bernie's a setback, if we're being real. And then it's just a degree of setback. But Pete Buttigieg represents generations defining reassertion of failed hegemony and failed ideas. And I think that this is really important. I mean, this clip is from 2011, and these clips are not, Pete Buttigieg's record on race is not the product of somebody who didn't use woke terminology or needs to be educated on certain policy sets. This is somebody who actually has been involved in issues with regards to race, policing, gentrification, and he has an attitude on education that show that he clearly, sincerely, and horrifyingly wrongly diagnosed things. This is Pete Buttigieg from 2011.
The kids need to...
One of the most challenging parts of meditation is what's sometimes called the dark.
To see evidence that education is going to work for them, right? So you see a lot of parts. That's part of the motivation. Yeah, because you're motivated because you believe that at the end of your educational process, there's a reward, there's a stable life, there's a job, and there are a lot of kids, especially the lower income minority neighborhoods, who literally just haven't seen it work. There isn't somebody they know personally, and I think who testifies to the value of education. So yeah, the kids need.
Wait, Peachaboo. What? I don't know what your name is. Fucking Christ. I want to say Peachaboo, but I don't know what your name. Are you a Stardew God? Peachachoo, not Peachaboo. Do you know how to 100% the grandpa run? That's what I need to know.
So let's just be really clear, because I tweeted this out, and I saw some people still get, it's amazing, honestly, that some people could be following me and still be so delusional. He is speaking about people, and it's a very, I don't know what the broader context of this question is, so I won't make it, let's say.
You don't even know, oh, come on, you couldn't even find the original interview, Mike. You couldn't even find the original interview to see what he was responding. We're just going to go off this one clip. All right, Mike, let's do it.
Speaking about people, and it's a very, I don't know what the broader context of this question is, so I won't make it, let's say people from any community that are experiencing poverty and lack of social mobility, right? Let's say that's who he's speaking to. I would be shocked if it wasn't. This discourse was normal racialized across the board. I just heard a clip of Sam Harris saying something like this the other, like asking a guy if, doing it well at school was acting white or something. So the point is that the reason that people are having trouble at school and having trouble moving up a ladder is because the entire economic and political deck is stacked against them on a material level, not because they don't have positive role.
That's what it is. You fucking piece of shit. Oh, man, dude. And, man, if you're a minority, I would watch out for these slimy, snaky motherfuckers. I'm glad. Well, hold on. Actually, I will not call Michael Brooks a slimy, snaky motherfucker, because at least he's honest about it. So if you're black, fuck off about your racial issues. It's not about race, dude. It's just about class. That's what he's saying. Does anybody remember being in high school and figuring this out? Or did anybody else go through that libertarian phase? I went through a libertarian phase when I was in high school. When I was like 16, 17, I was like, oh my God, dude, hold on. I'm actually so smart. Women and black people aren't discriminated against in society. It's just poor people, dude. Everything just comes down to money. I'm so smart. I figured it all out. I'm only 16, 17. I remember thinking this back in high school. And yeah, where are the Ron Paulers at? And they're back. So, but okay. So hold on. So I would like to walk back what I said. I do not think that Michael is a slimy snake. Okay, he at least is being very honest with what he believes.
At school and having trouble moving up a ladder is because the entire economic and political deck is stacked against them on a material level, not because they don't have positive role models.
So he doesn't give a fuck about like equal representation or having positive role models because none of that is real to him. Probably because he's fucking white, right? Because all he sees is class. You're poor, you're rich, and that's it. There aren't like, well, I'm being actually super uncharitable here because he must acknowledge that there's some level of like racial animosity present in like the criminal justice system or something, right? He must believe that. He can't think that it's all class. There's no way that Mike is that dense, right? There's no possible way. There's no possible way.
And by the way, not because also you don't go to a very wide variety of circumstances and background, and you don't actually meet incredibly well-read, highly educated people, because there's a whole other subtext, barely subtext, that we're confusing testing and accreditation with intellectual acumen. They might have overlap in some cases, but they're absolutely not the same thing. And secondly, and thirdly, education does not solve poverty. Poverty is a resource and distributional problem. And this is a scam that
conservatives and neoliberals have been running for decades, which is that we can deindustrialize, we can totally hack the safety net, we can have no public provisions for housing and healthcare that are real, substantive, and sustainable. We can
One thing that I kind of wondered too, I don't know what the answer is to that. I would have to do, I just Googled real quick. What did I Google? Can education solve poverty? And the first thing that came up was role of education ending extreme poverty, taking a global leap. But I haven't read this. I don't know if it's possible. This is a 2014 paper as well. Maybe increasing education doesn't actually combat poverty. I'm not sure. One thing that's very strange to me is a lot of these socialist lefty guys, they fetishize.
Can we just build nuclear power plants already and solve most of our problems?
They fetishize blue collar work. Like, they actually disparage white collar work. It's not so much that, like, okay, you're white collar, like, you're fucking up right now. I'm sorry. Like, you're white collar, you're fucking up the economy, like, it's all your fault, blah, 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 fuck you. But it's actually, like, a more of, like, if you work a white collar job, you're just like, shit, like, fuck you. Like, the only real workers, the only real people in this country are people that do good, honest, blue collar work. Everyone else is bullshit. Like, I get that feeling sometimes. So I wonder if this attack on education is more just like a fuck white collar workers aimed at blue collar work. Like, that's what I get that feeling a lot.
We can totally hack the safety net. We can have no public provisions for housing and healthcare that are real, substantive, and sustainable. We can redline people. We can racially discriminate against them. We can box in resources. And then all we need is, and then of course we need to terrorize the teachers and the teachers unions. But we just need somebody to see somebody from their neighborhood get educated and do well. I'll tell you this.
Such a weirdly reductive answer. I feel like I'm listening to, ironically enough, Sargon of Akkad right now. Oh, Stephen, so you think that seeing a black person doing well is going to be enough for other black people to do well? That's it, Stephen? How stupid is that? You're infantilizing black people. It's just part of like a broader movement to like get more people involved in society, right?
For a fact that you can hear countless stories of people from different backgrounds saying, I actually do know X, Y, or Z person who did do, quote unquote, all of the right things you're supposed to do. They did get degrees. They did do this. And now they're basically just swimming in debt.
Yep.
Yeah, I would say that is a larger number.
That's not true, though. This is this weird lie that's been pushed on the American people that education sucks and it doesn't help you. There is a massive premium paid to a 4-year degree. What is this? What is Anecdote Mike doing here? If you know somebody that got a college degree and you compare them to somebody that didn't get a college degree, the guy with the degree is probably doing a fuck ton better. Is there a lot of debt associated with college? Sure. Are there people that get degrees and don't get jobs? Sure. In general, does having a 4-year bachelor's confer like a $20,000 a year wage premium to you? Yes, it generally does. It is a massive upshot. There's a huge upside to getting a 4-year degree. Why would you I talk to a lot of people, I know a lot of people, they got degrees, all they got is debt. Well, who the fuck are you fooling, Mike? Who the fuck do you think are the white-collar workers of this country? Do you think it's just people that stumble into their jobs because all of their fucking dads are rich? Everybody's a fucking Trump or a Kennedy in this country? What kind of dumbass fucking bullshit is this?
By far the larger number. And then the last point really quick too is like all of the right things you're supposed to do. They did get degrees. They did do this. And now they're basically just swimming in debt.
Yep.
Yeah,
so
I would say that is a larger number.
That's by far the larger number. And then the last point
So a large number of black people. I would love to see some studies of this. So a large number of black people know a lot of other black people that all got degrees and all of them are in debt.
But too is like, what kind of disgusting system do we have to be in that when you finally do meet? I mean, if you go to a private college or an Ivy League campus or even some good state university campuses, you will meet people who are like upper middle class, usually white, not always, but always upper middle class, if not rich. And they're normal people. They're not dumb, they're not brilliant, and they're there. And there's a lot of them there. And they live in certain neighborhoods, and they got paid, they got trained in certain ways to take certain tests, they got certain recommendations. And then you will meet somebody from like Appalachia or an inner city or somewhere like that is not racially, geographically represented, and you'll meet them and you're like, oh, that person is a fucking genius usually, and also lucked out.
Usually? Wait, what?
Because they had one guidance counselor, like literally had absolutely astoundingly above average talent, and then had several lucky breaks. So basically, all this is doing is, it sounds like boring, stupid pablum, but really what it is systemic and aggressive victim blaming. And there's nothing in this guy's record that I have seen that would attest otherwise to any other policy views. Now, look, that's a 25-second clip. So maybe the rest of the debate will come out and he'll say, we need to get jobs, we need to get healthcare, we need to deal with policing, we need to deal with racism. This is very much something that you need to sort of add in today's world because there's a million different clips floating around of people.
Does he think that, like, Pete, in this clip is what he was saying, we just need better role models for black people and that'll solve every single problem in the country?
You know that these problems are more complicated than this.
But that one discrete clip, he said what he said. And that is a destructive myth in that 25 seconds. Unless it was immediately preceded by, I would be a fucking McKinsey asshole to say.
Yeah, it's dangerous. And I don't know if Pete Buttigieg really has anything to speak of because he has pivoted around so much and shown himself to have no inner core. But if there's anything he sincerely believes in, it's probably the American meritocracy because he is a child of privilege who jumped through the hoops and took the tests, and everything is set up to convince these people, oh, now you've earned the right to run the world. Right. Like, I've been through the gauntlet. I know exactly how it works and what it's like. And it really does. It can trick you because you're like, oh, yeah, I'm working really hard, therefore I must deserve this.
Right. There's more lines of evidence that Pete Buttigieg is a racist than that black people don't support him because they're homophobic.
Well, okay, indeed. Without a doubt.
Disappointed. Fucking hack. Fuck me, dude. Don't even have fucking health insurance? Oh my god, wait, why is he complaining about that? Okay.
Shishito, burrito, roquifo, frashito, pork chop, soda pop, sour top, hot pot, scallop, kiba, Brussels sprout, sauerkraut, fresh caught trout, alfalfa sprout. We are America's Kitchen. DoorDash, every flavor welcome.
The spear has infinitely.
While many content creators from the early days of YouTube are still active online, there are few with a reputation as mixed as that of Jordy Jordan, better known as Wings of Redemption.
We're going to start with a debunk with Professor Ben Burgess. He's author of Give Them an Argument, Logic for the Left. He's a proprietor of a very good Patreon page, which you should go and check out. He is a professor of logic at Perimeter College, and he just had another debate with Mr. Destiny, and we're going to talk about it. But Ben, first, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Secondly, are you ready for your song?
Oh, yes.
I want to go to mockery really bad.
I will.
So please go.
Okay.
You got to restrain me. Logic and analysis. You're going to show us how to argue.
This is based on data from a bunch of different countries. There's abundant evidence that at this point that that's bullshit. Making down those right-wing arguments and looking at how they're supposed to fit together.
Okay, break it down. Break it down. Wait, am I saying fuck all of them?
Break it down, I think you're saying.
I'm hearing break it down, but then I'm also hearing something else. But
you're saying Hail Satan.
I'm saying Hail Satan. If you play that track backwards, I'm saying Hail Satan. God is dead. Little 1980s flair on TMBS. Ben Burgess, what were you talking about with Destiny?
Yeah.
And we have a clip, of course.
Of course. So we started off talking about rent control, and he made the usual argument against rent control that it doesn't that it's bad for investment in new housing. Less new housing is going to be built by the private sector, and I made the point that we always make in these discussions, which is that what Bernie Sanders is
and we have a clip, of course.
Of course. So we started off talking about rent control, and he made the usual argument against rent control that it doesn't that it's bad for investment in new housing. Less new housing is going to be built by the private sector. And I made the point that we always make in these discussions, which is that
I win.
What
by the
Bernie
way,
Sanders is proposing, what we want, is universal
I
rent
win the
control,
internet.
coupled with a massive
I'm
new
officially the
investment
winner.
in public housing, which one would think that would be kind of a 30-second discussion, right? Like if you say your objection to rent controls, there's not enough
I'm
new
sure
private units
PewDiePie
being
won't
built. You
object.
say, yeah, we want to build a bunch of private public units. You'd think there'd be kind of, oh, okay, well, never mind then.
After all, he's the coolest motherfucker ever.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
But he dug in his heels, and it ended up turning into a much bigger
I think so anyway.
discussion about a lot of other things, in particular universality and whether
One of the coolest.
programs, whether
Well,
we're talking about rent
obviously.
control
Don't get
or
carried away.
single-payer health care or other things, are more politically durable
Squad
if they're
fan.
universal, which he denied.
Fuck, I was
and
saying things and now I have to
course of that, he
rewind.
was really challenging me.
Jesus
How can
fucking
you
Christ. Let's
possibly
just restart the video. How about
know
that? And while we do it, we'll watch the chat on Twitter.
With a debunk with Professor Ben Burgess. He's
And the
author
chat should be
of
grateful.
Give Them an Argument, Logic for the Left. He's a proprietor of a very good Patreon page, which you should go and check out. He is a professor of logic at Perimeter College. And he just had another debate with Mr. Destiny, and we're going to talk about it. But Ben, first, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Secondly, are you ready for your song?
Oh, yes.
I want to go to mockery really badly. So please go.
Okay.
You got to restrain me. Logic for the left. You're going to show us how to argue.
This is based on data from a bunch of different countries. There's abundant evidence that at this point that that's bullshit. Down these right-wing arguments and looking at how they're supposed to fit together.
Okay, break it down. Break it down. Break it down. Break it down. Wait, am I saying fuck all of them?
Break it down, I think you're saying.
I've heard break it down, but then I'm also hearing something else. But
you're saying Hail Satan.
I'm saying Hail Satan. If you play that track backwards, I'm saying Hail Satan. God is dead. Little 1980s flair on TMBS. Ben Burgess, what were you talking about with Destiny?
Yeah,
and we have a clip, of course.
Of course. So we started off talking about rent control, and he made the usual argument against rent control that it doesn't that it's bad for investment in new housing. Less new housing is going to be built by the private sector, and I made the point that we always make in these discussions, which is that what Bernie Sanders is proposing, what we want, is universal rent control, coupled with a massive new investment in public housing, which one would think that would be kind of a 30-second discussion, right? Like if you say your objection to rent controls, there's not enough new private units being built, he'd say, yeah, we want to build a bunch of private public units. You'd think there'd be kind of, oh, okay, well, never mind then. All right, now I get it.
All right, makes sense. Have a good day.
Yeah, exactly. But he dug in his heels, and it ended up turning into a much bigger discussion about a lot of other things, in particular universality and whether programs, whether we're talking about rent control or single-payer health care or other things, are more politically durable if they're universal, which he denied. And in the course of that, he was really challenging me, how can you possibly know that that's right, because these are such complicated phenomenon that, like, how can you prove that? And I don't know if you need to do anything with the soundboard here, but I said something about inference the best explanation. And
of the best explanation, I will do this one. Money.
So Inference to the best explanation is a concept from the philosophy of science that basically says that the data is consistent with multiple explanations. That doesn't mean you just have to throw up your hands and you can't know what's what. You can say, no, this one is the simplest, most obvious, most likely explanation, so let's go with that. And that kind of set him off for what we're going to hear in the first clip.
All right, let's play these clips.
You understand right now that your inference to the best explanation, you're using this in an atrocious way, right? Do you understand that?
No, I actually don't, but please try to explain it to me.
Sure. So inference to the best explanation isn't going to be used to provide a causal link between two highly complicated events. So, for instance, if I were to say...
that's pretty much exclusively what it's used for, but keep going.
With the BDE, Ben Burgess. All right, let's play the second clip. Do you need to set up the second clip?
No, that slides right into the second
LOL.
clip.
All right, let's play the second clip.
I'm laughing at Twitter, by the way.
I don't think that we've established
I
why
haven't
your
even been
inference
listening.
that you don't
Let's
like.
rewind,
in
shall
order
we?
for you to establish this with some kind of data point, you would have to show me here's a program that had like 52%.
Okay, you gotta restrain me. Keep on calling it. Logic and analysis. You're gonna show us how to argue.
This is based on data from a bunch of different countries. There's abundant evidence that at this point that's bullshit. Breaking down these right-wing arguments and looking at how they're supposed to fit together.
Okay, break it down. Break it down. Break all of them. Break it down. Break it down. Break all of them. Wait, am I saying fuck all of them?
Break it down, I think you're saying.
I've heard break it down, but then I'm also hearing something else. But
You're saying Hail Satan.
I'm saying Hail Satan. If you play that track backwards, I'm saying Hail Satan. God is dead. Little 1980s flair on TMBS. Ben Burgess, what were you talking about with Destiny?
Yeah,
And we have a clip, of course.
Of course. So we started off talking about rent control, and he made the usual argument against rent control that it doesn't.
Hold on. I gotta pause this shit. Ross says, "You said infinite adjacent planes. It doesn't have any planes, let alone adjacent ones." It's fucking hilarious. Of course a sphere has infinite adjacent planes. Having a plane adjacent to you is totally not even close to the same thing as having a plane. That's like a ridiculous thing to even say, having a plane. It's ridiculous to think that I would be saying that. Squad fan. Oh, a sphere enables you to describe the maximum number of planes which touch but do not intersect the object, as opposed to non-spheres. Stop wasting my time, willfully misinterpreting me. Piece of shit. Not understanding is one thing. That's cool. It's cool to not understand, and it's cool to say you don't understand when you don't understand. Not understanding because you don't want to understand is evil, and it should be called out wherever it happens. Fuck. Drop my phone. It's an Android though, so it's fine. For example, many points on a tetrahedron share the same plane. It's perfectly obvious what I meant when I said what I said about spheres. And you're a smart person, Ross. You really should understand. I really think you do understand subconsciously. And that's being hijacked by your Blake derangement syndrome, apparently. Yes, apparently that's what's going on. Since he said, quote, Chris has no fucking clue about anything. Certainly, including geometry. Fucking hilarious, bro. Fucking hilarious. I love that I'm streaming this live. Ross says, I can imagine no subject in which Chris doesn't get destroyed. Usually he destroys himself, simply via elaboration. To which I said, I love that I'm streaming live right now. Because that's how I feel. I always said a sphere has no planes. Having planes is a nonsensical way of phrasing something. Who's that, Q-Neve? Yeah, I'm the pleb, dumbass. Amazingly, Neeb seems to be defending me, but we'll see if it lasts. I won't defame him until and unless he betrays me again. Defame in the colloquial sense, of course. Not the legal one. No test. Misunderstood him originally. Weak. Reply. Bro. Can read. You can read without my help. The deflection is strong with this one.
it's bad for investment in new housing. Less new housing is going to be built by the private sector. And I made the point that we always make in these discussions, which is that what Bernie Sanders is proposing, what we want, is universal rent control, coupled with a massive new investment in public housing, which one would think that would be kind of a 30-second discussion, right? Like if you say your objection to rent controls, there's not enough new private units being built, he'd say, yeah, we want to build a bunch of private and public units. You'd think there'd be kind of, oh, okay, well, never mind then. All right, now I get it.
All right, makes sense. Have a good day.
Yeah, exactly. But he dug in his heels, and it ended up turning into a much bigger discussion about a lot of other things, in particular universality and whether programs, whether we're talking about rent control or single-payer health care or other things, are more politically durable if they're universal, which he denied. And in the course of that, he was really challenging me, how can you possibly know that that's right, because these are such complicated phenomenon that, like, how can you prove that? And I don't know if you need to do anything with the soundboard here, but I said something about inference to the best explanation. And
Inference of the best explanation, I will do this one. Money.
So, inference to the best explanation is a concept from the philosophy of science that basically says if the data is consistent with multiple explanations, that doesn't mean you just have to throw up your hands and you can't know what's what. You can say, no, this one is the simplest, most obvious, most likely explanation, so let's go with that. And that kind of set him off for what we're going to hear in the first clip.
All right, let's play these clips.
You understand right now that your inference to the best explanation, you're using this in an atrocious way, right? Do you understand that?
No, I actually don't, but please try to explain it to me.
Sure. So inference to the best explanation isn't going to be used to provide a causal link between two highly complicated events. So, for instance, if I were to say...
that's pretty much exclusively what it's used for, but keep going.
With the BDE. Ben Burgess. All right, let's play the second clip. Do you need to set up the second clip?
No, that slides right into the second clip.
All right, let's play the second clip.
It amazes me how stupid Ross is. Hallucinations are flowing thick tonight.
Firstly. Secondly, I don't think that we've established why your inference that you don't like. In order for you to establish this with some kind of data point, you would have to show me here's a program that had like 52% support, but after it was implemented, now it has like 85% support. But this program was barely popular, but once it's implemented and it's universal, now it's wildly popular. Because what I'm more curious is if you have a program that had 80% support and then was implemented and continues to have 80% support. Because in that case, then a program being universal doesn't mean that it's harder to take away. The fact that it's universal just because it was already
Coldies can shorten your cold by 42%. Might not make your first date 40
popular, so it was never going to be taken away.
Your objection to rent controls, there's not enough new private units being built. He's saying, yeah, we want to build a bunch of private.
Talking about with Destiny.
Yeah.
And we have a clip, of course.
Of course.
So.
I gotta go get some food, but I guess I'll. You know what? No, fuck that. I'm not pausing.
We started off talking about rent control, and he made a mutual argument against rent control.
Oh, wait, what? No.
Biden is Obama's VP. You're saying that those black voters are stupid, right? Hello? Hey, what's up, buddy? Hey, what's going on? Heard you wanted to have a chat. Yeah, I thought so. People wanted to have a chat. Is this a debate? Why? Isn't that what all chats are? I don't know. I call that discussions. We talk about debates. What's all the discussion? How you been? Pretty good. How about yourself? What do we have in discussion? I have no idea. Oh. You have a topic in mind? I don't know. People were saying some guy might push up and say he wanted to talk about it. No, I mean, it was kind of based off of, someone told me that my trade yesterday. That's pretty much it. Very positive. That they go over to do with the, make another video to take seriously. I did make, yeah, there's a couple. I made a couple videos on the past week. Oh, shit. What was your most recent one? The most recent one, I saw what you were talking about on my podcast. Yeah. And you were talking about bad representatives of black people. And I was giving a reason for bad representatives of the left. Yeah, you were saying that Kyle Kalinske and Michael Lewis are, bad representatives. You were saying that Sam Seder and David Packard were the only acceptable ones. Those are the only guys that I like impressed about it. Shit. I guess like Packman, not Packman, Brooks and like Kalinske, I like they should have left their role, I guess. But I would never put them up against somebody that was nowhere closer. So what made you turn on Michael Brooks? I don't know. I just paid attention a little bit more. I think he's like part of the racial stuff for Bernie Sanders in the past, and he won about $1 million in what indicates that? Fuck, I don't know. I have to go back and look. I think that one of the big things recently was the very weird massive African switch judge over from like saying this is pretty basic shit. That was a little unhinged in my opinion. You're talking about the response that he had. So I think he misunderstood there. He clearly, I mean, I don't know if it was on accident or on purpose, but he definitely misunderstood what he was saying for sure. You seem to take him as saying that he thought that he was being a class reductionist, or there was this class and he was being like this sly snake. But what he was trying to say is that basically the entire system is set up to work against, poor people and minorities specifically. So, do you think Buttigieg would disagree with that based on what he said so far? I'm not sure. I don't know. He doesn't seem to be very receptive to the African American community. In his policies? What do you mean? In general, I mean, he doesn't have a good outreach. He's had this scandal, this police scandal recently. Wait, which police scandal recently? There was the scandal that was uncovered. It was like a cop was fired. I forget the details of it specifically. Hold on 1 second. But you're gonna look it up? Okay, I'm sorry, come back. The police thing, that was when he was a mayor there. That's like a recent scandal. Yeah, right? When he was a mayor, yeah, so. But I mean, like, yeah, without having to name drop. So, like, but there's like, there's a video of these two constituents of his, these two African American constituents of his, who are basically asking him how they can support him based on that. And the way he responds is by this really loaded way of saying that he says, "I'm not asking you for your vote." And he put out this what he called this Frederick Douglass plan recently, but he literally used a stock photo of, I believe it was a mom and kid from Kenya, I believe it was. Might have been Ethiopia, but I think it was Kenya. Okay, wait, hold on. Let's calm down. Let's go through these like one at a time, okay? So, firstly, do you acknowledge that without having to do like some weird inferencing, without having to draw past events, there's absolutely nothing that he said that was wrong during the actual like interview on TV when when he was talking about like education, or do you think that in and of itself was wrong?
No, I don't think I disagree with what he's saying. No.
Okay, so
and I didn't really agree with any outrage over that comment.
Okay, there was a lot, right? Like Brooks literally captioned that tweet and said, "This is disgusting."
Right. And so I didn't agree with that from him actually.
Okay, that's weird because it sounded like you just spent all this time defending his take on it.
Well, I did because your response I thought was wrong.
Okay, and now, so my response had to do with that particular thing. When Brooks said that this is a material analysis, what does he mean when he says this is a material analysis?
I don't know, and I don't remember him saying that, but I don't know what that means.
Okay,
I'm assuming
material analysis. So material analysis. So dialectical materialism is the way that like Marx views history. Class. That's literally what that means. A material analysis is a class analysis. That's why I said that Michael Brooks was saying that he was reducing it to class by hand-waving away the intersectional approach that Buttigieg took, saying that, well, requires a material analysis. That's why it seems like that's kind of an important part of his statement to understand, no?
Who's to understand Pete Buttigieg's statement or Mike?
To understand Brooks' statement. Like Brooks is saying this requires a material analysis.
Right, so he's saying it requires an all-of-the-above approach.
Well, which I'm sure Buttigieg would agree with, but this particular thing was about, like, seeing education work. Like, nothing wrong with that. Like, just because you don't bring up every single problem at once doesn't mean you're ignoring all the other aspects of a problem, right?
But yeah, but so there seems to be a more deep reason as to why they're not seeing these role models, right?
Yeah, probably.
Which is that the circular is rigged against them, right?
Yeah.
So,
sure,
that's kind of his reply.
Well, yeah, but like, you realize that's like very reductive and dumb. Not like reductive like class reductionist, but like if I were to say like I'm having a big problem here because I can't afford my rent, and then somebody says, oh, well, what you need were better parents. Like, well, no, what I need is a better job. Well, if you wanted a better job, you would have gotten a better education. If you would have had better parents, they would have sent you better school. Like that doesn't really make sense to say that. Like,
I mean, I disagree with that. I think it's actually pretty. I think that's a pretty deep. I think that's a good response. I think
that if somebody says that, like, hey, here's
an overarching like that. Well, I think in this scenario works. I don't know in what scenarios you kind of make up. I mean, I don't know if they're gonna work, but I think this one makes sense.
So right now, so are you saying we should like? You realize that like Buttigieg basically gave like the super standard argument for like all affirmative action. Should we just scrap all affirmative action because it demands a deeper analysis, or?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so then we don't agree, or we agree that Pete's statement was fine.
Yeah, I'm okay with Pete's statement. Yes.
Okay, cool. All right. So what else have I said?
What I felt like was, I just thought that your response to him saying he's a class reductionist, which he's not. He might even spend the majority of his time talking about race, racism, etc., etc. So
it just seemed very weird for him to give class reductionist arguments when Buttigieg was making arguments like based on race. Like Buttigieg was making a very specific argument in favor of affirmative action, and then Michael decided to hand-wave all of it and say this requires a class analysis. Like, it's kind of weird. It's kind of a weird way to hand-wave what people are saying, I think.
I mean, maybe, but I kind of see both on that. But I guess they're all tied in one, which I think is what you're trying to say, but...
Okay, you don't wait, real quick. Am I keeping all strawberries?
Yeah, keep all of them for Jam.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, I'll put them in just a second. Alright, so, I don't really know what our disagreement is. What else do you disagree with? What else am I in your videos for? I know you like to make a lot of fun about me sometimes.
Alright, look, so, do you support Bernie Sanders?
Nah, fuck Bernie, I don't like him anymore. I need to
what happened? What changed? Tell me what changed. Did you like him in the first place, though? Because I remember...
Yeah, so my initial point was that I think having somebody more to the left of me is probably beneficial, because the country is kind of veered off, like, so far right. But, like, I think it's gotten to the point with every new proposal, like, I disagree with Bernie on so much economic policy now that it feels a little bit silly. Like, if I say that, like, I think I kind of like the idea of Bernie being in office, like, I have to literally disagree with every single policy position that he has now. Like, he's gone more extreme than he was in 2016. So.
Which new policies are more extreme?
So like the federal jobs guarantee behind the new Green Deal is very iffy.
What's your problem with the federal jobs guarantee? Just curious.
I don't think in the United States, I don't think the way to fix jobs in the United States is with the federal government guaranteeing jobs. I don't like that idea. It feels not good.
I mean, it's just infrastructure. Federal jobs guarantee is just it's just expanding infrastructure. It's the same thing.
And once that infrastructure is expanded, you think he would cancel all those programs? Of course not.
And so which programs?
Any programs that are spun up under a federal jobs guarantee. The federal jobs guarantee is their way of ensuring certain wages are paid by creating federal jobs that guarantee a certain wage, forcing the private market to match those wages. That's what the point of a federal jobs guarantee is. It's not just to repair infrastructure and then release all those jobs.
No, I know. I understand that, but ideally we'd have the minimum wage raised as well, so it would be sort of at the same level.
Sure, possibly, but I don't like the idea. Like,
how do you know when you found the one? The one that makes your heart race, your palms sweat, your knees weak? Because he's trying to steal your stuff. You can never be too careful. I know all about self-defense. Knuckles, alarm systems, guard dogs. I can even handle thieves.
He was trying to help you. Oh my eye!
Accomplice. Did you know that you are over 200% more likely to be stolen from online than in real life? That's why you need Avast. Avast is the free antivirus software that keeps you safe from cyber criminals, kicking them right in the bed.
I think that contracting private companies to do this is fine. It's worked decently well. Like, as long as the money's there for it, like, I'd rather continue to do that than to have these become like federal jobs. It seems weird to me. So I'm not in favor of that. The nationwide rent control is beyond fucking stupid. And then he has kind of the same stuff that he had before that I don't like. He's like very protectionist when it comes to economic policies. Yeah, I guess that's kind of where I'm at right now. Oh, the Medicare for All, the banning private health insurance now it feels more extreme than it was in 2016. Now that we have an actual proposal, so I'm not a big fan of that either. Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Why don't you? What do you have against that? Is it just because you like the private or the free market or something, or what's the reason?
I think banning private health insurance is laughable. It's never going to pass. It doesn't even test well with Democrats. The idea that would ever survive a general, let alone like be implemented in any type of legislation, is just hilariously naive. And I think
you don't disagree with the policy. You disagree with its viability.
Yeah, I think I mean the policies are way better than we have now, but the viability is non-existent.
So your main disagreement with it is based on viability. So what makes you think that he would lose the general election on that policy? Because as of right now, like that's his stated policy.
Well, right now he's losing the primaries. We haven't gotten to the general election, and he's like hopelessly behind the primaries. So I mean,
he's not hopelessly behind. He's in second place right now, and Biden's obviously has the benefit of being the vice president of Barack Obama, as well as obviously. Name recognition in the polls. So,
and Bernie Sanders had the benefit of being able to campaign for an entire election cycle, and still hasn't been able to move the needle past like 25%. Bernie's polling
nobody back then, dude. He was nobody.
Yeah, but he came in 20s. But he came in. Yeah, but he came in here extremely popular, but he couldn't break the like 30% mark ever. He came in at 25%. He's still at 25%. He hasn't budged at all. He's gone up a little. He's gone down a little, but he's never broken past a quarter of voters. And new people have come in and new people have gone. He's never managed to expand his coalition. Biden literally cannibalizes all the same people that vote for Bernie. Biden has more poor people, more working class people, more black people, more brown people that support him than Bernie does. Bernie hasn't been able to make any headway there. And all the educated people go for people like Warren or for people like Buttigieg. Bernie's made no progress there either.
Do you have numbers on the Biden less educated people? Because from the stats that I've seen, the percentages, it's vast majority go to Bernie when it comes to people who don't have college degrees.
I mean, these are the numbers that I looked at. You can go look it up right now if you want to, I guess. The ones that I looked up, like the coalition of voters that were shared by different politicians, by different candidates, Bernie and Biden shared more or less the exact same coalition of voters of poor, working class, and then multiracial voters, or whatever. They typically went to those two candidates.
From the numbers I've seen, Bernie has a number. I have to look up the numbers, but let's see.
Here, wants a flower, you said, like a daffodil or whatever?
A daffodil.
Another blue jazz?
No, daffodil.
I need to find the link here. Hold on.
I think there's a 538 page on this one. We might have a link for it.
Alright, cool. pull up whatever you have.
Somebody in chat, go do the digging.
Data on this one. Also, it is worth noting that it's mostly old people who are supporting Joe Biden. I should say it's a majority of older people who are supporting Joe Biden.
Yeah, that hurts Bernie even more because older people are more likely to vote.
Yeah, that does hurt. That's why we need to get a mass movement of young people to go out to vote. Are you still a fan of John Delaney?
I don't know if I was ever a fan of John Delaney. He seems like an okay guy, but he's never gonna have a shot at making it anywhere. So.
Okay. So what are some other policies you disagree with Bernie on?
The nationwide rent control is pretty stupid.
Yeah, I'm pretty mixed on rent control. I don't know enough about it actually. I'm a bit agnostic on that. Economics, I know that.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, yeah, economics like protectionist policies are pretty dumb.
Okay, so you're not protection policies. So what made you support him in the first place? And that's my question. Because all these things that you're mentioning, he had already supported. Like, these are all.
I don't remember there being a literal nationwide rent control policy back in 2016. I feel like that's newer. I don't remember the federal jobs guarantee.
That one might be newer. I don't recall that.
The federal jobs guarantee came as part of the Green New Deal, and his healthcare plan, that Medicare for All, the banning private insurance, I didn't understand that provision of it in 2016 because he didn't have actual legislation pushed back then either. So those three new things are pretty big and pretty sweeping.
Who are you supporting in the primary now?
I don't know. Warren is okay. Maybe even Pete. I'm not sure. I'd have to look at his actual policies, but yeah.
Pete, so you don't have a chosen candidate. Okay, well, don't know. Is there anything else?
Well, I don't know. When you make videos of mine, I watch videos, you go real fucking hard. You're like screaming about how much of like a fucking idiot I am, and where's the fire? Bring the heat.
I don't know. That's kind of more the video type of stuff.
Really?
I'm telling you what I disagree with you on here. I'm trying to think of other stuff. Let's see. There's some other. You said you don't think billionaires.
I don't think billionaires what?
You said you don't think that we should not have billionaires, right? That's your opinion.
I mean, if we don't have billionaires as a byproduct of some tax plan, that's okay. The idea of like literally demonizing billionaires is really fucking weird to me. Sometimes I get this feeling that progressives are more obsessed with hating wealthy people than actually loving poor people, which gives me really weird vibes at times.
Don't you see those two things as being really tethered?
Absolutely not. That is very weird to say.
How come?
Because I can sit there because I can want better things for poor people without having to shit on billionaires. I don't know, it's weird. I don't think those.
How do you get the stuff for poor people without dealing with billionaires?
You don't have to deal with the billionaires. You have to do things like increase taxes and then expand like social.
So that's part of what dealing with billionaires is, right? Like changing tax policy.
Yeah, so just change tax policy. We lose all the billionaires or whatever because we change tax policy. That's fine. But when you're targeting billionaires, we're saying like billionaires are evil. We need to get rid of them. Like, no, that's just weird. Billionaires disappear because of changes we make to the tax code. That's okay. But the obsession with like shitting on billionaires is
really. Do you think the existence of billionaires is detrimental to our society and our country?
I mean, if billionaires existed, but we still had enough money to fund all sorts of social programs so that we were comparable to like Norway or Sweden, do you think billionaires would still be?
No. I think yes. I think so.
Okay, because like Sweden and Norway literally have more billionaires per capita than the U.S. So I mean, it just seems like a really strange position to take. And those countries are always the ones that we like model ourselves off of. They seem to be doing okay with the number of billionaires that they have.
Yeah, that's interesting. No, I think that's I'd have to look into numbers. I think you are right about that. But no, I think that $1 billion is an insane amount of money. It's also come to.
Huh? Well, who cares what you think about that? It's an insane amount of money. What's that? I mean, some people.
Yeah, but what happens when the majority of the country comes to that conclusion? Then does it matter?
No. I'm not asking about them. I mean, if the majority of the country come to the conclusion that Jews are evil, get Holocaust, that doesn't really mean anything in terms of your argument. I mean, I was like, what? I don't know why we have to shit on billionaires and billionaires. Like, why not just like say like, hey, like these are the social programs we need. These are the funds we have to raise to pay for them. That's it. Like, why does it have to be like a war on billionaires?
Haven't you talked about studies that show that wealth inequality is negative for society, right?
Yeah.
See those as being tethered at all?
Wealth
Like, how do you not-
inequality being negative has more to do with like neighborhoods or districts of the city that contain very wealthy people and very poor people. Not like an entire country having like a few billionaires and a few non-billionaires. Like it has to do with when you start tracing like income in certain regions across Chicago. This is one of the reasons, for instance, why black people have so much crime, even when you start to get up to the middle income levels, because even while black people still live like in the really fucked up neighborhoods, because of the inequality that exists in those neighborhoods.
What do you think of the
sorry. So it seems like Bernie Sanders' proposal is about $220 billion a year right now. I'm sorry, 2.2 trillion over 10 years.
So it's $220 billion.
$220 billion a year. Well, regardless, whatever his proposal is, if you bring like all middle class and all wealthy people into the fold of this, it's going to be way more expensive than if you just make them pay for it.
Immediately more expensive.
For the country, yeah, for the country, like we're going to have to raise more in taxes to find more of the budget to pay for it.
So the plan that Bernie has funds to fund Brazil into the speculation tax. Yeah, we should have that. Really nice line by
In Sweden, they tried to put on FTT, a financial transaction tax, and I think they tried it on options trading, but 96% of that market disappeared. I think they tried a similar FTT in the UK or might have been another country. And typically, what happens is anytime you put a financial transaction tax out there, you dramatically hurt that type of investment. And what you see is like people moving money other ways, and the amount of money you expect to raise has been dramatically decreases. I think other people have gone through Bernie's projected earnings of that and found that the projected earnings are not really as high.
Or these on, generally speaking, like all Wall Street speculations, I understand how it could be, like which ones would it lower? Because what it sounds like you're saying is that those other countries, they did it in specific stocks or specific financial instruments. But it looks like you're doing it all like an all of the above approach.
Then people would probably find different ways to invest their money, would be my guess. If it was like cutting into profits that much, or the trades would change quite a bit. Like, yeah.
Okay. Okay. And then so you're not for it for what reason is it? I don't understand.
Not for what? Wait,
what is your ideal plan for solving our problem with debt and just college in general?
I mean, some type of means tested like college financing program, maybe similar to what the UK has, is probably good.
Okay. How does the UK do it? They give like loans or something?
Yeah, they have loans that you pay back based on how much money you earn when you get out of college, and then you've got like maintenance loans that you get if you're in school, if you can't afford school.
Okay, so it doesn't seem like you have all that big of an opinion on that one either.
On which one?
On college. It seemed like you were more enthusiastic about your opinion before, but it seems like you're just kind of
Well, my enthusiastic opinion is that like you should fund college, but you shouldn't fund it for everybody. The idea of like making it freely available to every single person is way too fucking expensive.
Why?
Because what I just said, because you have to pay
what level do you want to means test that? Because college is so expensive now that you're essentially including everybody in terms of not being able to afford it.
Middle class people can afford college just fine. You just get loans for it.
No, it's incredibly expensive. If you're looking at least like what, 10, 20K a year at like a UC?
Sure, that's a good investment. A college degree earns you on average about $20,000 more a year after you earn it than somebody with just high school. So I mean, it's a good investment. Yeah, of course, it's expensive, but like the amount that you invest in college versus how much you make is like at about I think at a pretty low level compared to historical costs for education. Like in terms of the amount of money that you earn versus how much the degree costs.
The burden of it is extremely strong. It's too much for people to bear. And it also prevents people from investing in the economy themselves.
Of course it prevents people from investing in the economy. Anytime you spend money on something, it prevents you from investing in something else. But that's not an argument for forgiving all student loans any more than an argument it is for just printing everybody a $50,000 check and saying like, well, look, now that people don't have to pay their bills, they can invest more in the economy. Of course. Education is still a worthwhile investment. There's a reason why we'll sit here and complain about how much the cost of education is, but everybody's still going to college. It's because people know it's a good investment, whether they complain about it or not. The amount of money that you earn with a college degree absolutely makes it a worthwhile investment. That's why people still go to school.
So you're saying that basically it's a good investment, and so no matter the debt that they take on, it's fine?
Not no matter the debt, but just the levels of debt that people take on right now for education seems to still make education a worthwhile investment of money.
But I would argue that there's a lot of people who are really burdened by that debt, and I think it's just too much.
On what grounds?
And just because common
Why
sense
college
grounds. I don't know, like
tuition
taking in
rise
like
faster
$100,000
than
in debt or
inflation,
more
Peppa Hands?
seems pretty insane for somebody who's gonna make 80 whatever, 80K, 100K, something like that a year.
Taking on, what did you say, 50K in debt is crazy for somebody that's gonna make 80?
No, I'm talking like somewhere around like 80 to 100.
So taking on 100K in.
Get your business insured in 10 minutes or less with Next Insurance.
Cool. What's next? Tell us what you do. What's next?
Select your coverage.
Awesome. What's next?
Pay online.
All done. What's next?
Get instant and unlimited
In debt, you say is not worth it for somebody that's going to make 80 to 100K a year?
I'm saying that the burden is too much. I still think it's worth it ultimately, but I think that you shouldn't have to pay that much money to get a higher education.
Okay, you realize that saying common sense, it's not like an argument, right?
I don't know. I guess I do.
You think that is an argument?
Yeah, I think so. I think everyone just sees a number of student loan debt, and I think that they all understand that it's because you're asking me to determine when it's too much of a burden, and you're basically saying that it would have to get to levels where it's not even worth it to get to college. But I think that it can be problematic.
Oh no, you're really close. Yeah, that was the correct answer. When people stop going to school because school costs too much, it's no longer financially viable. That's literally a market force. Yeah, of course. When people are complaining about the fact that education costs too much, but everybody in record numbers is going to college, and then coming out and getting high-paying jobs, seems like it's not too much. It seems like that investment is still very much worthwhile for a lot of people.
Seems like investment. Okay, well, I still think it is, but I think that we need to lower the debt that people are having because it's too much of a burden on them.
Okay. Well, I mean, I guess all the people going to school are just disagreeing with you, but
I get higher education and better jobs as well.
Do you think what?
Incentivize people to get higher education and better jobs as well.
We need to incentivize people to get higher education to get better jobs?
I think we should. I also don't think it's just for people not to be able to afford it either.
Sure, I don't necessarily disagree. So I think that you should make education more freely available to people that can't afford it, like lower middle class or lower class people, working class people. Sure. But I don't think we need to make education free for the upper middle class or free for rich people. It seems really weird.
What's your cut for middle class? Because you're talking about taking on 10, 20K a year at least in student debt.
If your family is earning over $100,000 a year, you've got 2 kids, you should be able to pay for your kids' education. You can't budget that out. Fuck you. Don't make other people in the country pay for your financial responsibilities. Or if you're somebody like me, I don't need. What?
Are you taking into account Nebraska costs or California costs?
Take into account California costs. If you're making over $100,000 a year, you should be able to pay for your kids' school.
For that expense, I don't think you can make that work for 100K. Because you've got a shit ton of stuff to pay for, and kids are expensive, obviously. But I don't think those numbers really work out, to be honest.
It's more than enough, I promise you. If you're making $100,000 a year with 2 kids, you can do it.
You're talking about combined income.
Yep.
Combined income of a married couple of 100K.
Yep.
You can pay for $100,000 in student loan debt.
Yep. Do you want? You what?
I couldn't disagree with you more. I mean,
you know what? Next stream, then here's some free content for you. Next stream, open an Excel spreadsheet. You can go ahead and do the math. You can do the math on your rent, on all of your expenses. See what kind of a payment you can afford. You'll be surprised. $100,000 a year is a lot of fucking money, my dude. I know that I don't know why we're pretending it's not, but $100,000 a year is a lot of money.
California, it's not that much money.
In where do you live?
I live in the Bay Area.
Okay, you realize you live in one of the I don't even know where in the Bay Area you live, but if you live near San Francisco, you live in one of the most expensive parts of California. You realize that, right? You know that fucking Orange County or all of middle California, there are cheaper parts to California. Not every part of California is literally San Francisco tier, right?
Yes, I'm aware.
Okay, so maybe $100,000 a year isn't enough in literally the most expensive part of the entire country, save parts of New York. But if you're living in fucking Sacramento or some shit, or any of the poorer parts of California, $100,000 a year is just fine. Even in parts of LA, I know that you can live on the outskirts around here and still be okay.
We're taking into account student loan debt on top of everything else.
Yeah,
taking on like an extra $500 a month payment or something for some. Yeah, I think they can handle it. Yeah.
Okay. Guess we're gonna have to disagree there.
Okay.
I don't know.
Well, next stream you should open a spreadsheet and go through some numbers. You can do some budgeting. It'll be a good life preparation advice for you and everything, dude.
Okay. Okay. What happened with the? Okay, I don't know if you want me to bring this up. You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. I'm just curious. If you could give me a breakdown of the whole Edward controversy.
Yeah, of course. Hold on. Wait, how do you chat in this game? What do you type? I thought it was Y.
No, it's E.
Oh. No, it's not.
It is for me.
Oh, T. Oh, sorry. Basically it's just the same position I've always had. I think that there are jokes that I would make in private that I wouldn't feel comfortable making in public.
That's it?
What?
That's it?
Yeah, it's my whole position. It's what it always has been.
So you basically people started going after you for saying publicly that you say it in private?
Maybe in certain, like quoting certain jokes, whatever. Yeah, basically, yeah.
Okay. Okay. And okay. Let's see. How do you feel about Kyle Kalinske?
I just think he's a hack that just shills super hard for the camp burning, basically.
Oh, what makes you think that?
I don't know. He just says like a lot of like really stupid things that just shill super hard for burning. Like basically, you're either burning or die, and the attacks that he launches on other candidates is just outrageously fucking stupid. One of the most recent examples I can think of was when he tweeted out that like the reason why black people don't support Buttigieg as much as other candidates or whatever is because they don't like his policies, which is hilariously stupid given that black people don't support Bernie as much as they support Biden. So it seems like they don't like Bernie's policies either, or... And then watch it. Oh, go ahead.
That's the only reason.
Wait, what?
VP, that's the reason why black people support him.
Wait, your mic cut out a little bit. Can you say that one more time?
Sure. Biden was Obama's VP, the first ever black president, so that's why black people support him.
Oh, so black people are too stupid to see past the fact that he was the first black president's VP, but they're not too stupid to see into the specific policies of Pete Buttigieg?
They're not specific. Well, I don't know. It sounds like a loaded question, but
I mean, it sounds like, well, when you say something as dumb as black people don't support Pete Buttigieg because of his policies, but now you're telling me the only reason they support Biden is because he was the first black president's VP. I don't know. Are black people really smart or really stupid? I'm just curious which one it is, because in one version they're really stupid, and in another version they're pretty smart.
Yeah, I think there are some voters who in general are stupid, but I don't think that black people are stupid. I think they're just like everyone else.
Well, wait, do you think that it's kind of stupid if black people support Biden just because he was Obama's VP? That sounds like a stupid thing to believe, no?
I disagree with that assessment, yes. I disagree with
Wait, hold on. Don't wait. The black guy told you, I support Biden because he was Obama's VP, and Obama was black. Would you say, well, that's stupid? That I disagree with your assessment. You say that's stupid, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if you tell me that black people support Biden because Biden was Obama's VP, you're saying that those black voters are stupid, right?
Saying those people, yeah, their logic is not sound, yeah.
You're saying those black voters are stupid. So why is it that those black voters are stupid, but the ones that don't support Pete Buttigieg, those ones are smart? Do you see the contradiction here?
They're smart that they don't support people? I don't understand that.
So Kyle Kalinske tweeted that the only reason, Kyle Kalinske tweeted that black voters don't support Pete Buttigieg because Pete's policies are bad. Understand that?
That policies don't reach out to black people at all.
Do Bernie's not either then? Is that why they support Biden more than Bernie?
Actually made an outreach for sure. But, I mean, yeah, they definitely didn't know. Like, now his numbers are going up with black people, but before they didn't know who he was. In 2016, they didn't know who he was.
They knew who he was at the end of the election cycle. The whole country did. The whole world did.
Yeah. And so that's why his numbers amongst African Americans are going up.
They're not, though. They're still way higher for Biden.
Sure, I don't know what the numbers exactly are, but yeah, I think his numbers have gone up, though, but I don't know what the exact numbers are.
36
still way higher for Biden?
Yeah, I think they are higher for Biden.
So, are black voters picking candidates based on policy? In which case they're rejecting Bernie Sanders because he has an anti-black policy, or not as much as Biden, or are they picking people based on who was closely associated with Obama?
I think that right now, most of them, like the older voters especially, are choosing Biden for that reason.
Okay, so then would you agree that Kulinski's tweet that black voters are shying away from Pete because of his policies is kind of a stupid tweet?
I mean, I would...
With Spectrum Mobile, switching is easy, and it's just $45 a month for a line with unlimited talk, text, and data. So keep your phone...
Say that he didn't really have any policies that really reached out to any black people.
Bernie doesn't either then? Or because Bernie is still like 15 points under Biden.
But he still has like actual like black support though. Like Pete had 0.
I don't think Pete had actually 0. I think it was like 4 or 5. It was like low, but
yeah, but it was pretty much 0.
Okay. It's just strange that I continually hear from Bernie bros that like Bernie is the #1 candidate for black people, and then the reason why black people don't support Pete is because of his policies, but they don't support Bernie because of some other weird reason.
Some other weird reason?
Yeah, I don't know why you would say they don't support Bernie, because they just don't know about him, even though Bernie's had basically continuous news coverage for the past 4 years.
Let's say that older voters are gonna stick with who they know, and they're not really paying much attention to Bernie either, and they probably are not receptive to him the same way other old voters are not.
Well, why couldn't that be the same reason for Pete then? Maybe older voters just don't look at Pete, they don't know anything about him, they're not receptive to him because they stick to who they're comfortable with.
What? They stick with their comfortable? I mean, Pete's a new name, Joe.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, if somebody were to say, why aren't black people voting for Pete, why wouldn't you use that same reason? Maybe they just don't know him because they're sticking with who they're comfortable with.
Because he has no outreach plan.
Wait, how old are you again?
17.
Okay. This conversation makes me want to kill myself. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I can see that.
Okay, so what I'm saying is you're giving me one reason why a group of people won't vote for one candidate. But then when I ask you why they're not voting for another candidate, you're giving me a whole different reason. Do you understand that that feels a little inconsistent to me?
I guess I could understand why you feel that way, but I don't think there's one explanation for an election like this.
I don't disagree with that, but if your reason why
Kamala
black
Harris
people...
didn't get black support either.
What?
And I think that's because of policies.
Wait, what?
Kamala Harris didn't really get any black support either, and I think that was because of policies.
So, why do some black people... Okay, so every single candidate that black people aren't supporting a ton, they don't support because of policies. But the black people that do support a candidate are supporting him because of dumb reasons, like the fact that he was Obama's VP. Why is it that anytime
black voters, like there's a good amount of black voters who support Bernie Sanders?
There is, but Biden still has way more
Some
support.
of them vote on policy reasons, some of them vote for Biden. What's so hard to understand about that?
Hey, do you have... so here's a question that I'm going to ask, and I know 100%, I'll bet my life on it, you don't have an answer to it. Have you seen polling data that shows why certain black people support certain candidates? Or are you just totally assuming that the only black people that support Biden do it for dumb reasons, but the black people that support Bernie do it for smart reasons?
In the smarter dumb
Kathy
reasons
and
are my
Lemmy
opinion.
defend Gort number 6,649.
Okay, what is one policy that Bernie Sanders has talked about that targets black people?
Well, in general, his policies have a indiscriminate effect on African Americans.
So Pete Buttigieg actually has a Douglas plan that targets black people and like historically black universities.
He put it in super late, and he faked a bunch of endorsements of him.
Sure. So the endorsement thing with the way that they did that was stupid. But Bernie literally doesn't even have any policies that Bernie doesn't even.
Okay, go ahead.
Bernie doesn't even have any policies that target black people.
Well, ending the war on drugs is something I'll do very discriminate help for African Americans, but everything that he has, universal health care, free college education, it's going to disproportionately impact African Americans.
Okay.
that it just seems weird that like Pete has like a specific plan that he announced back in July that helps black people, like specifically. Bernie has no policies that relate to black people.
The Douglas plan in July?
I think so. The Douglas plan, wasn't it?
Not recently. I thought he released it right before the previous debate. He used a stock photo of a woman and her child in Kenya.
In July 2019, Buttigieg shared his Douglas plan named for abolitionist Frederick Douglass to address systemic racism in America. It was in July.
In July, interesting. I wonder why I just heard about that.
Maybe because you only listen to people like Kyle Kalinske or Michael Brooks?
No, that's not the reason why.
You don't think that might have something to do with it?
No, because I saw Cory Booker talking about it.
Okay.
Cory Booker had posted about it. And he got asked a question about it after the debate. Got anything else?
I think I'm good for now. Listen, the next time you make a hit piece video about me, okay? Let's talk about it, okay? I'm excited. It's fun for me, alright?
Yeah. Alright.
Okay. I love you, buddy. Be careful, alright?
Alright.
I don't know. I just paid attention a little bit more. I think that he's like hardcore showing himself out there pretty serious. Like last time he pointed out about 20 minutes.
Alright guys, so here's the deal. If you don't smell good, nobody's gonna want to be around you, right? I mean, I'm not kidding. I don't even leave the house unless I put cologne on. So I was super stoked to hear about this company, Semper. Basically,
Alright everyone, the other day there was a very slightly tongue-in-cheek artificial AstroTurf trend on Twitter and elsewhere about where is Biden, because of course Joe Biden isn't going out in public very much, and so let me answer the question. He's largely not going out because he can't hold rallies. He's not going to be flying place to place for rallies he's not going to hold. There's really no reason for anyone to be campaigning right now. Bernie Sanders, by the way, basically doing the same, but here's the difference. Bernie Sanders is more tech literate. Bernie Sanders has, a younger overall staff, because younger people within the Dem field tend to favor him over Biden. They kind of know what they're doing with setting up a circle talk or a town hall or something. Is Biden really all that aware when it comes to such things? This has been the one real advantage that Bernie Sanders has had throughout the campaign. Bernie Sanders and his people just know more about tech-era optics, whereas Biden, he's stuck in the 1970s. Sometimes, literally, he thinks it's 1970. But here's the other reason. Biden doesn't need to campaign. He's 20 points ahead nationwide, and he's won, of the last 9 states in their primaries, has won 8 of them. The only one he lost was the one with the least delegates. He's winning by increasing margins, in fact, won every single of the last states by double digits. Florida by, I think, what was it, like 35 fucking points or something? He doesn't need to campaign. He's already won. He's clinched the nomination. He's 300 delegates ahead. You got a few weeks here to wait before another slew of primaries. He's probably going to win all of those. There's really nothing that he can... I mean, the worst thing that Biden could do right now, and this is almost an admission of what the Bernie fans, I'm sure, would say, is come out with a major gaffe. So if he doesn't go out and speak to anyone, it doesn't really matter. Bernie Sanders at this point can't campaign in live action either. He can't hold his rallies, which is another thing in which he sets up an example of getting 10,000 as opposed to Biden's 2,000 usually on a good day. So that would be bad optics for Biden. So long as Bernie Sanders can't physically campaign, Biden shouldn't say anything. He should absolutely just goddamn shut the hell up. He's already gotten all the endorsements. He's already got a major delegate lead. He's coming off of a slew of wins in the primaries. And right now is the time where Joe Biden can simply tweet about Trump and ramble about the coronavirus response and do what all the other Dems are doing. Bernie, by the way, is doing the same goddamn thing. I mean, all of these two people are doing at this point is complaining about Trump's response to coronavirus. That's really become the main issue, I think, of the campaign, at least for the moment. Now, I think that it's a real goddamn big trap that they're walking into by doing that. Do you think that public attention will still be predominantly on coronavirus by Election Day? I don't think so. Not unless it blows up in our face and mutates and starts killing 20-30% of the population. Because at some point it's going to slow down because it's already infected everyone it can infect because everyone's already been infected. They'll already be sick or they'll have recovered and be resistant. At some point, some degree of quarantine does begin to take effect. It begins to have an effect of reducing the caseload. We've got potential medical treatments now that can be mass-produced relatively cheaply, anti-malarial drugs that are produced from basically absinthe wormwood, which is readily available and basically grows like a weed, artemisins. If that's the case, the medicine works. People aren't really going to be thinking about this come June or July, let alone November. But yet, the wagon of these two campaigns, they're both hitched to the same horse of Orange Man bad, specifically on this issue. But if you look at the polling on the coronavirus response, Trump's doing reasonably well, making a video about that as well. Right now, his approval is still hovering around between 43 and 45. This is sort of a long-term average sort of thing, and he's risen a couple of points above that at times as well. He's not doing so bad. His approval is around where Obama was at this point in his presidency. In fact, I think about a point higher. He's got nothing to worry about unless the economy decides to tank. If it continues to sort of stabilize and it looks like the chloroquine works, expect it to rise considerably. Expect most of that economic damage to be recovered by November. If that happens, Trump will probably be reelected. Biden, meanwhile, he's just going to sit on the sidelines and tweet because the tweet, he can say what he wants tweeted and then a staffer can do it. And they can make suggestions. And of course, he's like Hillary Clinton. It takes him a focus group to make a tweet. Bernie, I think, is a little bit more off the cuff because he's very much, he's been very much the same in all of his messaging for the most part since the 70s. He knows what to say and how to say it. He's got that particular advantage. Of course, it's sort of like, just beating a dead horse at some point, but at least he's definitely competent in the sense of maintaining his message. Whereas Joe Biden, he doesn't. He sort of jumps all over the place, but he's got it clinched. I mean, the lowest win that he's had in any of the recent states, in Washington State, he still wins by, I believe, 11 points, if I remember correctly, still by, double digits. Lower than what he got in Florida or Illinois, but still a significant enough win to give him a delegate boost. He wins the biggest contest left, which was Florida, by 30-some-odd points. Gets a huge delegate lead. He got almost a boost of 100 delegates just from one state. And so why would he need to campaign? He can't go out in public and do it. The only other thing he can do is like a town hall. He can do like a thing like Trump would do. He can give a speech. But Joe Biden's not good at that sort of thing. Why the hell would he want to? So no, he doesn't have corona or something like that. He's off the campaign trail partially because of a pandemic, partially because there's nothing left to campaign against. He's waiting for the general because he knows he's already the candidate. He's already the Democratic nominee. The Bernie babies don't want to admit that, but basically, Bernie Sanders keeps cryptically remarking, well, I'm still considering the fate of my campaign. And people saying, well, he might drop out. He might kind of suspend his campaign, but still technically be there. He might decide to go all in and keep going, which I think is dumb. At some point, he's going to be forced out anyway because there's too big a delegate gap, and he's got too low a ceiling, and he's coming from too far behind, and he just doesn't quite get it. He doesn't get the fact that even among Democrats, they've rejected socialism, and he keeps using that dirty word to describe himself. And that's really what fucked him. That and the fact that he has a heart attack, he's 78 years old. Come on, dude. He's not a spring chicken anymore. He's not a spring chicken in his mid-70s like he was in 2016. He's almost an octogenarian. I'm sorry, but the revolution isn't televised if there's no revolution to televise. That's about all. Peace out.
All right, we've got a real animal lover here. Betting starts at $1 for a click. $1, do I hear, dollar?
Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday.
we're going to start with a debunk with Professor Ben Burgess. He's author of Give Them an Argument, Logic for the Left. He's a proprietor of a very good Patreon page, which you should go and check out. He is a professor of logic at Perimeter College, and he just had another debate with Mr. Destiny, and we're going to talk about it. But Ben, first, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Secondly, are you ready for your song?
Oh, yes.
I want to go to Mach really bad.
I will.
Go.
Okay.
You gotta restrain me. Logic for the left. You're going to show us.
This is based on data from a bunch of different countries. There's abundant evidence that at this point that that's bullshit. Breaking down those right-wing arguments and looking at how they're put together.
Okay, break it down. Break it down. Break it down. Fuck all of them. Wait, am I saying fuck all of them?
Break it down, I think you're saying.
I've heard break it down, but then I'm also hearing something else. But
You're saying Hail Satan.
I'm saying Hail Satan. If you play that track backwards, I'm saying Hail Satan. God is dead. Little 1980s flair on TMBS. Ben Burgess, what were you talking about with Destiny?
Yeah.
And we have a clip, of course.
Of course. So we started off talking about rent control, and he made the usual argument against rent control that it doesn't that it's bad for investment in new housing. Less new housing is going to be built by the private sector, and I made the point that we always make in these discussions, which is that what Bernie Sanders is proposing, what we want, is universal rent control, coupled with a massive new investment in public housing, which one would think that would be kind of a 30-second discussion, right? Like if you say your objection to rent controls, there's not enough new private units being built, you say, yeah, we want to build a bunch of private public units. You'd think there'd be kind of, oh, okay, well, never mind then. All right, now I get it.
All right, makes sense. Have a good day.
Yeah, exactly. But he dug in his heels, and it ended up turning into a much bigger discussion about a lot of other things, in particular universality and whether programs, whether we're talking about rent control or single-payer health care or other things, are more politically durable if they're universal, which he denied. And in the course of that, he was really challenging me. How can you possibly know that that's right, because these are such complicated phenomenon that, like, how can you prove that? And I don't know if you need to do anything with the soundboard here, but I said something about inference to the best explanation. And
inference of the best explanation, I will do this one. Money.
So, inference to the best explanation is a concept from the philosophy of science that basically says if the data is consistent with multiple explanations, that doesn't mean you just have to throw up your hands and you can't know what's what. You can say, no, this one is the simplest, most obvious, most likely explanation, so let's go with that. And that kind of set him off for what we're going to hear in the first clip.
All right, let's play these clips.
So they call a trainer a sneaker, a jumper a sweater, and a few minutes a quibby?
Okay, well listen, I didn't see that, but I've been dealing with just, there's like, I guess my big thing that I don't like doing this thing where I just like criticize the left from the left for clicks. I think that there's legitimate stuff to criticize the left for, and one of those things is just like the narcissism of small differences, as it's called, where like we agree on 95% of stuff, and we make the focus the 5% we disagree on to the point where we end up just like losing, and it's completely counterproductive. And I think some of the stuff you're talking about is under that umbrella.
I'm curious, what do you think in general? Have you read much into the TPP? Do you have a strong opinion on it, or?
Well, listen, I mean, so since it died, I stopped following it altogether. But my basic view was like, I can find certain things in it that would arguably be like incremental improvements over what we have now. But like, I just have a real problem with, and I know that these exist outside of the TPP framework, but I think corporations have too much power and they exist outside of the judicial system already too much. So, you know, that mechanism that the TPP included, that multinationals could basically, you know, be in arbitration outside of the laws of any individual country, is sort of that, like, I saw a little bit of Bernie on Rogan yesterday, and when Rogan asked him, like, why is this stuff legal? And Rogan said, well, because they made the laws. I just have a huge problem with that, but that doesn't mean
this is one way to look at it, but it has to be that way, right? Like, I would never, if I'm accusing a country of making unfair practices that are making my firm uncompetitive, I don't want that country's courts to determine whether or not I win or lose my case, right? Like, there's a reason why people always resort to this third-party arbitration in thousands of other bilateral trade agreements and other trade agreements around the world, a lot of which America is already a part to. Like, I don't want to sue a company in Canada or even the government of Canada because I think that they're implementing some unfair labor practice that's fucking just my firm over, and then their courts decide who wins or loses that deal. That sounds like a horrible deal for me.
Okay, but hold on. So that's the most charitable possible interpretation of why those arbitration things are good. If we step back from like that particular thing, in most cases, those types of arbitration things are significantly to the advantage of the party that's most in place to impose it. So if you look at like in the workplace, if you look at when it comes to environmental stuff, whoever wants that system is going to be disproportionately benefiting from it at the expense of the other party. So I don't know that
the ISPS panels let both people nominate a judge, and then they both have to agree on a third panel person. It's not like the person bringing suit picks 3 friends to come over and evaluate whether or not they win or lose.
No, it's not. But I'm sure that you would grant that these systems are subject to the same type of regulatory capture that like basically every, you know, it's the regulator, it's industry regulating the regulators. And that's the same problem we have in the United States where, you know, it's like capitalism for the gain, for the profits, and socializing the costs. And it's just hard for me to say that I have no good reason to think that they're proposing that in good faith.
I mean, I can see where it might not be perfect, but I just can't think of like, let's say that I have a firm and another country passes a law that I think is hurting my firm.
Yeah.
Who should arbitrate this if not like a third party panel? Like who should?
That you would only ask the question that way if you were already completely bought into the status quo of the multinational corporation. There's another way that this stuff can work, which is the same stuff that makes it so that you have to figure that situation out is the one that allows a company that basically is an American company to on paper be Irish and then not pay any taxes in the United States. And the answer is you stop that infrastructure. A company has to be
you don't have multinational companies? Or
you have multinational companies, but you regulate their activity, their behavior within countries based on the laws of those countries. I'm not saying that it would be an easy thing to do, but it's just like you have to have a paradigm shift.
Problem, though. What do you do when a country passes a law just to make your firm non-competitive?
A country? Okay, so like what would be an example of that?
Sure. So we can use like a real life example. In Canada, there was a foreign company that had a gas, like that sold gas there called Ethel Corp. And Canada passed a law that banned a certain additive to fuel. And it only impacted this company. It didn't impact any of the other companies in Canada. Well, if I think this is bullshit and they're only passing it to make me non-competitive, if not third-party arbitration, who should I appeal to there?
I mean, okay, so this that gets us to like a much broader argument of like what are the rights that a company should have? Like, isn't that there would be people who would say that's the prerogative of Canada. You have no right to sell your gas in Canada, and if that's what Canada decides, then why? I mean, that's totally their right. Like, that's not necessarily my position, but that is a position which would solve this problem.
That's not a trade position then. Then you're saying, like, don't have trade deals. Because, like, the natural extension of where that gets us then is, okay, well, if your country, I assume, has a bad legal system, I'm never investing in your country ever. I'm never going to start a business there, and screw you guys. Or, if you want to open up trade to another country, well, why would I open up trade with your country if any time a firm from my country tries to sell in your country, you make them non-competitive with your local legislation.
But
Like,
you're
no
sort
one
of
would ever
moving the
invest in-
goalposts though, because you first started with like the specific arbitration, superseding arbitration infrastructure for TPP. But now you're just saying like, what if any country does something that's bad for my business? So it's like that is a moving the goalpost of sorts.
Wait, but that's the fundamental question. I don't think it's a moving the goalpost. The fundamental question is, if I have a firm and I wanted to be competitive with firms in another country that we're supposed to have open trade with, what do I do if that country is engaging in discriminatory business practices that favor their local companies over a foreign one? How do I resolve that?
So this is, I think, the strongest thing, which is if you have specific, if you have a particular agreement and expectations that are part of a trade deal, then the question is how do you enforce that? And I completely agree that you need to have some mechanism for that. My skepticism of the overarching way that TPP had it, and again, I feel like it's just semi-moot because it's dead. But part of the problem with it was that it didn't seem like it was the narrowest way to address that particular issue.
Okay, I would be super curious in hearing alternatives. This seemed like a pretty good standard for resolving these disputes. That essentially, like, I'm going to sue you, so what we're both going to do is we're both going to find our expert who's going to rule on this, and then both of us are going to agree on a third person, or if we can't, then our two people are going to agree on a third person, and then they're going to evaluate who's in the right here. You need 2 votes to win your case. So not only do you win over your person, but that seems like a good way to resolve disputes using third-party arbitration between a firm and another country.
I get it. I think the issue I'm having is that TPP in total was such a handout to multinational corporations, which already control like all aspects of everyone's lives, period, and are raping and pillaging the resources of the planet, that it feels to me like, wait a second, are we going to just default to giving these corporations everything they want? I think that...
Well, I mean, like, of course, if we're in a capitalist framework and we are doing anything to improve the status of an economy, which is what multilateral trade agreements are for, these are by definition going to benefit the largest players in your country. That's just a reality, right? Now, if you want to say something like corporations have too much power or inequality is too high, I agree with both of those statements, obviously, but you don't address this with trade policy. You address this with domestic policy.
Right, but hold on a second. But I don't know that that's so. Let's back up for a second though, because when I step back, it's like, okay, TPP was going to significantly strengthen patent and copyright law to the benefit of huge corporations at the expense of the average person. It was going to create, again, this like extrajudicial infrastructure for corporations that even if you're making some reasonable points about the need for a system like it, it's yet another letting the companies figure out how they're going to be regulated. Like when you step back, it's just letting big corporations tell us how it is that they want to be regulated and what it is that they want to do. And that, I think, is like the fundamental problem.
I mean, like, I can understand, but, like, you're presenting this with only one side. Like, the other side of this is that copyright protections, as much as we hate them on the internet, are actually pretty important to doing business. If you're going to invest a great deal of research and development into some product, you want to be able to exclusively capture revenue through selling that for some period of time. One of the huge problems that we talk about right now, that I think people, I hope, on the left and right agree, is that if you set up a firm in some countries, those countries will make your firm transfer intellectual property to other people, either to the state itself, like in China, or to other competing firms. And it's like, well, fuck, well, why would I ever invest? I'm never going to set up a company there if any software I transfer or any proprietary knowledge is going to be literally expropriated by the state and then distributed to other companies. Like, I'm never going to do that. It's just horrible. So, like, I mean, like, this is one of our huge critiques that we have with China, and it's arguably something that the TPP would have given us a little bit of leverage on, that another company, like a Chinese company, couldn't do this in another country that they're operating in with an American firm, because now we can use the TPP to bring suit against them or something. Yeah, I mean, like, the copyright stuff maybe goes too far, but this is more of a broader critique on copyright law, not on the TPP, because I'm sure we all agree that you should have some form of copyright. Yeah,
let me quote an expert on trade named Donald Trump, who once said, we don't want to take a hammer when a velvet glove would work, or something like that. And I'm sort of joking because Trump's not an expert on trade, but what I mean is I think that all of the issues that you're bringing up could be dealt with in far more narrow ways than the way that the TPP was doing it. And I am not grieving the death of TPP.
Okay. I mean, I'd be interested in hearing those. It's usually, usually all of the accusations just sound to me like somebody's like corporation bad, and then like that's like the default like.
No. Listen,
I mean, to do with that.
I am not an anti-capitalist. I am a social democrat, and I am completely clear on there are certain types of advancements that you need the infrastructure of a corporation to most effectively kind of like carry the risk and bear the research and development costs in connection with obviously the commons and the fact that a lot of the people making those advancements had public school educations. Like, okay, I'm tempering it with social democracy. So I'm not like an anti-corporate guy. I just think that, again, there are far more, even with like copyright, you can't even say, here's the way to deal with copyright and patents. Dealing with it in entertainment media versus pharmaceutical patents, like they need to be dealt with differently, and there are different solutions in each.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree. I mean, it's crazy to me that if you have like a massive agreement that we all agree provides some benefits, that like a few critiques of different things within this agreement let you scrap the whole thing. Like that's just like it would be like car shopping, and you go through and you find a perfect car, good gas mileage, a lot of power, a lot of space, and you're like, I don't really like the seats, and I think we could just do way better on that. So screw this whole vehicle. And it's like
that's how I shop for cars. As soon as the seats aren't comfortable, I'm looking at a different dealership. I mean, that makes sense.
Okay, but like if at the end of the day, if you're walking to work every day, it seems like you kind of shot yourself in the foot by being too extreme. Like, I don't know, maybe I'm too incrementalist in my approach to a lot of these deals, but
I don't know. I mean, it's not that I think what you're saying is crazy. It's just like I think that there are narrower ways to deal with each of the things that you like about TPP individually that would not create. I mean, the other thing is once you get into something like TPP, it's sort of like the tariffs that Trump has put in place. The off-ramp is extraordinarily long and difficult. So for me, wrapping so much stuff into one deal in this way, especially when so much of it is questionable, when we could deal with all of these things individually, doesn't seem like the wisest path forward.
Well, but I mean, these trade agreements are usually huge. The European Union is huge. NAFTA is huge. Like these trade agreements are always going to be massive because there's so much. There's so many side agreements that you have to make that have to address specific policies in every country. Yeah. And it just seems like by walking away from it, America basically just said, screw it. We're losing all of that influence in the Southeast Pacific region. Like we don't have it anymore. And now China does because we walked away from it. The 10 remaining countries signed on to it, with Japan leading them, and now China is moving through with their initiatives to build out all of their infrastructure across all of Asia and Africa, and we're just like sitting here like twiddling our thumbs, getting into trade wars and locking ourselves in a box.
I completely agree with you. Russia now, I mean, the Russia-China-U.S. Sort of like superpower dynamics have gone dramatically out of the U.S.'s favor. Now you've got Russia making deals with China for energy harvesting. You've got China going to India for, I don't remember if it's like aluminum or steel because of the tariffs. I mean, it's like everybody's basically fine other than us as a result of this.
Yeah, because those countries are not ignoring like the globalist reality that we're facing. And the faster you globalize and the bigger foothold you get in a global market, like the stronger your country's going to be. China absolutely understands that. But then it seems like we're scared in the West because of dumb shit going on. You've got like the United Kingdom leaving the largest unified market in the world. You've got the United States unironically engaging in trade wars with our largest trading partner that is actually damaging not only our markets but our job markets as well in the United States. Like it's insane to me that people are like, all of a sudden we became isolationists in like 10 years. I have no idea what happened. It's crazy.
Hey, is this like what Twitch is all about, where we just randomly argue about stuff?
Oh yeah, sure, yeah. I stream for 10 hours. I talk about a lot of random shit, but yeah.
Wow.
Sorry.
Wow, this is crazy. Well, listen, I'm slowly learning what I'm doing on Twitch, and one of the things I saw is that your channel is like the top refer to mine. So like that's good, right?
I'm a big Twitch streamer. Okay, I might be a little boy on YouTube, but I'm a big guy here on Twitch, right?
You're doing well on YouTube as well.
I'm doing okay, yeah.
All right, I gotta like take phone calls from my audience and stuff.
Yeah. All right. Well, hey, have fun. Thanks for the conversation.
All right. Yep. Sounds good. I'll talk to you soon.
Hello, David. Here we go. We're live.
We're doing it.
Yeah.
ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be circling for just another Quibi.
Okay, well, listen, I didn't see that, but I've been dealing with just.
I've actually been up until like 4 or 5 a.m. I've actually done so much reading on the TPP. I hate my life right now. Oh my god. I would actually be shocked if somebody went through and they added the time up. I think he actually talked like 5 to 7 times more than I did, maybe more. Holy shit. Why are you such a gigantic pussy? Well, because I don't want to just scream over each other for like an hour. Holy fuck. Oh my god. You would never let anyone else talk over you like that? No, if people really want to go, but usually people aren't that insistent on. The thing is like, if we both cut each other off, then like, we're just gonna be like talking over the entire time. God damn it. I feel like I just wasted so much time getting ready for this. I actually I did a lot of reading because I was trying to find these cases. Because one common thing, here I'll read you off a couple of things that I found. I'm so glad that he brought up that Ethel Corp thing because I've actually heard that exact example, and then there's another one too in Germany. I'll read for you a little bit. For example, an early use of ISDS was a Canada banned a fuel additive that was only used by one company called Ethel Corp on the basis of health reasons. Ethel Corp sued, saying the additive was actually banned for political reasons rather than on any scientific grounds. The Canadian government chose to settle, paying them some $20 million and withdrawing the law they were implementing. On the face of it, it seemed like Ethel Corp was the bad guy and the Canadian government was pursuing legitimate policy in the public interest, and this is certainly how it was played out in the media. In actual fact, Ethel Corp presented the Canadian government's own documents coming from the Health and Environmental Departments, dating to about a year prior, that unequivocally stated that there was absolutely zero danger from using the additives in fuel. In fact, the party that tried to get the law through had strong historical links with the domestic companies competing with Ethel Corp. And it feels like I found that a lot when people are like, oh, like, look, these ISDS courts were fucking horrible for environmental shit. And it's like that. That's how some of these cases are presented. Here's another one. There's also the Hamburg-Vattenfall case. Vattenfall signs contracts with the city of Hamburg to build a new coal power plant, and the Green Party, which was ruling Hamburg at the time in a coalition government, kept arbitrarily creating and raising regulatory standards with the aim of stopping the power plant. There was no empirical or evidence-based backing for most of the regulations that were implemented. It was simply directly targeting the power plant. Vattenfall actually changed their plans multiple times to accommodate these changes before realizing it was an unfair playing field and deciding to take Germany through ISDS. And Germany lost the dispute because, again, this is an instance of unfair and discriminatory regulation. There are a lot of these cases where people say like, oh no, the environmental stuff is getting destroyed, but like, I don't know, I couldn't find it. I looked for it too, because obviously like, I don't want to come on here and have him cite a whole bunch of stuff that fucking destroys me, because I'm like too biased, or I'm looking at my own shit. Those international, I didn't write this down, I don't know why, but I remember reading this, but the international, those international labor standards that he talked about were part of the final text of the TPP agreement. Like, this is quoting the TPP agreement. Like, here are some things that were required for this. Freedom of association and the effective recognition of the right to collective bargaining, the elimination of all forms of forced or compulsory labor, the effective abolition of child labor, a prohibition on the worst forms of child labor and other labor protections for children and minors, the elimination of discrimination in respect of employment and occupation, and acceptable conditions of work with respect to minimum wages. These are all things that have to be on the books for you to join the TPP. So the TPP overall is good. Or is it way more complicated? It's complicated. There are pros and cons, and there definitely are some worries, but the worries about it are way the fuck overblown. And by the way, as soon as America walked away from it, I think 2 years later, Japan took charge and basically had everybody sign it anyway. So congratulations. I think it's like the TPP-CP or some shit now or whatever. There's like a longer name for it, but that trade agreement is signed, and guess what? The United States isn't part of it. And we didn't even get to talk about the broader geopolitical landscape of now you've got China moving forward with their Belt and Road Initiative, where they're trying to gain influence over the world, with the Made in China 2025, where they're trying to get into higher levels of manufacturing, where China gets to exert all this influence now, and America's just not privy to any of these massive multilateral trade agreements because we decided to walk away for some fucking random fucking reason. Fuck. There is so much...
There was an issue where Canada tried to sue France because Canada wanted to sell products with asbestos in these products. They tried to sue France over it. This is where a company tried to sue France because of some of their laws that they had for environmental regulations. France won that suit through ISDS panels. They sided with France there. France said, fuck off. This was an environmental decision. You're not allowed to import. We're not going to import asbestos products from you. They won that case. Philip Morris is currently battling a case against Australia right now because of expropriation with their tobacco stuff, because Australia basically relabeled all the cigarette packages and they're fighting over that. We're not clear how that's going to wind up in court either. Fuck me, dude. I'm so ass pain that I didn't get to talk at all. I mean, we need a gish galloping emote. Holy fuck. The pharmaceutical thing is also contested. I should have read more into the Doha Initiative. I don't know if it actually sucks shit. I just read that there's something called, or not Doha, the Doha. What is Doha? The Doha Initiative is supposed to protect countries that have specific public health crises that they need to generically patent a drug or generically produce a drug. They have the capability of doing it. He said that didn't go far enough. Maybe it didn't. I didn't see if it actually went far enough or not. I guess maybe I could have dug a little bit deeper into that. But I think that your goal there would be to overhaul that declaration or increase your strength there rather than walking away from a whole trade deal, because maybe some countries have some drugs that they might not be allowed to use. 5 minutes ago, never meet your heroes. People talk about you using debate tactics, but those are some real hardcore debate tactics. His entire opinion seemed to be that companies influence trade agreements, therefore bad, so reductionist that any nuance was irrelevant to him. Also, countries sign treaties, just ignore them. Yeah, I don't know. People act like corporations are always evil, but you want your corporation to be able to sue another country. If I go to do business in some other country and they nationalize my fucking shit and steal it from me, well, fuck, I should be able to fucking sue that country. Fuck that. You want those protections there to make your firms competitive in other countries. That's the whole point of liberalizing trade, is to make it so that your firms or other people's firms can be more competitive around the world. And the strange thing is that usually the way that people attack these trade agreements is they say, well, actually, some of these labor rights that you're advocating for are actually detrimental to countries on the TPP. So, for instance, 6 out of 12 of the countries that signed onto the TPP are identified as developing countries. People thought that they would have been hurt by the stringent labor standards that were pushed on those countries as a result of the ILO, the International Labour Organization, as a result of following those standards. Fuck me, dude. Oh, my God. I can't believe I wasted so much time on this. Oh, fuck. We can read I guess one of these articles that I had. There are a couple that I read about Vietnam, basically, that Vietnam's government has a whole bunch of fucky shit going on with it that was starting to get walked back because they were anticipating joining the TPP. But then as soon as we pieced out, they pieced out. Let's read this real quick. Vietnam, a renewed crackdown. So this is from hrw.org. Vietnam, renewed crackdown on rights bloggers and activists. And then the subtitle is U.S. withdrawal from TPP leads to spike in arrests.
Okay, you make a good point, but that's irrelevant.
Thank you. Vietnam's repression of human rights and democracy activists increased significantly in 2017, Human Rights Watch said today in its World Report of 2018. Despite this, most of Vietnam's donors continue to prioritize...
Okay, I let you talk for 5 minutes. It's time for me to talk for an hour now, Pepe.
Sorry, what? Despite this, most of Vietnam's donors continue to prioritize trade over rights. In the 643-page World Report in its 28th edition, Human Rights Watch reviews human rights practices in more than 90 countries. In his introductory essay, Executive Director Kenneth Roth writes that political leaders willing to stand up for human rights principles show that it is possible to limit authoritarian populist agendas. When combined with mobilized publics and effective multilateral actors, these leaders demonstrated that the rise of anti-rights governments is not inevitable. After the United States withdrew from the Trans-Pacific Partnership trade deal, Vietnamese authorities engaged in a renewed crackdown against rights activists, arresting dozens of bloggers and activists and sentencing many to long prison terms. Basic rights, including freedom of speech, assembly, association, movement, and religion, remain severely restricted in Vietnam's one-party state. State-sanctioned thugs often attack dissidents, while police brutality, including death in police custody, remains a serious problem. During the TPP negotiations, this is our quotes now. Hold on.
But wait. No, Destiny. No, you're wrong. That's not how that works. Wait, no.
During the TPP negotiations, Vietnamese authorities knew, hold on.
You should do this again, but with a debate moderator.
Maybe, yeah. During the TPP negotiations, Vietnamese authorities knew it looked terrible to arrest activists, said Brad Adams, Asia director. But they have dropped their masks since the Trump administration pulled out of the TPP and started handing out heavy prison sentences to citizens peacefully calling for democracy and an end to one-party rule. In 2017, at least 24 people were convicted for their writings and advocacy on democracy and human rights.
Wasted all that time when you could have spent it debating SD Peach Pepala.
Those convicted include bloggers Wen Gok Nu.
Those are bank fees?
Yeah, first there's overdraft, and then the maintenance fee, which I don't know what they maintain.
You should.
I can't pronounce it, guys. Known as Mushroom Mother, sentenced to 10 years in prison. Tran Thi Ga, sentenced to 9 years. And then Pham Kim Khan, sentenced to 6 years. And Wen Van Hoa, sentenced to 7 years. Within the past 14 months, the police have arrested at least 28 people for sweeping national security offenses that are used to punish critical speech and peaceful activism, including former political prisoners. I'm not going to pronounce these names. Blogger Wen Van Dai and his colleague Lee Thu Han Ha remain in police custody since December of 2015 without trial. The initial charge against them was propaganda against the state. In July 2017, it was changed to subversion. The Communist Party of Vietnam presides over a one-party state that severely limits basic freedoms and punishes dissent. At least 119 people are currently serving lengthy prison terms for expressing critical views of the government, taking part in peaceful protests, participating in religious groups disapproved of by the authorities, or joining civil or political organizations the ruling party deems to be threats to its monopoly on power. Vietnam bans independent political parties, labor unions, and human rights organizations.
Monologue Mike Pepala.
Religious groups can only operate under government management. The police use various means to repress religious groups that operate outside of official government-registered.
You should watch the VOD and pause his points and go over them that way.
And government-controlled religious institutions, including constant surveillance, intimidation, harassment, forced denunciation, public criticism, and sometimes excessive force. Rights bloggers and activists are subject to constant harassment, intrusive surveillance, detention, bullying, interrogation, and the application of pressure on employer, landlords, and family members. Police place them under extrajudicial house arrest or in brief detention so they cannot participate in public events such as pro-environment protests, human rights discussions, or meetings with foreign diplomats, or attend trials of fellow activists. The authorities also prohibit rights activists and bloggers from traveling abroad, sometimes citing vague national security reasons. In June, Vietnam stripped former political prisoner Pham Minh Hong of his Vietnamese citizenship and deported him to France. Physical assaults against rights activists, bloggers, and campaigners occur frequently. Many victims have reported that unknown men in civilian clothing beat them.
One last puppy. Hope to drink your Soylent again soon.
There you go. I'm confused, Destiny. You mentioned companies should be able to sue countries that nationalize some industry they're doing business in. What is your view then that an oil extraction in the Middle East and the U.S. or for overthrow of this country? No. I'm talking about, like, if you have a company someplace, you shouldn't be able to just, like, take over my company and own it by your government, right? Like, that's what I'm saying. It's expropriation, right? Why would they think of joining in the first place? Because of trade liberalization, because it unlocks their ability to export more goods and import cheaper goods for their people, right? That's usually how you pressure people into doing things, economic reasons, right? That's why we're not all, well, why I believe a lot of us aren't, like, fucking killing each other all the time anymore, is because we'd rather just trade and make fucking money. Why would you discuss this after the person you debated left? They can't provide counter-arguments, it's just a circle. Well, because I couldn't talk. I couldn't talk at all. You have an estimate for the impact on the smaller economies? I don't know. I know for the United States, the estimated impact was about 0.5% GDP growth. You didn't assert yourself at all. You said, okay, every time you shut up. Well, if you watch the VOD, I mean, like, there are times where I try to keep talking, but he's just going and going. And if I keep talking, the thing is that, like, if I keep talking and he keeps talking, like, on both of our ends, it's just going to look like we're muting the other person, so.
Go over the VOD point by point.
I mean, we could. I don't know. I mean, like, we didn't. The thing is that, like, we didn't even get into anything specifically regarding the TPP. Like,
pee poo poo.
Yeah, Skype does the thing where it mutes me talking. Like, every time I started to talk, it would mute him, and then I imagine on his side, every time he started to talk, it probably muted me. So if anything, it's gonna sound really bad when they post the video on their channel. It's gonna look really bad for me because it's gonna sound like I'm just sitting there silent the entire time while Brooks is talking to me.
exhausted. Maybe that was why he was so callously talking over you.
Maybe. I mean, like, the issue is just that, like, what a lot of people criticize the TPP for aren't good criticisms. Like, I don't think criticizing the ISDS panels, I don't think that's intelligent. Like, right now, these are probably the best ways that we have to resolve disputes between firms and countries. Like, what else would you recommend? Like, and I didn't understand what, I don't know if he didn't know or he misunderstood me, but he was saying, like, they're not, like, both sides don't get to nominate a judge or something, or don't get to nominate, like, somebody on their panel. I don't know what he was saying there, because we didn't get to talk about literally anything. But, like, did it sound like he was trying to say, like, you don't have the ability to nominate your own panel, like, representative or whatever? Like, that's supposed to be how those panels work. Each of you, basically, you appeal to third-party arbitration, these ISDS courts. Both of you appeal your own dude, who hopefully will in favor of you, and then both of you have to agree on a third-party dude, on a third guy, and then you need two of these people to rule in favor of you in order to win your ISDS case, which is a fine system. Like, I don't know how else you expect to resolve these issues without third-party arbitration. He was talking about labor as representative. Labor as representative in what? How would labor be represented in an ISDS dispute? Like, what does that even mean? I mean, labor was part of negotiating the TPP. I mean, there are labor representatives that are part of the United States Trade, the United States Trade Representative. Like, they're part of those negotiations. Now, I mean, Michael would probably want to argue, well, the private companies there had way more leverage than the labor people to negotiate, which is probably true, sure, but he wanted environmental groups to have a say in the decision. What do you mean by environmental groups have a say in the decision, though? Like, he wanted what? Like, one country to go sue another country for their environmental, like, misdoings? Or I don't understand what that means. And I guess, like, I would need to look more into I guess we can dig through history in terms of, like, how environmental standards are pushed. But I mean, like, I would imagine that companies would sue other countries, or that there would be a lot of pressure on other countries that want to join these multilateral trade agreements to have good environmental standards. Because if I have to have good environmental standards in the U.S., if I have to follow some bullshit-ass EPA rule, you better fucking follow it too, because if you don't, my exports are going to be non-competitive with yours. So it seems like there's all the incentive there, even from a capital point of view, there's incentive for the capital people to be, like, pressuring people. Like, even if we assume it's a corrupt capitalist-run system, the capitalists would want to force other countries to play by their environmental rules. Why would you want other people to be able to pollute and shit when you're held and shackled by your own EPA shit? Like, that's his point. There's no dispute mechanism for what he has said. I mean, I don't understand, like, what dispute mechanism. I mean, like, what do? You sanction people? You kick them out of the trade agreement? I don't know what dispute mechanism you're looking for.
I think historically you've approached debates in a reactive manner where opponent states an opinion and you refute. I think in some cases you have to be offensive and provide a contention first.
I think he was saying that under ISDS, a firm could sue a country, but a country couldn't sue a firm over environmental or labor issues. Yeah, of course they can.
Michael looks more like talks a lot duckers.
Wait, why can't a country sue any firm if a state wants to bring charges against a firm for something, for illegal dumping or whatever, for laws they have in the books? Of course you can.
That's the new debate tactic. Just lay out your points, and when the opponent wants to counter, you immediately announce you have to leave. Bonus meme wowie.
But I mean, like, that's the whole point of, those are local laws. The TPP isn't going to give you more local laws. Like, that's on you. If a company is here, they do something illegal that violates our environment, then we sue them. Like, but we don't need the TPP for that. Nobody needs the TPP to enforce their own laws on their books. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, and even if that was a thing, even if we say, well, maybe we should have a mechanism for resolving environmental disputes or something, sure, that's fine. We can do that. But that doesn't mean you scrap and walk away from the whole deal. And now, by the way, we don't have anything. You need to borrow the wait, this is important. People do that during the Democratic debates, too. Wait, this is important. Let me talk for 20 more seconds. He wanted labor and environmental representatives in disputes between corporations and countries. How? What does that mean? Like, that labor just comes and talks about any case that a firm brings against a country? That doesn't even make sense. That's his point. It never happens compared to ISDS. Canada never sues a California company for breaking environment laws that only Canadian companies adhere to. Is that actually true? I mean, we can dig into that. That just seems incredibly strange to me. Like, I feel like we do this like pretty often, where like the United States attacks fucking Canada over like lumber shit, where it's like, hey, you guys are doing some bullshit with your lumber, like either they're subsidizing it too much, or like, fuck you, we're gonna tariff your lumber because we think you're violating these WTO standards or some shit. Like, don't countries already do this? I mean, I guess we can look in like and see like how are environmental things enforced through trade agreements or whatever. There is still the possibility that environmental groups can make statements in ISDS procedures. Why? Why would you want them to? If I have a firm and it's operating in another country and I think that country passes some bullshit law that's targeting my firm, why the fuck? I don't need labor or environment to come in and make a comment on that case. If the state thinks that it helps them, then the onus is on them to bring in.
Battery power made by steel. Only at your local steel dealer.
In those people as part of the case. If I think it helps me, then the onus is on me to bring in people on my case. Why would I need labor or environmental as like some fourth party to that case? They don't have the they don't have like the standing to have a say in that. I feel like it's your responsibility to stop the debate and talk to them about your frustrations if you think you're being fair. Yeah, but I mean, it just looks bad. I don't know. I don't know. I didn't think it was gonna be that insane. Holy shit. I'm super curious on what the talking time is. This was a short one. It was only like an hour debate. So like, this is a really short one. I'm super curious what the talking time was there. Like, it's got to be like 7. He talked like 6 or 7 times more than me. What's worse? He was setting himself for leaving every time. I mean, like, what? So what? We just talk over each other for like? Because there was a time where I like really tried it. I think for like 5 or 6 or 7 seconds, like I tried to talk, but he just kept going. I think the purpose of the environmental group talking part is the decision is because they are the most qualified to determine the validity of the law. If it's well, then that's on you to bring them as part of your witness then. What do you mean? If a firm is suing you because of some environmental shit and you're defending yourself, then your goal is to get these labor or these environmental people to make your case for you. Of course, then you would bring them in. You'd have the incentive to bring them in there. Both sides are trying to win their case, right? I thought I'd be spending all night tonight, like him, like providing like counterpoints, and I'd be like reading up, like, okay, well, is this actually what he said? Fuck me, dude. It was also really irritating that he brought up a specific example, and then as soon as I wanted to push him on that example, he wanted to abandon it immediately. It makes me wonder, like, it really, when people do that, it makes me wonder if the other examples they're using are being presented in a fair way. So, like, for instance, I didn't know anything about that Doha stuff, about how, well, that only applies to very specific
Destiny,
drugs.
do you think there are any valid criticisms of TPP and other trade deals? When yes, how would you seek to correct them with policy? Thanks.
Because, like, if I push back on some of the examples you've given, and I've shown you that these examples don't illustrate your point, and then you bring up other examples, it makes me wonder. I don't know what I would change in the TPP. Some of the pharmaceutical stuff probably could have went a little bit farther. I do think there need to be built-in mechanisms for punishing people for, like, environmental or labor fuck-ups. Although I don't know if capital would take care of that on its own because it would be in their incentive to do it. I'm not even sure. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily disagree on those points, but none of these, one, I don't think it's adequately demonstrated that these deals are like bad for certain types of issues like he was trying to claim. And two, just because there are some problems, things that could be amended or changed doesn't mean you dump the whole deal. Right? Michael Brooks' argument wasn't predicated on any specific case being read or wrong. Wasn't that the ISDS courts were bad on environmental protections. This is why I interrupted Destiny. We tried to start talking about specific court cases. Rather, his point was that labor and environmental groups didn't have a system to enforce their agreements like investors and firms have with the ISDS. Sure. And that could be a valid criticism, but you can't bring up a bunk case that goes completely counter to your point. I don't know. Pac-Man is in Discord? For what? Oh.
Hey, hold on a second. I don't even have headphones on.
I can't. Hold on. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, I can.
Hey, can you hear me? I can't hold on at all.
Oh, you can't hold on. Okay.
I'm just fucking with you. What's up?
It seems like something got crazy on your channel today. Hold on.
Yeah.
Okay, so like what happened? People are saying you got to talk to Destiny. Things have got. Did you see something about Michael Brooks and you're sad tonight?
A little. Hold on. Before we have this conversation.
Yeah.
Okay. Click this.
Hold on a second. Click this. Lead chess bullet. Oh no, I don't play 30-second chess.
What? Are you scared, Pac-Man?
All right, let me see. Hold on. Let me just pull it up. Okay, I mean, let's just see. I hope this type of stuff generates subscribers on Twitch, because otherwise this stuff is like a huge waste of time.
It's not a waste of time. This is important, okay? This is intellectual boxing right now to see where we stand on the issues. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, is this you? I'm playing anonymous.
Oh, yeah, this is me. Okay?
Okay.
All right.
I've never played this format before.
That's unfortunate for you, because this is the format that I excel in, okay? Uh-oh.
This is getting crazy here. Oh, man.
Okay, that's all I wanted, okay.
I've never played this format, and I guess I just got crushed.
Okay, this is all I wanted to do. All right. Now that we're through this important chess game. What's up?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had a conversation with Michael Brooks today because we wanted to. So I've been giving. Okay, I don't know how familiar you are with my stuff, but basically, I've had a problem with what I consider to be, oh my god, militant as fuck progressives online. I hate them. I hate all these commies and socialist kids, the Chapo Trap Housers, the unironic like Marxists and stuff. They're just annoying to me. I don't necessarily hate their ideology. They just come at me with a whole bunch of bunk arguments. 95% of these people don't even know like labor value theory. Like they have no idea what they're talking about, but they're so quick to throw out every single like contemporary understanding of economics to make some argument for some crazy socialist fantasy world where everything is free, nobody has to work, no other countries mess with us, every problem is, it's been frustrating me. So anytime I push back on these people and I give certain arguments, people say like, oh well, he's Dave Rubin, oh he's conservative now, oh he's alt-right, oh he's extreme right wing, and it's like, okay dudes. So I guess Michael Brooks kind of like caught wind of this like Twitter war. We have a whole bunch of mutuals, and people were poking like, oh, go school Destiny on some topic. We talked for a little bit, and somehow, I guess, he chooses a topic of the TPP. And I'm like, okay, fine. The TPP is probably a good place for us to start, because there's a lot of, like, I guess, neoliberal or whatever policies revolving trade and economics, and maybe we can hammer some of these out. And he came on, and he basically talked to me for, like, 55 minutes, and I couldn't get a single word in.
Oh, are you serious? Like you barely said anything?
Like if somebody were to go through and tally the time, if I had to make a legitimate guess, I would say I probably, like in the last 30 minutes, I probably spoke for 3 or 4 minutes, and I think he spoke for like 26 or 27 minutes. That would be my guess.
Now, why didn't you interject and say like, hey, listen, it's not really a conversation unless I get a chance to talk too?
Well, because I tried to, but like every time I did, he had like a diffusing. So like he would say like, well, hold on, this is really important. Or well, yeah, and he would like do that, and I'd be like, okay, and then he would like. But then anytime I tried to address, like, so he would bring up, like, 10 points, and I'd try to go back and bring up the first one, and then as soon as I would get, like, halfway through addressing it, he would launch off into a whole other very important monologue, and it was like,
So, did you feel like anything was accomplished?
I mean, the first part of the conversation was, like, a fun little circle jerk where we seemed to agree in terms of, like, people being crazy on social media and shit, but...
Okay, well, I mean, listen, I didn't see that, but I've been dealing with just, I mean, there's like, I guess my big thing that I don't like doing this thing where I just like criticize the left from the left for clicks. I think that there's legitimate stuff to criticize the left for, and one of those things is just like the narcissism of small differences, as it's called, where like we agree on 95% of stuff, and we make the focus the 5% we disagree on to the point where we end up just like losing, and it's completely counterproductive. And I think some of the stuff you're talking about is under that umbrella.
I'm curious. What do you think in general? Have you read much into the TPP? Do you have a strong opinion on it, or?
Well, listen, I mean, so since it died, I stopped following it altogether. But my basic view was like, I can find certain things in it that would arguably be like incremental improvements over what we have now. But like, I just have a real problem with, and I know that these exist outside of the TPP framework, but I think corporations have too much power and they exist outside of the judicial system already too much. So that mechanism that the TPP included, that multinationals could basically, be in arbitration outside of the laws of any individual country, is sort of that, like, I saw a little bit of Bernie on Rogan yesterday, and when Rogan asked him, like, why is this stuff legal? And Rogan said, well, because they made the laws. I just have a huge problem with that, but that doesn't mean that...
But I mean, like, this is one way to look at it, but it has to be that way, right? Like, I would never, if I'm accusing a country of making unfair practices that are making my firm uncompetitive, I don't want that country's courts to determine whether or not I win or lose my case, right? Like, there's a reason why people always resort to this third-party arbitration in thousands of other bilateral trade agreements and other trade agreements around the world, a lot of which America is already a part to. Like, I don't want to sue a company in Canada or even the government of Canada because I think that they're implementing some unfair labor practice that's fucking just my firm over, and then their courts decide who wins or loses that deal. That sounds like
You guys, I made you something. What do you mean you made it?
Bitch just leveled up. I give you something in these insane situations. I don't get it.
That little wifey of yours has left the building and she is not coming back. I did something.
I literally get hives every time you say that.
Like a horrible deal for me.
Okay, but hold on. So that's the most charitable possible interpretation of why those arbitration things are good. If we step back from like that particular thing, in most cases, those types of arbitration things are significantly to the advantage of the party that's most in place to impose it. So if you look at like in the workplace, if you look at when it comes to environmental stuff, whoever wants that system is going to be disproportionately benefiting from it at the expense of the other party. So I don't know.
The ISDS panels let both people nominate a judge, and then they both have to agree on a third panel person. It's not like the person bringing suit picks 3 friends to come over and evaluate whether or not they win or lose.
No, it's not. But I'm sure that you would grant that these systems are subject to the same type of regulatory capture that like basically every, it's the regulator, it's industry regulating the regulators. And that's the same problem we have in the United States where, it's like capitalism for the gain, for the profits, and socializing the costs. And it's just hard for me to say that I have no good reason to think that they are proposing that in good faith.
I mean, I can see where it might not be perfect, but I just can't think of like, let's say that I have a firm and another country passes a law that I think is hurting my firm. Who should arbitrate this if not like a third party panel? Like who should?
That you would only ask the question that way if you were already completely bought into the status quo of the multinational corporation. There's another way that this stuff can work, which is the same stuff that makes it so that you have to figure that situation out is the one that allows a company that basically is an American company to on paper be Irish and then not pay any taxes in the United States. And the answer is you stop that infrastructure. A company has to be...
So you don't have multinational companies? Or what do you mean?
You have multinational companies, but you regulate their activity, their behavior within countries based on the laws of those countries. I'm not saying that it would be an easy thing to do, but just like...
This is the whole problem, though. What do you do when a country passes a law just to make your firm non-competitive?
A country... Okay, so like what would be an example of that?
Sure. So we can use like a real life example. In Canada, there was a foreign company that had a gas, that sold gas there called Ethel Corp. And Canada passed a law that banned a certain additive to fuel. And it only impacted this company. It didn't impact any of the other companies in Canada. Well, I think if I think this is bullshit and they're only passing it to make me non-competitive, if not third-party arbitration, who should I appeal to there?
I mean, okay, so this that gets us to like a much broader argument of like what are the rights that a company should have? Like, isn't that there would be people who would say that's the prerogative of Canada. You have no right to sell your gas in Canada, and if that's what Canada decides, then why? I mean, that's totally their right. Like, that's not necessarily my position, but that is a position.
That's not a trade position. Then you're saying like don't have trade deals, because like the natural extension of where that gets us then is, okay, well, if your country, I assume, has a bad legal system, I'm never investing in your country ever. I'm never going to start a business there, and screw you guys. Or if you want to open up trade to another country, well, why would I open up trade with your country if any time a firm from my country tries to sell in your country, you make them non-competitive with your local legislation? Like, no one would.
You're sort of moving the goalposts though, because you first started with like the specific arbitration, superseding arbitration infrastructure for TPP, but now you're just saying like, what if any country does something that's bad for my business? So it's like that is a moving the goalpost of sorts.
Wait, but that's the fundamental question. I don't think it's a moving the goalpost. The fundamental question is, if I have a firm and I wanted to be competitive with firms in another country that we're supposed to have open trade with, what do I do if that country is engaging in discriminatory business practices that favor their local companies over a foreign one? How do I resolve that?
So this is, I think, the strongest thing, which is if you have specific, if you have a particular agreement and expectations that are part of a trade deal, then the question is how do you enforce that? And I completely agree that you need to have some mechanism for that. My skepticism of the overarching way that TPP had it, and again, I feel like it's just semi-moot because it's dead. But part of the problem with it was that it didn't seem like it was the narrowest way to address that particular issue.
Okay, I would be super curious in hearing alternatives. This seemed like a pretty good standard for resolving these disputes. That essentially, like, I'm going to sue you, so what we're both going to do is we're both going to find our expert who's going to rule on this, and then both of us are going to agree on a third person, or if we can't, then our two people are going to agree on a third person, and then they're going to evaluate who's in the right here, and you need 2 votes to win your case. So not only you have to win for your person, but I mean, that seems like a good way to resolve disputes using third-party arbitration between a firm and another country.
I get it. I think the issue I'm having is that TPP in total was such a handout to multinational corporations, which already control like all aspects of everyone's lives, period, and are raping and pillaging the resources of the planet, that it feels to me like, wait a second, are we going to just default to giving these corporations everything they want? I think
of course, if we're in a capitalist framework and we are doing anything to improve the status of an economy, which is what multilateral trade agreements are for, these are by definition going to benefit the largest players in your country. That's just a reality, right? Now, if you want to say something like corporations have too much power or inequality is too high, I agree with both of those statements, obviously, but you don't address this with trade policy. You address this with domestic policy, right? If I think you make too much money, go.
But I don't know that. So let's back up for a second though, because when I step back, it's like, okay, TPP was going to significantly strengthen patent and copyright law to the benefit of huge corporations at the expense of the average person. It was going to create, again, this like extrajudicial infrastructure for corporations that even if you're making some reasonable points about the need for a system like it, it's yet another letting the companies figure out how they're going to be regulated. Like, when you step back, it's just letting big corporations tell us how it is that they want to be regulated and what it is that they want to do. And that, I think, is like the fundamental problem.
I mean, like, I can understand, but, like, you're presenting this with only one side. Like, the other side of this is that copyright protections, as much as we hate them on the internet, are actually pretty important to doing business. If you're going to invest a great deal of research and development into some product, you want to be able to exclusively capture revenue through selling it for some period of time. One of the huge problems that we talk about right now, that I think people, I hope, on the left and right agree, is that if you set up a firm in some countries, those countries will make your firm transfer intellectual property to other people, either to the state itself, like in China, or to other competing firms. And it's like, well, fuck, why would I ever invest? I'm never going to set up a company there if any software I transfer or any proprietary knowledge is going to be literally expropriated by the state and then distributed to other companies. Like, I'm never going to do that. It's just horrible. So, like, I mean, like, this is one of our huge critiques that we have with China, and it's arguably something that the TPP would have given us a little bit of leverage on, that another company, like a Chinese company, couldn't do this in another country that they're operating in with an American firm, because now we can use the TPP to bring suit against them or something. Yeah, I mean, like, the copyright stuff maybe goes too far, but this is more of a broader critique on copyright law, not on the TPP, because I'm sure we all agree that you should have some form of copyright. Yeah, go for it.
Let me quote an expert on trade named Donald Trump.
Okay.
Who once said, we don't want to take a hammer when a velvet glove would work, or something like that. And I'm sort of joking because Trump's not an expert on trade, but what I mean is, I think that all of the issues that you're bringing up could be dealt with in far more narrow ways than the way that the TPP was doing it, and I am not grieving the death of TPP.
Okay. I mean, I'd be interested in hearing those. It's usually, usually all of the accusations just sound to me like somebody's like corporation bad. And then, like, that's, like, the default, like, and it's like, I don't know what to do with that.
I am not an anti-capital. I am a social democrat, and I am completely clear on there are certain types of advancements that you need the infrastructure of a corporation to most effectively kind of, like, carry the risk and bear the research and development costs in connection with, obviously, the commons and the fact that a lot of the people making those advancements have public school educations. Like, okay, I'm tempering it with social democracy. So I'm not like an anti-corporate guy. I just think that, again, there are far more, even with like copyright, you can't even say, here's the way to deal with copyright and patents. Dealing with it in entertainment media versus pharmaceutical patents, like, they need to be dealt with differently, and there are different solutions in each.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree. I mean, it's crazy to me that if you have, like, a massive agreement that we all agree provides some benefits, that, like, a few critiques of different things within this agreement let you scrap the whole thing. Like, that's just, like, it would be like car shopping, and you go through and you find a perfect car, good gas mileage, a lot of power, a lot of space, and you're like, I don't really like the seats, and I think we could just do way better on that, so screw this whole vehicle. And it's like, what?
That's how I shop for cars. As soon as the seats aren't comfortable, I'm looking at a different...
Okay, but like, if at the end of the day, if you're walking to work every day, it seems like you kind of shot yourself in the foot by being too extreme. Like, I don't know, maybe I'm too incrementalist in my approach to a lot of these deals, but
I don't know. I mean, I understand. It's not that I think what you're saying is crazy. It's just like, I think that there are narrower ways to deal with each of the things that you like about TPP individually that would not create. I mean,
right now, get free delivery on any order from the Popeyes app. That's any of our favorites, from our crispy chicken to our signature sides, straight to your door. It's that chicken you love, delivered for free.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
At Community First Village, we are creating a new movement for how we care for the chronically homeless, how we lift them off the streets into a community that they can call home for the rest of their lives. We are pushing the envelope. We are not afraid to be entrepreneurial and do things that have never been done before.
Vulnerable communities are almost never the first people to get access to breakthroughs in technology. And what we get to do here is deploy these breakthroughs in the service of humanity.
Oh! If you want to see the most extraordinary movement in building community, you need to come to Austin, Texas.
There she is. This is my new home, upcoming home.
Today we're going to meet Tim, who is going to be one of the first human beings ever to live in a 3D printed house.
I'm excited because this afternoon I'll be able to go and actually get on the premises, go actually touch it. I don't know what to expect, but I'm ready. You know, I'm really looking forward to it. I'm psyched. What's up, David?
We started 21 years ago, very simply going out on the streets to feed people. But what we're doing is taking those trucks out there to create relationships, to hear their story. We realize that when we create community, that's how we make ourselves whole. The way that the homeless system works in the United States, it is purely a transactional model. Meal, an apartment, a job. But for someone who has been homeless 5, 10, 15 years, they have experienced so much trauma. Those are the folks that most cities across the country just don't have a great plan for how to serve them.
That led us to build a village. It was designed to lift the chronically homeless of Austin, Texas up off the streets.
We firmly believe that the single greatest cause of homelessness is the profound, catastrophic loss of family. And one of the most important things that we do is create family. Every Every single neighbor that calls Community First Village home pays rent in order to live here.
We create micro-enterprise opportunities for our neighbors to earn a dignified income doing things that they love to do.
Phase 1 of Community First Village is almost at capacity. We have about 230 people living in microhomes and RVs. On Phase 2, we will add 300 more homes and introduce something that has never been done before. 3D printing 3 houses at a time.
The collision of our two organizations, it's the perfect place to try something like this.
The housing of the future has to be different than the housing of our past. Icon is a construction technology company born out of a frustration with what's going on in the housing industry. It's very wasteful. It's very slow. With 3D printing, we have a pathway to deliver half-price homes in half the time. We are not there yet, but that's the kind of order of magnitude we need as we approach solving issues like homelessness. So once the printer's set up, the operator pulls up sort of an app store for houses. He selects what he wants to print, and you press print. And they monitor it, but the printer really is running on autopilot. And layer upon layer, the house is built up on site from the ground up.
We firmly believe that housing alone will never solve homelessness, but community will. No one even knows where this will go. But right now, we are bringing people together.
We're going to need more than just the housing. We're going to have to show up with our full humanity as we tackle problems like this.
Hey, man.
Hey, brother.
Yeah, my brother from another mother, Tim.
Can we go inside?
Yeah,
After you.
Let's do it.
It's your house.
Look at this, how big it is. Sit out here and look at the sunset. Oh, my Lord. Amazing.
Yeah.
This is an honor.
Thank you, brother.
I can't wait for you to make this place a home. This is how I want to live my life, in partnership with people solving problems like this. I'm getting goosebumps talking about it. I mean, like, it makes me proud to be a human.
At Community First Village, we see incredible possibilities for the future, and we are hoping to see this model replicated across the country. With the help of Stand Together, we have created an entire replication strategy so that we can provide the support and guidance to the social entrepreneurs and organizations able to make this happen in their city. We've had people from 29 states come to learn from us to create their own version of Community First Village so that they can care for and serve the chronically homeless in their city.
Holy moly, for a lot of people across this country, I think this is going to be an answer.
At the end of the day, this is all about people and the dignity of human beings.
I think that all of us are here to love people. Community First Village was designed for connection. It was designed for community. We are saying there is a new way to care for those who have experienced chronic homelessness.
In our series Catalyst, we're profiling inspiring social entrepreneurs who are developing bold solutions to our biggest problems. Subscribe to Free Think now and be the first to see new episodes.
I mean, the other thing is once you get into something like
Easy. I'll take a small. Would you like a sweetie? A what? A sweetie. I'll take a smartie. These are smarties, indeed. A absolutely stupendous confectionery. Would you like a sweetie? A what? A sweet.
TPP, it's sort of like the tariffs that Trump has put in place.
Yeah.
The off-ramp is extraordinarily long and difficult. So for me, wrapping so much stuff into one deal in this way, especially when so much of it is questionable, when we could deal with all of these things individually, doesn't seem like the wisest path forward.
Well, but I mean, these trade agreements are usually huge. The European Union is huge. NAFTA is huge. Like these trade agreements are always going to be massive because there's so much. There's so many side agreements that you have to make that have to address specific policies in every country. And it just seems like by walking away from it, America basically just said, screw it. We're losing all of that influence in the Southeast Pacific region. Like we don't have it anymore. And now China does because we walked away from it. The 10 remaining countries signed on to it, with Japan leading them, and now China is moving through with their initiatives to build out all of their infrastructure across all of Asia and Africa, and we're just like sitting here like twiddling our thumbs, getting into trade wars and locking ourselves in a box.
I completely agree with you. Russia now, I mean, Russia, China, U.S. Sort of like superpower dynamics have gone dramatically out of the U.S.'s favor.
Yes.
Now you've got Russia making deals with China for energy harvesting. You've got China going to India for, I don't remember if it's like aluminum or steel because of the tariffs. I mean, it's like everybody's basically fine other than us as a result.
Yeah, because those countries are not ignoring like the globalist reality that we're facing. And the faster you globalize and the bigger foothold you get in a global market, like the stronger your country's going to be. China absolutely understands that. But then it seems like we're scared in the West because of dumb shit going on. You've got like the United Kingdom leaving the largest unified market in the world. You've got the United States unironically engaging in trade wars, the largest trading partner that is actually damaging not only our markets but our job markets as well in the United States. Like it's insane to me that people are like, all of a sudden we became isolationists in like 10 years. I have no idea what happened. It's crazy.
Hey, is this like what Twitch is all about, where we just randomly are?
Oh yeah, sure, yeah. Well, I stream for 10 hours. I talk about a lot of random shit, but yeah. So.
Wow, this is crazy. Well, listen, I'm slowly learning what I'm doing on Twitch, and one of the things I saw is that your channel is like the top refer to mine. So like that's good, right?
I'm a big Twitch streamer. Okay, I might be a little boy on YouTube, but I'm a big guy here on Twitch. Right?
You're doing well on YouTube as well.
I'm doing okay. Yeah.
All right, I gotta like take phone calls from my audience and stuff.
All right. Well, hey, have fun. Thanks for the conversation. Thanks.
All right. Yep. Sounds good. I'll talk to you soon.
Yep. Bye. Let the record show that I crushed Pac-Man in our chess game. It wasn't even close. Destiny spoke for 30%. Brooke spoke for 70%. 18 minutes to 41 minutes. This overestimates Destiny's time. I'm really curious. I know in the beginning it was more equitable. Is that correct there? But I think in the last 30 minutes, I seriously think it was like 5 minutes to 25. I wouldn't be surprised if it was. Oh, this guy says it was 47 minutes to 10 minutes. The growing perception that existing social institutions are unreasonable and unjust, that reason has become unreason. The right, wrong is only proof that in the modes of production and exchange, changes have silently taken place with which the social order adapted to earlier is no longer okay. Oh yeah, when he was like, listen man, you made some bad points and I made some good points. I'm pretty sure he misspoke there, right? I think he did. I don't think he did that intentionally. I think. Hey, don't shit on Michael Brooks on Twitter. Don't be mean, guys. Fuck off.
Needs to be labor. There also needs to be the environment. If we wrote TPP and trade agreements as that, we could all support it. But unfortunately, that's not what they are because of incumbent interest, just like with other legislation. I want you to respond, but I have like 5 minutes, so we should do this again.
This is a good meme. Sorry. Fuck me, dude. Okay, there's so many memes. Guys, don't be mean to Michael, okay? That's my rule for you guys today. If I see you being mean to Michael on Twitter, okay. I need to get food. I need to go get something to eat. The local laws. Well, I really want to respond to the earlier part that you brought up about the.
Well, why would you have the environmental agreement?
All right, we've got a real animal lover here. Betting starts at $1 for a click. $1 do I hear? $1.50 do I? Sold.
You probably know that Google and Facebook's business model is to save every piece of personal data you give them, so they can target you with ads. But you may not know that Google and Facebook have trackers installed in nearly every website, so they're trying to track and save everything you do, even when you aren't on Google or Facebook.
Probably female. Looks like she's got a pregnant friend. Do I hear $2 going once, going twice? Sold!
And because Google owns YouTube, they know every YouTube video you're watching, too.
Yes, this 650N. Sold!
But they don't stop there. On your phone, if you use Android, also owned by Google, Google Maps, Facebook, Instagram, owned by Facebook, or Waze, again, owned by Google. They're also tracking everywhere you go.
Whoa, we've got a pregnant one, a pregnant female user, ladies and gentlemen, in the flesh. She is on the OBGYN now. Do I hear $15 going once, going twice? Sold!
Every bit of data they collect gets added to the profile they have of you, all to sell you creepy ads that follow you around. And here's the thing. Even if you don't use Google products or have a Facebook account, they have a profile on you anyway.
It's all coming together, folks. We're at the end of the first trimester and we're worried about medications.
And even creepier still, your profile also includes every connection they can find, everyone you know, and how you know them.
Our parents do not know yet. I repeat, our parents do not know. Opening bid for access to the parents who do not know. $18. Do I hear $18? Do I? Sold! And this just in, folks. This just in. The boyfriend is looking at the price of diamonds. You heard it here. The price.
Every product Google and Facebook release, every feature they add, every new way they prompt you to engage, helps them spy on you, intruding more and more into your life, until they know every private message you send, every dollar you spend, everything.
Sold!
In this slimy race to package you up and sell your eyeballs to advertisers, there's only one way for Google and Facebook to go. Lower, dirtier, creepier, and more invasive, until they have their grimy fingers in every part of your private life. That's their business model. The depth of these privacy violations can be pretty overwhelming, but there is something you can do now to take back your privacy today. DuckDuckGo, the internet privacy company, has created a product that blocks Google and Facebook trackers and provides a not creepy alternative to Google search, allowing you to seamlessly take control of your personal information, no matter where the internet takes you. DuckDuckGo Privacy Essentials, the best, quickest, and easiest step you can take for your privacy health.
I've got a human. Pretty sure it's a human. Folks, DuckDuckGo is causing our trackers to experience some technical difficulties.
The search for the fugitives known as the Devil's Rejects resulted in a violent clash with police. The chances for survival are less than 1,000,000 to 1.
There's no justice in this world.
I am justice.
They're trying to blame us.
Free the three!
Free the three!
Free the three! Free the three! Now we can have a real Days of the Dead. Any last words?
I still want to party.
I'm just a clown dancing for the sins of mankind. Religious group. My death factory. You are the pirate.
I'm Mexican, I can say it.
So all you niggas, whites and brown, beard, sacuaches. See, I'm Mexican, I can say what's up to you.
¿Qué pasa, güey?
¿Qué pasa, vato? You saw shit. Hey, you saw shit. Hey, you saw? So all you niggas, white.
Wrote, like, is he past his sell-by date? And I don't mean to be something, but...
Well, she's as monomaniacally against Sanders as you are for him, though,
sure,
right?
But I admit it.
Right. Okay.
And I don't have a Washington Post column, although
That's
I
true.
should.
Right.
Because I'm much more honest than she is.
Right. She's really tough to read.
Yeah, she's tough to read. And also, can I say
like
this?
She writes with a fork.
Yeah, I don't know why it's not embarrassing to the resistance to have people like her in it. Like, Media Matters used to have all these examples of terrible things that she would say.
Mm-hmm.
Andrew Sullivan said she was Islamophobic.
Right, right. Well, I mean, there's been a change in the orientation. I mean, we've got Bill Kristol and David Frum and all those folks. Those are now the kind of...
Who's the worst?
They're all kind of the same. But this thing with the health records, it's not going to go away, by the way. I mean, and look, to be fair... Sanders did have a heart attack. He's an old guy who had a heart attack.
Yeah.
So this question is not going to go away. And, I think the way that the Sanders campaign characterizing this as a smear campaign and everything, I don't know that that's right.
Well, he released his... the smear part is that they're presenting it like he's being dishonest now.
Right.
Like, yeah, there were arguments about the way he unrolled the news last time, but they keep changing the goalposts. So he released his records, and they're like, oh, no, but we want more. We want more information.
Sure.
And they are talking about it as if it's the standard that he's violating.
Right.
But that's just not the case.
Right. There's no standard, but that doesn't mean the question's illegitimate either. So, and, he's
no,
going to
it's
keep
just
putting
the
that question.
hypocrisy. Yeah, but it's the hypocrisy of people who are asking it. And also, like, again, Joe Biden bled from his eye on national television.
And he's clearly insane. And
he had brain surgery.
Right.
And, like, why aren't people asking for more details from him?
Yeah.
It just, I mean...
They should have minute-to-minute brain scans of Joe Biden. In fact, that should be like a live graphic on CNN during the debates.
Yes.
You could see the little
where it lights
going
up.
on.
Yeah,
that would be great.
amazing.
His memory center. He's thinking about grapes
corn
now.
Pop.
Right? Yeah, exactly.
Is there a corn pop place in his brain? What does she mean and turns up his nose at millions to fund a campaign?
I mean, I think what she's saying is that he's unilaterally disarming in the fight against Trump. In other words, because he's not going to accept funding from all the usual sources.
Right.
I'm guessing.
She has no... Well, she's like she might as well... She, I'm sure, also bemoans the fact that elites don't have more power. She doesn't understand why that's actually something that's not just morally valuable, but strategic on Sanders' part.
Right.
That gets him votes.
Yeah.
That position.
Yeah, and this came up in 2016 too. The whole funding idea that we can't unilaterally disarm. We have to. If they're doing it, we have to do it.
Yeah.
Which is wrong. I think we're gonna test that hypothesis this year. But depends. If Bloomberg becomes the nominee, then we're gonna really not test it. But it's interesting. All right, for isn't that weird? This is like one of my favorite genres of news stories, which is the something weird turns up 50 years later. So a million years ago when I was in Russia, I did a story about somebody who mailed a letter actually from Finland to Russia during the Tsarist years, and it arrived in the 90s. And so this is like a different story. Class ring in Maine. Class ring lost in Maine turns up 50 years later in Finland. And it was buried under 8 inches of dirt in a park in Finland. So a couple that lost the class ring in Maine 50 years ago, that ring has just turned up, inscribed, and it was sent back to the woman in Maine this week, which is, I just love these kinds of stories.
I lost my great-grandmother's engagement ring, or wedding ring.
Did you?
I'm so upset about it, yeah. Every now and then it haunts me. I don't know where it is. If you're watching this, I think I lost it at a restaurant on the Upper East Side. It was awful because I met 2 women there at the time I was like involved in the Jewish-Palestinian dialogue group, and I met 2 women to talk about it there, and one of them was like really sympathetic to killing Gazans, and I remember being like, really? I have to sit here? And as if that's not bad enough, then I lost my great-grandmother's wedding ring.
Where do you think it is now?
I don't know.
Do you think it's on a different continent?
Nah. I think it's somewhere here. Sorry, I didn't mean to hog the.
No, it's
isn't that weird?
That's all right. I love these stories that they often involve a pet, these stories? Like somebody loses a pet and it turns up like in another continent.
Oh, wow.
You know, like there's a woman lost a cat in Wisconsin once and it showed up in France.
Finland.
Not Finland. France.
Oh, this is real. I thought you were making it just like grabbing out of
no,
the air. Oh, wow.
The cat ran away in Wisconsin and they got a call. Like the cat somehow ended up in a flatbed truck and went all the way to France and they found it and they called her. You know.
Wow.
So these stories happen all the time.
Is the cat
I love
like
it.
a francophile?
I don't know why I don't think the cat intentionally chose to go to France, but it just happened.
Wow, way to deny the cat agency, Matt. Well, button. No.
What do we have for Isn't That Terrible?
Oh my God. For Isn't That Terrible, I found a story about a case of dolphinicide, dolphin murder. So there have been 3 dolphin murders now, and guess where, of course, where does terrible stuff happen always? Florida, yeah. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration is offering $20,000 for information on a dolphin killer or killers after 2 animals were found dead within a week. Biologists with the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission found a dolphin that appeared to have been shot in the face off Naples late last week, shortly before experts with the Emerald Coast Wildlife Refuge found a dolphin on the Pensacola shoreline with a bullet hole in its left side, reports the Miami Herald. This follows the discovery last summer of a dolphin impaled near its right eye along Upper Captiva Island, west of Fort Myers. It was in begging posture, as was the dolphin found off Naples.
So the dolphin was begging for a life when somebody impaled it?
That is so awful. What's begging posture? I don't even want to know what that is.
We have a dolphin serial killer?
Yeah. I want that person to get the death penalty. And I don't even believe in the death penalty.
Well, you'll make an exception
I want that person to be killed by sharks. That's how I can reconcile my hatred of sharks, which people find problematic, because I've said in the past that I want them to be extinct. But I will change my position if we can use them to kill dolphin killers.
Right. You just want to throw this person over, like douse the person in pig blood and throw them overboard and like.
Without killing a pig, it has to be naturally died. Pig that naturally died.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is terrible. I mean, somebody's out there literally for enjoyment shooting dolphins in the face. That's about as fun.
It's so awful.
Like that's like the worst person you can possibly imagine.
And dolphins are so nice.
They are.
I bet that if we brought him in and told the dolphins like that's the one who killed your family, they wouldn't do anything.
They would.
No, they would be like.
Dolphins are strong. They could nub the guy to death.
No, but they wouldn't want to because they're peace-loving animals.
Yeah, I don't know.
And that's when we would invite the sharks in.
They're carnivores.
I know, but I feel like they're the people whose relatives are killed and they don't want to.
I'm not saying they deserve to get shot in the face.
Yeah, but come on. They that story about a guy swimming and dolphins surrounded him like in a circle because they wanted to protect him from sharks.
No, that's true. They're great animals. Nobody should be running around impaling dolphins in the eye.
I know. They should be impaled, or they should just. I would like for the dolphin to impale them back. I just think they're too peace-loving, but maybe not. Right. I told you I went swimming with them, so I'm extra sensitive. They pushed. Did I tell you I was I was 11, I think, in Mexico, and they pushed their noses into the arches of my foot. Like, that's how they do it. There's one dolphin behind each foot, and they go like that, and you kind of, like, come up like some winged victory statue.
That is a legitimately terrible news story. So what do we have this week? I guess we should tell people...
The merch.
Yeah, first of all, where they can buy merch.
So we got merch. Look, we got these beautiful cups. We got T-shirts and totes, and the tote bag has an inner pocket, which is really cool.
Does it come in handy already?
Yeah, definitely.
And where can they find this?
Well, so that's an interesting story. People have been saying that they don't know how to find them, so let's walk them through it. There are a couple of options. One is you go to teespring.com. That's TEE spring.com/stores/useful-idiots. Or if you go to our YouTube video, is it in it? So you go to our YouTube video, and in the description, there will be a link. And you click on that link.
I see.
And this is right before or after you rate and review us, give us a positive review.
Right.
You give Positive America a negative review.
Right.
Or just
cast them out of your mind completely.
Yeah. Write their name down on a piece of paper and then
throw it in a roaring fire.
Yeah. And it's great. Makes for great gifts.
You said that so convincingly.
Did I not sound convincing?
No, you're convincing. Okay, so that's how you can buy merch. All right. Our sports discussions have been really popular. I think people really look forward to your insights in sports. So we have a topic that I think everybody wants to know your take on, which is where's Tom Brady going to sign? I mean,
on the dotted line.
Yeah, on the. Eventually, probably that is where he will sign.
Yeah.
Physically on a piece of paper.
If I know him to be the traditionalist.
Do you have an in with Tom Brady?
I don't.
Are you close to Alex Guerrero and that whole crew? Is that your route to Brady on the fitness side, or what?
It's more his anti-gun violence work.
Tom Brady does anti-gun violence work?
Brady.
That's a different Brady. That's James Brady, the one who got in dolphin-like fashion got shot in the face.
Oh my God, he got dolphined. Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
No relation. Okay.
No.
The way I know Tom Brady is the way everyone knows him.
Well, what do you think the criteria is going to? Is he going to choose? What's he going to value more? Money, winnability, weapons. What's the most important thing for him? And
well, not weapons, because the gun thing.
Because of the gun thing. So he wants to go somewhere he doesn't have weapons. So why doesn't he just stay in New England then?
Well, New England's cold.
Right.
And he's been there for how long now?
20 years.
Yeah. So he's tired of it, and he doesn't like the mass holes.
He doesn't like the mass holes, right? Okay. So where's he gonna go? If you had to rank, what's your leaderboard for Brady destinations?
Give me a choice, like give me a quadrant of the United States.
Let's throw some out there. If you had to choose between Tennessee, Vegas, LA, Chargers, obviously not Rams.
Right.
Tennessee. Where do you think among those?
Tennessee.
Tennessee
is
where he's going to stay?
Yeah.
All right.
He's going to stay.
No, is where he's going to go.
Oh, yeah.
And is he going to sign before or after the start of free agency?
Free agency is such a... I mean, I don't even know how to define it. Like,
how would you define free agency?
I mean, isn't that a whole philosophical debate, whether we have it?
Whether we as human beings have agency in the universe?
Free agency, yeah. It's a big, all the philosophers have debated
that is what we're talking about, yeah.
So...
Does mankind have...
Yeah.
Do human beings have free will?
Right, that's what I'm saying.
That's what we discuss at the beginning of every March in the new league year.
Yeah, so I think that honestly, I reject the premise because we always have free will. So Tom Brady already has free agency right now.
Huh.
So
he's already a free agent.
Yeah.
As a human being, making his way through the universe.
Yeah.
He's showing his agency as a person already.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So he doesn't think his history is preordained.
No, he's not a Calvinist.
Choices, even now.
Yeah, he's making choices,
Even before the technical start of free agency, he's already making those
When is that
choices.
technical start?
In the beginning of March. Dan, what's the date?
Yeah, well, tell me more about him. Make sure I'm thinking of the right one.
So he's the quarterback from the Patriots.
Right.
He's a 6-time Super Bowl champion, been to 9 Super Bowls. He's handsome.
Yeah.
He has a supermodel wife. He's an icon in Massachusetts, but for the first time, it's possible that he's not coming back to the Patriots. So there's lots and lots.
Why wouldn't he come back?
For a lot of reasons. There's a relationship issue between him and the coach.
Right.
He's been there for a million years.
Yeah.
I'm not sure whether they want to invest in an old person.
Yeah, he needs a change of scenery.
He needs a change of scenery.
The tension between him and the coach is too much.
Coach Belichick,
who I remember him from something else. Wasn't he involved in some
Spygate? Yeah.
Was Inflategate or something?
That was Brady.
Oh, it was Brady. Yeah. You see, I was right.
Yeah.
I knew it was familiar.
Deflategate, not
Deflategate.
Inflategate.
Yeah.
All right, so you're betting on Tennessee.
Yeah, I think the Smoky Mountains, the music.
I'm gonna bet on LA. So we're all on the
nice
record.
weather, yeah.
Chargers, right? But according to Katie, we all have free agency all the time. So it's already free agency. But that's a good point. All right, so what else we have? We have something from.
So Bloomberg is entering the race, and our good friend James Adomian, who must come on the show. He's been on the Katie Halper show, and he really wants to come on this show. Actually, I don't want to overrate him. He's one of the funniest impersonators.
Right.
And what makes him so good is that he's not just really good at the mimicry, but he's gets the political and cultural references.
Right.
And he knows a lot about politics, and he was actually a theater econ double major in college. So he made this Bloomberg ad.
I'm Michael Bloomberg, and I'm running for president because I can. Why? Because I have $50 billion. So running for president to me is almost like going out and buying some ice cream. Oh, what do you know? Ice cream. That's the kind of thing that people who don't pay much attention to politics think is kind of cool when the guy who invented the stop and frisk policy in New York City is trying to buy an election. I'm Mike Bloomberg, and I'm buying this ad spot in the middle of this other ad just to let you know the scale at which I am able to buy this election. It actually confuses you. It ruins the last ad to have this ad bought in the middle of the former ad that's still going. I'm Michael Bloomberg. Gratuitously, I'm adding an ad within the ad to the other ad. Why? To show you that I can throw money around like it's on fire. I'm Michael Bloomberg, and this is an ad within an ad that's within an ad, and I think that might even be within another ad. I can't even keep count. We are 4 levels down. I'm buying ad space inside of my own ad space. Why? Because I want you to wake up thinking Michael Bloomberg. Hey, Mike, I'll take over from here. That's Mike Bloomberg, and I'm Mike Bloomberg, and resistance is futile. I'm Michael Bloomberg, and I'm buying this election. I want you to start your day, even with the television off, knowing that you're probably incidentally going to hear a Michael Bloomberg ad sometime during the day. I'm Michael Bloomberg. Fuck you. Fuck all of you. We're buying the election, and we're buying ad time, even on our own ads. I'm Mike Bloomberg, and this is how the nightmare begins. I'm Michael Bloomberg. You're back at the original ad. If you're thinking, I don't support Michael Bloomberg, that's what everybody's thinking. But let me tell you something. Nobody supports Michael Bloomberg, and yet all these people are working on my commercials. Why? Because I have that much money to throw at them. You might think I will make a terrible president, and that someday there's going to be robot dog police and stop and frisk across this fucking country, and drone strikes domestically to anybody who pipes up the way Occupy Wall Street did. And you know what? You're right. And that's why I'm running for president, because there's no way to stop me. Yummy.
From TurboTax Live, file, send, and state 100% free with CPA or EA advice and a final review of your simple tax.
I'm Michael Bloomberg, and I approve this message.
Fuck you.
Yeah. Anyway, so that's from James Doman, who has a great podcast called The Underculture, which
It's
is where
terrifying. It's true.
Yeah. He is really so scary, Michael Bloomberg.
Yeah, I mean, what he's doing is unprecedented and horrible, and he's actually, I think, just genuinely a bad person.
Yeah.
Bloomberg. Like,
yeah, he's supposed to be a really
underneath
vile,
his hideous political exterior.
Right.
Like underneath the bad exterior, there's a worse exterior.
Right, that we can't even see, that we haven't even seen yet. Yeah.
Right.
Well, the question is, how did we get Bloomberg? Right? Where did he come from? And
All right, everyone, now it's time for a video about Trump's approval. As we get on towards the general election, we now know basically who the Dem nominee will be. It'll be the dude with dementia. We've got to look at Trump's polling. Now, once there is a solid Dem nominee, I mean, once the formality of actually crowning him, Joe Biden, the nominee, is over, Trump's approval is likely to rise. We've seen this before in presidential elections. As the field narrows, the president starts looking better and better because more and more small groups of people who can only back one or two candidates don't have their candidate to back. Joe Biden has a very weak coalition, maybe not as weak as Sanders at times, but rather weak, rather small group of people actually excited for him. Trump's approval at that point can rise now. His approval is stubbornly around 44.5 right now in the aggregate. Don't look at single polls. They're never reliable. We've got 4 recent polls, and they all comport to the same basic message. I think Rasmussen and Emerson have him at 46. YouGov has him at 44. There's another one I can't remember. I think it was Quinnipiac that had him at 44. So his approval is somewhere in that range, more or less. That's a pretty good place to be, considering the fact that he's an economy president currently reigning over a shaky economy. And you have a major international, especially domestic crisis, which is coronavirus. Being in the mid-40s approval-wise, which is basically where he's been.
Okay. So as I said, about a week after I recorded that conversation with Roland, I had my first psychedelic experience in probably 25 years. Maybe a little longer. Now, most of you know my history here. I wrote about it in my book, Waking Up. And the relevant chapter can be found on my podcast and in the Waking Up app under the title, Drugs and the Meaning of Life. It can also be found on my blog under that title. Now, I'll issue all the usual caveats here, briefly. Psychedelics are not for everyone. If you do them, you should do them with a guide. I don't recommend tripping at parties or concerts or out in the world where you can stumble into the lives of others or into traffic. And anyone at risk for psychosis probably shouldn't trip at all. As I wrote in Waking Up, some people can't afford to give the anchor of sanity even the slightest tug. Now, unfortunately, I don't know how one determines whether this admonition applies to oneself. But if you're...
Well, I do, but everyone disagrees with me about that. And that's okay, because I'm going to prove them all wrong.
concerned about this, you should talk to a psychiatrist or a psychopharmacologist or someone.
I could bury 100 of the world's leading psychotherapists and psychologists. I could absolutely bury them.
One who can give you personal guidance. I really don't think people should take these drugs lightly. And as scientific research with psychedelics continues...
Oh, by the way, I'm totally sober right now. Yeah, good one, right? Yeah, it happens to be true, according to the fucking standards that society uses.
And the opportunity to take them in a controlled setting becomes more available. I think it will become easier to evaluate these things and to explore these landscapes of mind safely. For instance, there are protocols
All right,
for
you know
managing...
what? Fuck. God damn it. All right.